curious in these kind of fields that wouldn't normally be if it was just in the schoolroom setting that they were learning it.
Yeah, I think it's gotten to a point where someone that had a very interesting way to explain something, um, which not everyone would be able to explain, um, has limited the education to a point to say, okay, cool, guys, if you don't understand it this way, then stay out of the field. If you understand it this way, then you qualify and you can carry on with the conversation. Myself,
Yeah,
I can't.
intentionally, and but it's intentionally misleading. You realize
Correct.
that.
Yeah.
If we're right that we're
Must
not on a
get that.
spinning ball, then all this stuff's completely skewed to the point of extravagant measures where, whole fields and whole academic practices are, based upon the fallacy. And that's amazing and scary, but also fantastic and interesting.
Hey, I posted a couple examples. They weren't very good, but I just posted the first couple I could find, but of how I would describe it. But this is a question I have for anybody who wants to answer it. I'll try to make it quick. When I showed the vacuum tank underwater, of course they can't get rid of all the air. There was like a little, the size of a quarter size bubble of air out of that whole tank. Is what wound up in there. But when he puts it underwater, he submerges it about a foot and a half underwater, and he opens the valve. He says it's like trembling, like it's a weird kind of power, which makes me kind of, it puts me in the kind of in the situation like where I could almost feel the energy. But what's the what's the what is that displacing the water when you take a regular tank and put it underwater and you open a valve, then air gonna the water's going to displace the air that's in there, and the air's going to bubble and rise up to the surface, right? But when the air is evacuated, um, there's still like bubbles and even more, like smaller, millions time more freaking bubbles than if it was just air. So I'm asking, what is that that's displacing the water? If there's no air in there, there's got to be something, and it's obviously interacting with physical matter because it's displacing the water. So, I'm open for any other answers, but to me, the best I could come up with is it is a ether type substance. It's displacing water. It's interacting visibly.
All right.
Is that
I'm not looking at it myself right now, but
Brian? Is that your sonic boom images that you're referring to?
Yeah,
no, he's
well,
talking about a tank underwater.
yeah, I'm trying to give different examples of how we can, of how either can be demonstrated and seen, like when they're like, show me ether, show me. Well, this is what I'd show you. I would show you a vacuum tank underwater and the bubbles displacing the water we know it's not air because the air was evacuated, and we see how much air is in there at the very end of it, and it's nowhere near enough to cause all that crazy shit going on in there. Um, you think that's interesting, Beer Man? Like the fact that something's
Ye-
displacing the water in there, like when all the air is evacuated. That's
So, yeah, I'm still very new to this, and I would say the mathematical calculations and things like that. I'm too undereducated for that sort of explanation. However, I would say my layman understanding or my research of ether would be the barrier between mediums, and I still don't understand how this can happen. Where when you take two mediums and they meet each other, why aren't they mixing? Immediately with each other like a uniform manner. There's always appears to be a barrier, and that's where we see Snell's law take place. If you had to shine a light through it, etc., etc. But there's this hard barrier between distinctive barrier between mediums, and what causes that barrier? I would say that would be possibly a the ether field. Um, but
hey,
yeah,
Beer Man.
Yeah.
Pardon me, man. It's funny listening to you talk like I was listening before I joined. Dude, this is Beer Man right here, and this is not any kind of insult at all. It's just kind of, I'm just pointing it out. If Beer Man hasn't formed an opinion on something yet, then he refers to himself as too stupid to understand. No, all that means for Beer Man, he's not a dumb guy. Okay, we all know that, and he's his mind's good with ideas, and he just hasn't formed an opinion yet, and he's asking questions. So then he starts saying, I'm too stupid. I might not be smart enough. No, he's smart enough. He just hadn't formed an opinion, and he's trying to get as much information as he can. So don't listen to him. He ain't a dumb man.
Well, it's a sign of intelligence for someone to know what they don't know and acknowledge that rather than boast about
Yeah,
knowing something that they don't really know. Yeah.
Yeah,
respect that,
I
man.
appreciate
It's
it.
just funny
I
how he
appreciate it.
translates it. It's funny.
But yeah, I think it's the whatever reason there is for something to be there, I would think it needs to be within a field, which is possibly what would be called the ether field. What separates medium from medium would be the ether. The reason why you're seeing whatever you're seeing is because it is coming off a ether field. There's a barrier between every particle. Whatever sticks that particle to the next particle, or not even a particle, whatever is separating a wave from another wave is a barrier, is a medium. That's why we see in 3D. That's why things are in 3D fields. That's why we're seeing what we're seeing, and I think it's the light refracting off a medium, and that's
A lot
my
of people can't
understanding of
think
it,
in
at least.
3D, man. A lot of people can't. It's hard for them to imagine things in 3D. It takes practice, but yeah, I mean, but dude, I must say, so I come up with a way to put it in scientific form. I think I forgot what I postulated, but I postulated that air displaces water, in the form of bubbles. Like like air is necessary to displace water. I forgot the postulation, but it's just something simple to where the air is necessary. So we put the tank underwater, and we record the bubbles. With the amount of air, we evacuate some of the air. We record the amount of bubbles. And then we hit a point to where the bubbles start increasing instead of decreasing when we removed a certain amount of air. I forgot how I worded it, but I made a short video on it just for somebody who I'm not trying to. I don't think I'm proving anything, but I'm just trying to put it in a form where it could even be put on the table for discussion. Because these days, with some flat earthers, you can't even fucking discuss shit unless you formulate it a certain way. It's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, but no, it's ridiculous to make ether a topic that you can't even bring up or use for context for the flat Earth discussion, which is so important, and ridiculous that they would even make that like a taboo topic. Depend, if you don't think the ether is real or whatever it is that you think about the ether, that's fine, but don't make it something that's off the table. That's just
Yeah,
weird. That's just
but I
weird.
was saying
I'm
that,
not
my
going to say
friend.
anything more about that. But have you read the Brenner's? I just put Brenner's comps in the live stream. I've sent them to you a couple times, Brian. Have you read those
Yeah,
yet?
man, I've read some of them. I don't know if I've read them all, but yeah, I
Let me
like to
just point
reflect
out.
on.
There's one part I'm going to read real quick that I think is really kind of sums it up. At the bottom of the first one that I posted in the first column, he says, no technology operates on the basis of the negation of ether. The entire field of electrical engineering is nothing but the engineering of ether polarization. That people are unaware of that is just because schools are manipulated into teaching an etherless world. Oliver Heaviside and Proteus Steinmetz should be household names, but they aren't. Why? They are, after all, the fathers of electrical engineering and thus the fathers of our electrical civilization. They are kept in obscurity because they teach ether physics, and a broad awareness of the potential of the ether is the greatest threat to the power monopolies who thrive on the control that is the scarcity of energy. Tesla
Yeah,
hits the nail on the head when he points out infinite energy, the infinite energy reservoir that the ether represents. And then it goes into Nikola Tesla's quote, nature has stored up in the universe infinite energy. The eternal recipient of and transmitter of this infinite energy is the ether. The recognition of the existence of the ether and of the functions it performs is one of the most important results of scientific research. And then down to the bottom of that, right, real quick, and then he says, all ancient cosmologies and mythologies are applied ether physics. We just don't understand that. We just don't understand that anymore because math has taken over the field of science.
Yeah, but
In ancient, hold on, in ancient times, science was done in spoken language, which you could relate to and transmit to the ordinary people. Modern science is a secret cult using a language that is totally detached from physical reality, as well as the intuitive understanding. What would physicists and mathematicians be forced to express their findings in spoken language? Anyone would immediately recognize the scam that has been perpetrated.
Yeah, here's the irony of all that, man. Sorry to cut you off. I swear I thought
That's all right. No, I just want to read that because it doesn't says that math is the language that they can use to manipulate anything they want and hide anything they want.
And here's the irony of that, man. The irony of that is by using the math, like quantum, okay, counting and making everything materialistic, we have literally halted technology, like what Beerman's discussing with the and with the frequencies and the vibrations, the reality that's right in front of our fucking face. So here's what it is. Like, they've got these great minds chasing horse shit, dude. Like quantum computing and shit. Like, it's never gonna have any fucking practical impact on anything. I mean, it's just like, what are they even doing? And are chasing like fusion free energy shit. Like literally chasing. I mean, if they really were educated, they'd know that the ether was abolished to keep the Earth moving around the sun. Nothing more, nothing fucking less. It was
Nothing. It was something more than that. Not just to keep the Earth moving around the sun, but to hide the usefulness of the manipulation of the ether. If people knew if they understood what was going on, if they understood the metaphysics of it, then there might, there could be, rightfully so, maybe on their part, that it could be so useful that people would have free energy and that kind of thing.
That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. That's a byproduct.
Yeah.
So back when they abolished the ether, it was literally to keep the Earth moving around the. I mean, ether was
and keep the people in control. Yeah, keep the people and limit the intelligence.
Listen, it was to keep
and stifle people's intellectual progress, basically.
Yeah, but listen, at the time, I'm talking about back in 1890 and 1887, okay, when they first did it, and then years they come up with an idea and they abolished the ether, and these are byproducts of that. But the initial reason was to keep the Earth moving, to keep their model, to keep the Earth moving around the sun. Period. That's
right.
I mean,
that's true.
And then all the byproducts, it's snowballed, and it's just getting worse and worse. And if these people were educated on even that experiment and could form their own opinions on it, but they weren't even educated. Like these people in these labs trying to replicate what they think the sun is, and they've been wasting so many billions of dollars and years of work, bro. It's like a waste of a good mind. If they knew this shit, they would have come to the conclusion a long time ago that, dude, they're chasing fucking fairies.
They know a lot more than this goes to show, Brian, they know a lot more than they're saying they know. Right? They're just running people around in a circle.
They accidentally stumble upon reality, and then they find a way, like you're saying, to mathematically manipulate it to fit their model. If it doesn't fit their model, it's just discarded, dude. It's fucking ridiculous, dude.
Well, it's probably not discarded by the people doing real research in private areas we're not allowed to access. I think there's probably a lot of advancement going on in these fields that we're not privy to.
Like with the frequencies, man. Like,
so
go ahead.
So Michelson-Morley was 1887, and Miller replicated it multiple times from like 1920 or 25 to 33. Okay, and then it's been replicated recently. So the idea was that the Earth orbits the sun 30 kilometers a second, and that based on different times of the year and in different directions that you shoot the light beam, you should be able to see a difference in the speed of light, that there should be a preferred direction based on us orbiting around the sun. And then they got a friendship, but it wasn't the amount they needed if we were actually orbiting the sun. So they claimed that there was no friendship. Okay, anyway. So what they say now is that there's a geodesic path in that the Earth is turning around the sun, changing direction, but that it's not changing direction. And that it's free falling in a geodesic path that's it's a curving, but it's actually a straight path. And that since it's changing direction, that would mean there's acceleration, but it's changing direction, but not actually changing direction. So therefore, there's no acceleration because there's no change of direction, even though there is, but there's not. Okay, that's their claim. So they say that it's actually a linear velocity. Earth's orbit is a linear velocity, and that's why interferometry cannot detect it, because there's no change of direction and there's no acceleration. So of course, an accelerometer cannot detect it if there's no acceleration. So that's their excuse, is that the Earth's orbit is a linear velocity because even though it's a curved path, it's actually a straight path, right? Everyone's with me so far. That's
Yeah,
the
but you could detect it if you could get out of your reference frame though, you could detect it, right? But you can't, so you can't detect it.
We can detect it, bro. We can detect it literally. I've showed Zanuck 100 times where we've
What?
detected linear fucking velocity where we're measuring it and he just
What?
won't accept it, dude.
Yeah, so
What are you
wait.
Oh, you mean with the oh yeah, you can with an interferometer, right? But not the Earth moving unit. Yeah.
Okay, wait up. So for one, all of that's double speak paradoxical nonsense anyway. If the Earth is going around the sun, it's changing direction, means it's accelerating. Okay, they can say not all they want to, but it is. But let's pretend that their theory somehow does make sense, right? Just like Brian said, we've actually done tests in the 21st century that has measured linear velocity down to the nanometer precision.
Right.
And then they've controlled the mediums to make sure it has nothing to do with the refractive index of the medium and that it's specifically the linear velocity. And they were able to detect a direction preference of the light with both a curved path and a linear straight path. Okay? With nanometer precision, replicated multiple times. So that means you can detect linear velocity with an interferometer, which means their entire excuse to dismiss Michelson-Morley doesn't work anyway.
It's done.
So therefore,
and I literally showed Zanuck something called a linear interferometer, and he still just didn't get it, dude. He just refused to accept it through his brain. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, if it goes off.
well, they have to deny the experiment. They have to just deny the experiment. If the experiment is true, okay, and that you can detect linear velocity with interferometer, there is no way out of it. It debunks the heliocentric model. So they have to claim that the experiment is just not real. That's the only thing they can do.
His assistant to discredit his work after he's dead. That kind of shit.
Knew a chance to say something. I think he was trying to get in, so I was leaving a guy.
Oh, did you not hear me? Did I cut out?
Yeah, I hear you now, loud and clear, buddy.
Oh, I just said that they hired Dayton Miller's assistant after he died to discredit his work.
That's crazy, dude. I believe that. And for anybody who doesn't understand what the interferometer, I'll make this real quick, dude. Just take, if you're trying to measure acceleration going in whatever direction, and just say you had a squirt gun, and then you had a billboard or a poster board like 20 foot away. Okay, you squirt the water on there, and you measure the splotch it leaves on the poster board. Well, when you put it in motion and any kind of acceleration, and you squirt the water, then it's going to displace. It's going to leave a different pattern. It's going to stretch out. So that's what they mean by the light displacing. Is that's what they call it interference pattern. It's displacing the light and giving a different pattern, stretched out in certain directions and shit. So yeah, like Austin said, they literally can use it to detect any kind of displacement whatsoever, linear and with nanometer precision, man. And they're used. Dude, this is a major part of modern technology, and we have certain people in this community calling this fucking Sagnac effect a parlor trick. It's disgusting.
Yeah, that is weird.
They're just all irrelevant. That's why they have 300 views of video, so no one cares. Like, this is the facts, though. Like, I just dropped the paper there. It shows the experiment. The guy that asked for the paper is already typing. Okay, he's already typing. So he hasn't read the paper at all. He's already typing.
Right.
So like that's all they can do is ignore this experiment. That's it, and it's actually been replicated multiple times. And then there's additional commentary from like well-revered physicists analyzing the experiment and verifying its results. And it's like it breaks down everything. It breaks down the actual like the conveyor belt method that they use, where they break it up in loops and linear paths, and they're able to alter the linear path and the loops and measure precise sections of it. And they show that even when they manipulate the medium to make sure it's not a refractive index effect, that there is a preferred direction and there's a change in the propagation of light relative to the linear velocity sections as well. Okay, so that's just game, set, match.
It's match. It's over, dude. And
GG.
like there's literally multiple ways to do it. Like they're using laser diodes, like literal lasers, to detect this, dude. It's fucking. It's. I mean, how do they argue this, dude? But maybe put your fingers in your ears, or I don't get it, dude.
Well, we even got flat earthers now putting their fingers in the ear when you mentioned, like you were just saying, it's disgusting. Hey, by the way, Witsa, did you get the link I sent you? Speaking of which, but regardless,
I do appreciate you
Yeah,
sending me
minutes of it and
Operator's
some
Word,
more.
dude. I love when I get a minute and I read it, dude, I enjoy it. I appreciate you taking the time when you DM me shit, new.
oh yeah, check out those two for sure. And he
So I'm
goes
trying to
into
figure out who Brenner is. Like he's probably right with his discuss and shit. He's what's his name? Okay, if it ain't New Perspective, like maybe it's Cyrus. I mean, I'm just joking, but like, he's probably in here talking with us every day, bro. But he can't disclose his.
oh, like I'm Michael Brenner and just
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
I'm
So
gonna
can I call you
turn that
Brenner
on
now?
me. I'm always calling people out for being other people. That would be
Yeah.
funny if I turned out to be I would be proud to be on his
Yeah, me
level
too,
for
bro.
sure.
Shit. Me too. He's a fucking, he's a smart mind and an inquisitive mind. But a lot of these smart, inquisitive minds have never been even accessed the information we're putting forward to even make an
Dude,
informed decision.
I
That's
can't
what's so
believe
sad, dude.
he's been on there since 2016. We could have been like referencing his work this whole time. He's been on Quora Splat's-Mech since 2016.
Bro, all I know is this experiment. I just dropped the PDF. You guys should save the PDF, bro,
I
because
will.
anytime someone denies that you can detect linear velocity with interferometer, just drop the paper, bro, and then they're just never gonna respond. This is just like everyone was making fun of me. That, oh, relational mechanics can't show the you're stupid. You made that. Then I dropped the paper. Promised they were gonna read it, and now it's been months, and not one of them has responded. Literally, not one. Not one.
But
Dude. Zanuck swore up and down 15 times he was gonna read it, and then tell me what's wrong with it, and then just none of them read it, right? Because, or if they did, they just decided to ignore it. So that's where you have to just tap out and realize, like, some people are trying to learn, and some people are not trying to learn. That goes for FED as well.
what's it you
I
mentioned?
just dropped the PDF over in 24/7. By the way, see if we get any reactions over there.
Yeah, no telling. I'd love to have the discussion, but here's the thing. So when the thing with linear interferometry, so anybody who doesn't know, I try and to get. So they say we can't detect the linear motion like around the sun. You probably know that, but let's think about this. So what is the light? I mean, what is the device in reference to? Okay, so it's got to be moving in we all agree it's got to be moving in reference to what? Okay, so if you just have light in a device and it's just sitting there on the ground in a attic or wherever, out in a field, if it's just sitting there, so what is displacing the light rays that they're sending a certain path? Okay, what's doing it? And they say that they're not detecting it going in a linear direction. That's bullshit. It just wasn't the amount they needed. So, but then with the Sagnac effect, with the other types of interferometers, they're saying that we can detect rotational motion. So what? In reference to what? And you still need it to be. You can't say in reference to yourself, because if everything around you is moving in a circle and you're moving in a circle, then fucking it's not going to detect shit. It's got to be in reference to something, and that's where the ether comes in. It's just a background that's ever present. It's everywhere, and that's why they just eliminated that fucking ever present background. But they did it fallaciously because Sagnac literally proved by detecting the interference and them accepting it at all. They literally stomped on their own toes when they did that, and they just come up with trickery to fucking try and explain it away. And with mathematics, it's a joke, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, they have like four different ways to try to explain it away, and it's just mathematical equations that have no basis in reality. But the linear velocity detection completely destroys all of it anyway. Like, there is no recovery. It's like, if any flat earther tells you not to talk about this, you can't trust that person at all, dude.
That's what I would say. Or they're just, not that you can't trust them, but or they're just blindly following people that are threatening them, literally threatening them to like be disowned if they even consider talking about this or listening to you specifically, which I found ridiculous to hear last night.
They may not have enough mental capacity to focus. I ain't gonna call anybody dumb, especially flat earthers, but literally, you know, it takes some studying to understand this stuff to this depth, you know. But the way we word it, everybody should be able to understand it, and just to deny it outright is literally, man, that's. Dude, to me, maybe you ain't even a flat earther. I don't even know how to describe it. Like, how are you denying shit where we literally took the time, researched it, studied it, broke down the deception, and showed what happens, what the consequences are with them abolishing the ether, which just destroys their model if they didn't, and they still deny it. Like, I psychologically don't understand it.
What's it? I've got a question regarding you mentioned something early on when you were talking about the Michelson-Morley experiment, and you said this as a preferred direction. I don't know if it was regarding that, but you mentioned something about a preferred direction. Could you elaborate on that? I might have misunderstood it.
The light propagates faster in a specific direction on the Earth. So that can't work on their model. They claim that light is constant in all reference frames. It has no preferred direction, and this is because if there was a directional preference, then that means you would have detected the Earth's orbit in Michelson-Morley. So what we've shown now is that light does have a preferred direction, whether it be in a curved loop or in a linear path. Again, with like nanometer precision. So like light, it doesn't have a constant speed that's always the same. That isn't true. It actually is different based on a preferred direction of motion. And what this actually shows is that there's a background and there's a drift within the background. There's a drift, and that's directly tied to the sky moving.
And that was the whole straw man of the Michelson-Morley. The whole experiment, the way it's worded, is literally a straw man. They said to the stationary ether. Like, who claimed that the fucking ether's stationary? There's a direction that it's obviously going. But here's the thing. With the Sagnac effect, when they say they're detecting this shift, in reference to what? Like, in reference to the tree? Across the field in reference to the air that's around it? No, it can't be. Like I said, it can't be in reference to itself. There's got to be something it's in reference to, and it can't be something that's just sitting stationary right around the damn device. I mean, you got to think about this deep, people. Like, it's got to be something, and that would be the background. It's everywhere, and there's absolutely a movement in it. There's a drift, and in the Michelson-Morley, they straw man by saying the Earth's motion through a stationary ether. Like, dude, nobody that's fucking narrow-minded.
No, and that's just you're making your biased conclusion on your biased opinion.
Brian,
No, what?
Brian, Brian,
This is
which
what I want to know.
direction? Which direction is it? Brian,
This is
which
what I wanna know.
direction? Shut up.
Oh my
Don't
gosh.
tell anybody to shut up, Shaggy. What the hell? What are you gonna say?
This is what I want to know. Like, I want to know any alternative explanation for why that light propagates more effectively in the same direction that the sky spins. That's what I want to know. Like, why does the light go faster, quote unquote? Because light doesn't actually travel, but it doesn't matter. Why does it go faster in the direction that the sky moves? Dude, it's just a provable fact. And then, in fact, whenever you go higher in altitude, if you go on top of a mountain, it's even faster. So why is it even faster the closer you get to the sky? right? So what we see is that light propagates faster in the same direction as the sky's moving, and it goes even faster the higher you get. So there is an explanation for it, and that is that there is like an ether, a background, that there is a drift moving with the sky, coming translating down to the earth. And the closer you get to the sky, the more of that effect you're going to feel. That energy is being transferred down.
When you say the sky is moving, what do you mean by that?
Well, we just see movement in the sky. We see the direction that we. Well, we see everything in the sky moving. I guess the assumption is that just the stars move in like a static background. But what if the whole sky's moving?
What's it?
What is the sky though? I mean, are you saying because you see the stars moving, you're saying the sky's moving, or is it just the stars moving in a certain direction, and then the sun's moving in its own direction? Clouds can move from one direction to the other.
No, the sun moves in the same direction.
Right. They but not at the same speed, do they?
Well, it's very close. It's very close.
Why the question? He's talking about the background, not the clouds. That's the foreground, bro. He's talking about the background that's obviously moving. And
let me just say this. Pull out whatever I think's going on. Who cares what I think? Okay, let's set whatever my explanation. I'm asking if anyone else has an explanation. We see because the globe Earth model just has to say it doesn't happen. So they're not even involved in the conversation. They're like intellectual inferiors. I'm not trying to be ugly. I don't know how to say that. Like they're not involved in the conversation because they're just saying nuh-uh, even though it provably happened. So the question is, why does the light move faster in one direction? Coincidentally, the same direction that the stuff in the sky moves, and how come it increases as we get higher up? Right? I mean, that's just a real phenomenon that happens that we should just be like, that's pretty crazy. Why does light move faster in the direction of the stuff in the sky moving, the same direction the stuff in the sky moves? And why does it get even faster when we get higher up in altitude, like on a mountain? Why does that happen? Because that can't happen on a spinning globe. It 100% cannot.
You can't just deny it as a flat earther and put your fingers in your ears, because the fact of the matter is it's they've named it the Sagnac effect because we do detect it with interferometers, which is a technology. I don't care if you want to say it's not science. Who gives a fuck? These interferometers are detecting this motion. So the Globers describe it as the fucking Earth moving, which is fallacious. We've proven it. We've showed the deception. But I mean, the flat earthers that are just denying this. I mean, are you agreeing with the ballers saying? I mean, what is this Sagnac effect? I mean, it's an obvious, well described, well recorded effect. So they're measuring motion. So what's the motion? We say it's the ether because we don't believe that the Earth is spinning. So other flat earthers just putting their fingers in there.
So you see a phenomenon. You're achieving an explanation without actually trying to figure out the cause of it.
Well, if there's any other options, I'm fine. But like I said, it's detecting motion. Okay, so these interferometers, they detect any displacement down to the fucking nanometer, bro. If you move them,
awesome.
They detect it, bro. So you gotta be realistic and say, okay. So are you calling it the Earth moving or the fact?
No. I mean, it's awesome. We have an effect, right? We have an effect, a phenomenon that we're detecting. We're detecting something moving. Now we gotta go look for the. Hold on. Not. Well, I mean, what you mean? If you're saying they're detecting the phenomena, which is the movement of the sky or something, right? Now we can actually try to figure out what that is. Instead of saying, no, this has to be this. This has to be this because this is my explanation about it. You're giving me a story without actually figuring out what it is. Then.
No, you're coming up with a story, bro. I'm not trying to get down the realm of natural science, bro. This is technology, bro. This has nothing to do with the strict. This has nothing to do with how water boils, bro. That's strict.
Did I say water boil?
That's above my level, bro. I could never figure that out.
Did I say the water boiling? You said you're detecting a phenomena, which is the.
Who brought up the strict scientific method? I'm talking about technology, bro.
Okay,
hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait. I can help out here. Elbows saying there's a phenomenon that's detected. Let's explore what's going on here, which is fine, right? To say that we know for sure it's one thing or another is another thing, but at least he's saying it's an open discussion. It's not just a parlor trick. you know, which a lot of people are saying is a parlor trick. Let the ballers just have that thing and just call it like there's no reason for flat earthers to even discuss possibilities of the reason for this
Next
effect.
hour is going to be me trying to formulate a fucking hypothesis and him telling me why it's not a valid hypothesis. So I'm not talking
I
about
didn't even say that, bro. I want to have a discussion, bro. If you're saying there is actually something, Jesus Christ, Brian.
I don't think you guys are disagreeing, Brian. Brian, he's
Brian,
not
I am
disagreeing.
not disagreeing with you, man. I'm saying, okay, you said you found something moving. That's amazing. Okay, fine. There's a phenomena attributed now to the what we think is the ether happening, right? So let's explore that. Let's actually, I'm not saying formulate a hypothesis. I don't want a hypothesis right now. Let's see how we can discover more from that information.
Okay, here's the question. Okay, is it the sky moving, the stars in the heavens and all that stuff, or is it the background? You know, we're calling it a background. Is there any other options? That would be the two I would throw out as possibilities. First and foremost, is there any other thing it could be as far as what we're seeing? I guess it could
I mean,
be, but
yeah, right. If we're able to detect and perceive it in some way, then we can actually cause or attribute a cause or determine a law for it. That's the best about it.
My argument would be that it breaks down even further than that to say that, you know, are them bodies, are they terrestrial? Are they solid? Are they, you know, do they have mass, momentum, or is it just, could it be just light in the background that light propagates through that's spinning around us? I think that's the fair argument. And I think it's the case we put forward, bro. It traps the ballers in a corner, bro, where they admit there's a background medium that light propagates through, like the heavens. They're done, bro. They just lost their model. It's game, set, match.
I just want to find out regarding this now. So when I asked earlier on about the preferred movement, is this the direction that the light prefers to move down as well? The
Yeah,
direction.
it's kinda
Well,
like-
it moves faster in one direction than the other. They detected, right? That it's west to east. Yeah, east to
So-
west.
so-
It seems to be moving faster in one direction as far as that's why they're calling it a preferred direction of light.
Okay, so it's the east to west movement. Okay, yeah. So I just
Yeah,
wanted to make
east to
sure I
west
understand that. Okay,
Just like
so
saying up down is like saying up down is a preferred direction for displacement and denser or less dense items. It's east to west is like a preferred motion for the medium.
Yeah, and without
yes,
making
Alright,
any
so-
solid claims, you can say, well, some of these things have actually been discussed and discarded, like the Machian principle with Ernst Mach talking about the vortex, the sidereal rotation actually causing an effect inside or whatever it is within this environment being caused by the rotation. That's also affecting, you know, whatever's causing the rotation of the stars could be affecting what's going on in here, which causes that east to west preferred direction that is giving us these interferometry readings. And the reason they're saying thanks, Bob, for like somehow proving the rotation when it wasn't at all that. It's just their way of like latching onto something that might, you know, support their idea that this 3-ring laser gyro is proving the rotation of Earth, which couldn't be anything further from the truth it actually seems.
When I asked
Alright,
earlier
so Ken, this,
I forgot about the Machian principle like that. That literally is
Yeah.
saying that the universe is what it is. There is solid bodies and all that, but it's still translating emotion. But I think I don't even like that option. It's if you're trying to be in apologetics and conform to the model of the universe they're proposing, yeah, that could still put us stationary. But it shouldn't even get to that point. The question is the shit fucking solid, or is it just light? You know, is it plasma? And
Well, it's just one of the the Machian principle is just one of those things that's like out there. He's not making a claim, but it's one theory that Einstein also, you know, acknowledged. Not that Einstein's any credible person necessarily, but yeah, it's an interesting thing. I think people like want to say if you say that you're making a claim. Well, no, it's not a claim, but it does seem to line up with the sidereal rotation.
all right, I got next, Brian. I had next, Brian. I've been trying to get in.
Go ahead.
All right, so now we know, right? We're saying that it propagates more faster east to west than west to east. All right, so is there a way we could do some kind of, just like the Nicholson-Morley, try to figure out a way to measure that propagation in a way?
Yeah, they have Dayton Miller. Look into Dayton Miller stuff. I'll link you Alan's work recently. That's from Space Audits channel. He's been doing like some incredible deep research on this, and they've like totally covered up. Like I said earlier, they hired Dayton Miller's assistant after he died to like throw shade on all his work, which is like 5 million some tests that he was documenting and going back after they gave a challenge to him and like saying, oh, it could be the atmospheric effects and all these other things that they were trying to throw shade on to begin with, and then they had to wait till he died to hire his assistant to discredit his work. So it's the same kind of shit we've seen with Tesla and everybody else.
Now, could this be done in a vacuum? Doing that, or was it done in a vacuum? We're just we have a little medium, and have it more just the background medium.
Yeah, that was
I don't know.
That was one of the major variables. Is he tested pressure, different pressures and stuff. I don't know if they did a perfect vacuum, but yeah, he tested. I mean, probably.
Yeah, do a perfect vacuum. Anyway.
All right, wait up. This was so hard to listen to, dude. Wait up. All right, Brian, you're really low. And you're interrupting a lot. I love you, but please don't do that because it makes it very difficult to hear and listen to. So I know I'm maybe behind, but I was doing something. I was unloading my car, but it's like if we can just all be chill, that'd be great.
You might be cutting out a little yourself, Witsit, maybe.
Yeah, I think something's up with Discord today.
Okay, regarding this whole preferred direction and that, so let's say you've reached equilibrium. You got something that's got no preferred direction. For instance, in a swimming pool, you floating there. You got your weight that you floating in one place. What's the preferred direction there? Would it be the east to west motion as well? Then would the floating thing prefer to move east to west? If it's reached equilibrium.
Depends on how sensitive the equipment is. It seems like a slight, whatever it is, that just the slight detection of movement that they're getting with these interferometry readings.
But it increases as you go higher. This is the crude analogy. Say you have a whirlpool in water. If you tried to swim with the whirlpool, you're going to be able to go faster than if you swim against it. It's that simple. Okay, and so but whether or not you want to believe in the ether, believe in the ether drift, whatever, I don't even care. What I know is that their model requires there be no ether, and it requires the Earth's orbit be linear velocity, so that they can justify not being able to detect the motion. With or without ether, they have to be able to detect the Earth's orbit with interferometry if it can detect linear velocity. With or without ether. Okay, so that's like, the point is if we're we have two options. One is just beat Globers. Dude, I could chug Jameson, walk backwards, hopping on one foot, hula hooping, and doing a coloring book in the other hand. You know what I'm saying? And defeat the Globers of 2023. So that's boring. It's boring now. Let's just move on. There's a real phenomenon on this earth that with the technology we now have, which is interferometry, which is the most precise way to measure movement we have on the entire earth. Okay, and it's because we know what lasers do. And if you drop something through the lasers, it cuts through that light. So what it does is the sensors immediately read how long it's in that light path that's being obstructed and gives us incredibly precise measurement. Okay, interferometry. It's the most amazing technology ever for measuring movement. So I don't want to argue about if someone thinks it's science or not. No, it's measurement. Measurement isn't science, and it doesn't matter. It's a real thing, and we can measure movement very precisely with interferometry. When we do this on the Earth, what we see is that these lasers and any light has a preferred direction, and it just so happens that preferred direction, meaning where it propagates the most effectively or faster, quote unquote, is in the same direction that the stuff in the sky moves. And when we go higher and get closer to the sky, it is an even greater effect. That's mind-blowing. That's incredibly fascinating. It's a real phenomenon that exists on the Earth. Right? To be I don't think this is science or whatever. What the fuck? How is that helping us out? That's just, so we're just not going to look at this incredible discovery because of some dogmatic script of who cares? there's something going on. That means that whatever's happening in the sky is transferring down to the Earth because it's affecting our measurements of incredible precision on the Earth. Now you can try to figure out how, if you want to, if you don't want to, because you're like, well, I don't know, it requires speculation, whatever. Okay, let's at least take the first step together and be like, okay, this is a real phenomenon, and it debunks the globe. You know what I'm saying? You see, that's why people get frustrated. It's such a damning piece of evidence against the heliocentric model for us to have like big names in flat Earth telling people they're not allowed to talk about it. Is insane.
That's the stuff. It has I could just see the ballers jumping up and down with excitement because they can then just go, oh, they're just saying nuh-uh, you know, because they want to call it a parlor trick, so it's not even on the table, and therefore we can just run with our interpretation of it and reify our model and not have to worry about what these guys are saying about a parlor trick because we know there's a real effect that's being detected.
Yeah, and watching flat earthers fight amongst each other, like it's ridiculous, bro. You know, just and trying to narrow the argument down by saying whether or not we can, you know, put together a valid hypothesis. This is fucking reality, and you know, there's more consequences to all this stuff. Like, this is basically a convention when we're talking about ether. Like, I could argue either way, but the opposite convention is materialism. You're talking materialism and protons being particles, bro. Airy's failure debunked that, because even if it was a particle, whether it's Earth moving or not, when he slowed down the light in his telescope, if it was particles, no matter what's moving, the medium that lights in or the Earth, then they would have had to change the angle of the telescope, because as it's coming through, it would have hit the side of it when they slowed it down. So either way, we know that there's no particles, that light's not freaking particle like that can't be broken down any further. Like even photons, they say they break them down into fucking sister pairs. And
Go ahead, Alba.
Could the issue be with the assumption that it's not light, that it's light propagating through? Because if we go back to, like, you know, quote unquote scriptures, the scripture says there was a light before there was sun. So we are assuming that there is one sun, one light source, when there might be multiple light sources. Actually, that one light source moving faster because it's actually was the first light that was pretty much to rotate day and night.
Well, so light exists on its own, and the sun is just a light. It's just something that gives off light. So yeah, the first thing he created was light. What is that? It sounds like the first thing he created was ether. I know people disagree with whatever. I don't care. Like, what is light? Like, if someone wants to tell me I'm wrong about what light is, they need to tell me what it is then. Because we see less than 1% of the light spectrum. And I'm pretty sure the creator understands that he made it. So that means it's not just the light we see. The light we see is just a tiny little percentage of the full spectrum of light. So when he created the light, what did he create? He created this full spectrum of electromagnetic vibration, a full spectrum of energy and vibration, like a sea of energy, right? That's what the light is. It's like this huge, basically light is ether, ether is light, right? It's the same, it's the same thing. So he created that, and we think, oh, it means like, well, now we can see in the dark. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say like, oh, now we can see in the dark. It says there was just darkness, and then he created light, and there's a huge spectrum of light.
Well,
and this is why it's so frustrating. We have Christians
he did say
talking
he
about the
divided the day from night on that day, meaning the day to the daytime from the nighttime.
That's right. That's good.
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't want you to get me wrong. I'm not asking these questions because I'm doubting you. I'm asking these questions to get a better understanding, and that's why I'm asking the questions.
Okay, yeah. So say that he is talking about visible light when it says that in the scriptures, right? Then what it's saying is that there was this huge spectrum of light, and he made a little special spectrum for us to be able to see it. So now we have a difference in what we call light and dark. He made a special little section excite in a way that we can see it, and we call it visible light. Either way, we now know that the visible light that we see is less than 1%, significantly less than 1% of the full spectrum. So this is like a profound thing. This is where Oakley just started stuttering and didn't know what to say when they were all mocking me about, oh yeah, you're saying there's light, the light was already there. Then what happens when I flip the light switch on? And I'm like, it just excites a certain spectrum. What about the non-visible spectrum of light? And then he just starts like stuttering, and they have nothing to say because light
What's
isn't just visible.
At the same
what's up?
time, the way they describe the double slit is that there is no photon until it's detected, until you know the path. Like, it just doesn't exist. It's like traveling and not traveling. They have to make the same damn claims. But the point is we're fighting against the mainstream model in relativity, and really against quantum physics, against the convention of it, not the results, but the convention. And they've just made up their own brand of quantum physics. It's fucking, I guess, to prove God or some shit. I don't know.
Well, check this, dude. So you have the Michelson-Morley experiment, and people are like, "That's not an experiment," and I'm like, "Oh, fair enough. It's not a scientific experiment in the sense of natural science, and you're directly manipulating the independent variable. Fair enough. It's a demonstration. It's a highly accurate and precise demonstration. Michelson-Morley experiment. The rebuttal to Michelson-Morley experiment is that's not an experiment. Okay, but then the same people bring up the double slit experiment and say, and I quote, "It's not an experiment. It's not actually an experiment, but that's besides the point." Oh, so now we can invoke stuff that's not an experiment? So we can pick and choose.
That's just that's just straight up double talk.
Yeah.
And here's another thing: they had to come out and say that it's not an experiment, because if you're calling wave function just the mathematics, then how can it be part of your fucking hypothesis? If knowledge of which path, then collapse of the wave function. So that's saying if knowledge of which path, then collapse of mathematics, bro. It's fucking, dude. It's retarded what they're saying. They're just dodging the conversation, man.
Well, this is another thing too it's very obvious if you have eyes to see. So there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum, but we pull as much air out as we can, right, to try to control the variable of air the best we can. So we have what we call a vacuum chamber. It's a useful thing. It's a useful method because what we do in science is we try to control variables so that we can isolate other variables. That's what science is. You have three constituent parts of an experiment, right? I mean, QE's been saying this for 7 years. So you have the dependent variable, the independent variable, and control variable. With the vacuum chamber, one of the control variables is air. You're trying to control the variable of air the best you can, so you're getting it as low as you can. That helps us get that out of the way the best we can so we can look at everything else. And when we look in a vacuum chamber, we see that there's energy, electromagnetic energy, and it's waving. It's moving like a wave. It moves. It goes up and down. Provably, we have like incredibly precise sensors that detect it moves up and down, electromagnetic fluctuations and energy that move up and down, that they wave. Okay, they do the waving motion. So the question now, waves aren't things. Waving is a type of motion. So the question is, what is waving? That's the question. What is waving? Okay, and that's where it ends. No one ever answers it.
Sorry.
All right, I always take it like
mathematics that applies to that waving motion. It literally is the mathematics that applies to that waving motion, and that doesn't like to be discussed. Get it?
this is where I apply like the one particle of light could be a photon, but a whole bunch could be a wave. Like one particle of water can't give you a wave. I mean a wave, but if you get a whole bunch of water.
Yeah, well, this is the problem, right? So, like, they claim, and this is why QE won't debate me, because he claims the evidence that light is a photon is the double slit experiment and the photoelectric effect. But I've shown from within the highest levels of academia within quantum mechanics, like the actual textbooks, etc., right? Nobel laureates that have written about this very specific subject, that the photoelectric effect does in no way require a photon to exist to explain it. You can create highly precise mathematical equations within quantum mechanics that predicts the photoelectric effect without a photon at all. You can use basically like all-encompassing electromagnetic fields, and you can get the exact same dot pattern. You can prove that what they call electrons interact within the surrounding electromagnetic field, creates an isolated interaction, and that gives you a dot pattern. Okay, so the photoelectric effect is not proof of the photon. It's not at all. Well, that's what the double slit experiment is. It's a photographic plate. You have a little isolated area, and because of the photoelectric effect, it registers a dot pattern. So now we know we can't claim that's proof of the photon, right? So like, what proof do we have of the photon? Because this is where they start double speaking and claiming sometimes it's a photon, sometimes it's not. It changes. Oh man, light is God, right? It's like, no.
This is what's so stupid, dude, is with the photoelectric effect, and when you're going to use light to change it into electricity. Okay, then when you put it like a solar panel, then you get a flat pattern. You get a flat pattern. So if you're going to talk about just a photoelectric effect and try and twist the words around, that doesn't make it a particle. It's just their convention. And in no way does that make it, just because the pattern's flat and not alternating like a up and down, like positive, negative, whatever you want to say, like a roller coaster line on their screen. Just because it gives a flat pattern or a dot, if you break it down, doesn't make it a fucking particle. That's for goddamn ridiculous, dude. And he admits that the photoelectric effect is not an experiment. He admits Compton scattering. And we're talking about effects, and he admits the double slit. I clipped it out and put it in a video where he says a couple times that the double slit and these quantum experiments are they're not experiments. Does that mean they're not science? So now we can't discuss the interferometers. They're parlor tricks, but the double slit argon pump lasers are science. I mean, it's just a big
Well, yeah, it's also important to note that wasn't corrected publicly until I called him out behind the scenes, and I have the receipts for all of it. So, like, I mean, I don't even like all the drama. I guess now he's running. I'm gonna end Chits at 60 and all this stuff again. I'm like, oh, we've been waiting for a year. When are you gonna do it? But like, so I'm not too interested in all the drama, to be honest. But I will say that I have the receipts for all this, and basically my integrity is being used against me. I don't reveal one-on-one private conversations publicly. It's just like against my morals. I don't do that. Like it's unspoken my word that if you have a discussion with me in private, that it remains private. Okay, but he knows that. He knows that. Okay, he knows that, and that's why he's using it against me. But I can tell you parts of it. I can tell you that he reached out to me and he said, "I apologize. I was wrong. It does look like light actually could be instant. So I apologize. I think you were right." He reached out to me and also said, "I've never, just so you know, I've never been a density only guy. I completely disagree with them on the fact that it's only density and density explains it." And then he gave me the citation from Purdue University saying all molecular and intermolecular attractive force are electrostatic nature. Then I called him out about the double slit thing. I'm like, how can we claim Nicholson-Morley's a parlor trick, but then invoke the double slit experiment when it's like the same thing, right? And using the same standard, that's not a scientific experiment. So then he publicly started just sliding in all smooth. It's not actually an experiment, but that's besides the point. So it's like, it's a bunch of little games.
I called him out that the photoelectric effect wasn't a scientific experiment, and he on a show, and he doesn't deny it, you know. And yeah, I was wondering why he had come out, and because I had been, I wanted to question. I questioned him on a show about that math collapsing. How can that be science, But I didn't know you talked to him behind the scenes. That does make sense. But yeah, it's a group effort, and I'm just trying to have the conversation. I'm not even trying to say that I'm right, but I'm just trying to just put forth the implications of what this does to mainstream science, what this does to Einstein, what it does to freaking the globe. This is damning to the globe. That's the overall point of all this.
Yeah, think about this. Like when we make measurements of the Earth, that's not science either. Measurement's not science, but that's the actual direct way to refute the globe. Is to refute the claim that the surface of the Earth is curving at a certain rate. So we show with physical measurements, it's not. So obviously to debunk the globe, we 100% do have to step outside of like the rigid scientific method because it's primarily debunked with measurement, which is not science. So to act like we can't bring up anything that's not science, then we can't even debunk the globe. You can't debunk the globe without stepping outside of the rigid scientific method, the natural scientific method.
So use that against globers who are science proves all this shit about the globe. Yeah, use it for that. Don't against fucking flat earthers who are not even claiming a specific hypothesis. And then go on to put forth your own ideas. And I've even pulled it out where him quoting saying it's a convention that the photons and all that shit is and atoms and is a convention. And once you step outside the convention, then you committed fallacy basically. And that's the same thing with ether. It's a type. I mean, there's implications, but it's more realistic, pretty much in every aspect of demonstrations that I've looked into, man. It's a way.
So, like, we can only talk about boiling water and scurvy. Well, I'm gonna pass on that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, thank you.
Like scurvy, we literally named scurvy, but the lack of fucking what we call vitamin C, acetic acid or whatever it is, we literally named scurvy that. So then to say that we use science to prove it, what the fuck? That's language. That's how we define it. And the thermometer, like the 100 degrees Celsius, was literally marked at that because that was the boiling point. Like, and to say that science proves that, that's a non-discussion. That's a way of shutting down the conversation. Literally, nothing more, nothing less. It's a way of. So I do agree. Like I said, when the Globers claim science proves this, we can use that, but against each other to shut down the conversation, that's intellectually dis-fucking honest. I want to.
Well, it's beneficial to talk because when they make up all these stories about the sky, it's important to point out that's not like actual science. That's not natural science. You're making claims about the natural world, or at least what we consider the natural world, which is actually an assumption that the sky adheres to the natural laws of our material world. But it's like, okay, fair enough. Call out the fact that they're making up all these stories about the sky, and then they're calling it science, when in reality, it's just theoretical, right? The only way you can even like have a valid theory about the sky is to show it on the Earth, right? Like I can show that plasma causes redshift, and I can show that attenuation of light causes redshift, and I can show that magnetic fields cause redshift in laboratory settings on the Earth with experiment. Okay, so therefore, if I say I think the reason we say redshift is the divergent motion of the magnetic field, well, I can support that with experiment. That doesn't mean that's actually science that there is in fact redshift because of a divergent, because we can't go up there. So it's not like it's like valuable to be able to point out the difference because it gets conflated, but at the same time, it's not valuable to exclude any conversations that don't stick to that very rigid method. And even Jaron is correct about the scurvy thing. It's like, okay, so you have a hypothesis and a null hypothesis. So you're like, okay, scurvy is caused by the lack of vitamin C. So then you have the opposite being the null. Say you have people pull up to you on the ship back in the day and they all have scurvy. You're like, oh, I wonder if it's vitamin C. So they start giving them vitamin C pills. Well, what if they give them 10 pills and nothing happens? Did we prove the null? We proved that, look, we manipulated the variable with vitamin C and they're not getting better. They still have scurvy. So that means we've proven the null hypothesis. But we didn't know we had to give them 50 pills before it started working.
Yeah, you proved a null that amount didn't solve it. You have to include the amount in the experiment in order to get any accuracy.
Yeah, and then this is what else Jaron could have said, because this is where he started saying you don't get the difference in qualitative and quantitative. And like, no, you're not understanding the point, which is like you can't say you definitively proved a null because you don't actually know. It could be more, it could be less. But this is even further. What do we call vitamin C? That's assuming that we properly understand what we call vitamin C. What if there's a relationship with another vibration or chemical reaction in the body that we just call vitamin C, but actually it just happens to be tied to what we call vitamin C? And when we manipulate vitamin C, it manipulates this other effect, which is actually what causes scurvy. Right? So then what if we could control the variable of vitamin C, keep the levels the same, and then still cure scurvy with something else in the future? That would show that actually it's not just vitamin C, right? It is possible that that's not correct. It's possible we don't fully understand scurvy, 100% possible, right? So it's like, it's simple. It's a simple concept.
So I don't think arguing that within the confines of the hypothesis, yeah, you proven right then. But to say undoubtedly 100% it couldn't be anything else, I think he made a pretty good argument. But even Chaiki, like when yesterday on the Nathan show, I popped in to see what he was talking about and how he was responding, and even Chaiki brought up a situation where when you bring the pressure up to a certain amount and you have like ice, like if you heat it up, it doesn't even boil. Like no matter how much heat you apply to it, it's I forgot what they call it. It's something else where it just fucking disintegrates, but it doesn't boil. Like and the point in all this is just to say that there's an example of where heat doesn't cause water to boil. It's kind of crude, but dude, there's millions and gajillions of these to where we're not arguing against that the method proves or disproves a hypothesis. We're talking about the overall reality of it and the fact that it's ongoing, collection of knowledge, man. I don't see how Nathan could.
Well, yeah, it's whatever. I'm saying, like, that's why when Nathan or when Jaron brought that up, Nathan was like, I only watched the first 10 minutes, it was unbearable, but he was like, or maybe first 20, I don't know, on 2X. But he was like, it's already been done. So Jaron's like, let's go back in time before it was done so we can discuss this. And then his response was, it's already been done. It's like, so you are intentionally not actually responding intellectually honest, right? Because he just pointed out we're going to go beforehand to test the idea. So it's like, to me, it's all very simple, even beyond that. You have the logic, like if A, then B, right? And then you can't have two things that are opposite be simultaneously true because that's the law of non-contradiction. Yes, that logic is true. When you apply it to the real world, though, that requires the assumption that your interpretation of A and B is complete. When you go into a test and you say, I'm going to manipulate this independent variable, okay, what are you going to manipulate? Heat. That requires that you think you know exactly what heat is, right? Like that's the reason that Jaron's right. It's all relative to the fallibility of man or our current understanding. We may think we know what heat is. We may think we know what water is. But guess what? We don't know what either one of them is. It's pretty easy to demonstrate that. So, like, it seems like a pretty simple thing to me. I don't know. I just one side can't change what they've been saying. But it's not even that they're necessarily both, or that one of them's wrong. It's like they're talking past each other. But, like, does everyone get what I'm saying? Like, you have to assume that you understand the variables. Like, if you're going to say A and B, that means that you're assuming you know exactly what A and B are.
That's why I defended you, Austin. I defended you because when you started talking about that water boiling at 100 degrees at 1 atmosphere pressure, and QE literally fucking ragged you and said, no, we don't say that. And literally every one of the guys on the panel, a lot of the fans just literally changed their stance, like they never claimed that hypothesis, the literal fucking hypothesis that he wrote down and verbally said over and over, that the hypothesis was that water will boil. You add heat at 100 degrees Celsius with 1 atmosphere pressure. They literally changed it and didn't even acknowledge the fact that they changed it. And not only that, ragged you for even saying that. Like, no, we never say that. Just QE literally said, this ain't Nathan, this is what QE did, but Nathan coattailed it. He said that, that basically called you an idiot for saying that they even say that. He's saying, we don't say that. We say that heat causes water to boil. That's a fucking lie. That's a lie. And lying blatantly like that, whether on purpose or on accident, call me out and I will fucking humble myself and admit it, dude.
Yeah, but think about this. Think about how, like, redundant and remedial this conversation is, right? Like, we're talking about water boiling, bro. Like, this is why I just completely started ignoring it, like, 9 months ago or whatever. Like, it's just stupid, bro. Like, why are we having 3-hour conversations about water boiling, bro? How is that progressing us as far? When we're like, maybe there's 7 layers of different density of plasma that causes different attenuation, and that this toroid geometry is fractal in all things, and we do have a unified theory, and actually light and matter are different modalities of the same thing, and like, why are, like, and there's action ether drift that's measurable at different altitudes that correlates specifically to the time of the year. These are like huge steps in our understanding of the world we know. And these are way more important things to focus on intellectually, right? As opposed to this, like, ego stroking, like remedial, redundant conversation about water boiling, and people on ships back in the day got scurvy. Like, to me, I was frustrated with Jaron for doing it. It needs to just be done with. It just, no one cares. It's stupid. You know, that's my honest take, is that like this is devolving true earth conversation. Like we are way higher up intellectually when we're trying to discover this world. We have like very creative, open-minded people. We have like this huge canvas of possibilities that we're trying to piece together. We need to work together and use everyone's different aptitudes and ability to kind of see things that other people can't. We got to see what other people can't and work together and then figure out what's going on. That's where we are now. It's 2023. We have to figure out what's going on.
Test. Can you hear me?
I get Jared's point, man. His point was that if you're going to claim that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at 1 atmosphere, and we could show tons of variables where that's bullshit. I mean, literally a dozen. And then for the sake of being right, you're going to consolidate your argument and just break it back down and just to be right. Just for the sake of being right, you're going to change your whole thing. Say you've never claimed it, and just say that heat causes water to boil. Like, yeah, you degrade conversation to fucking basic and shit, dude.
Hey, Brian, somebody else trying to get in. Who is that?
That's me.
Yeah,
Yo,
what's up? Go
thank
ahead.
you. Hey, yeah, if I could just say my 2 cents real quick. I agree with you guys saying. I kind of feel like Nathan is really missing the point, and Jaron is only slightly missing the point because he doesn't really know how to attack the argument, but he understands that there's just too many variables. So, like, whenever you're constructing a logical statement, it's like an equation that assumes finite variables, right? And reality is not the case. Like, you could use finite variables to design and construct like a brake system that uses like oil or water or some kind of pressurized system, right? But then, every time you've done the brake system, it works, 99, or 100 times out of 100 times. But then if somebody comes in and cuts the brake line the night before, and then you press the brakes, your equation's the same, but it doesn't work. And this is like akin to what happens out in the field, is that, everything's perfect and then it doesn't work, and you got to figure out what happened. And that's the case, is that whenever you're building these logical statements, they're essentially a model, because what you're doing is you're creating a mathematical situation, which is not a reality situation.
Well said.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were talking past each other. It could have ended with, Jaron saying, yeah, scientific method's a great way to get closest to the, possible reason for a lot of things. And that could have been ended right there. I mean, instead of saying it proves this and that, that's it.
It's not to say that
he did say that, but yeah.
It's not to say that, yeah, but he placated the argument for like too long, and he gave Nathan too much credit and a little bit too much emotion. But regardless, like this is kind of a remedial situation. Like we can try to get as close as we can with what we can control, but we need to. This is why safety and security exists. Like out in the field, like there are things that basically get involved in a situation that you can't control, and all we can do is just try to get as close as we can. Like every day I go out to my car, I turn my car on, and the pressure and the gas and the spark, it all happens, and my car starts every day. It's not like the science changes, but sometimes there's an outside variable that does change, and we can't always account for it.
Yeah, it's not to say to throw out the whole thing. He got strawman and people thinking that he was saying that's not useful at all because it doesn't prove necessarily absolutely. And that was the whole talking past point. Go ahead, whoever it was. Beerman?
No, it was me. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Or somebody else. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to be like disrespectful. The only thing I wanted to say was just like I popped over here because I heard there was like a cool ether discussion going on. And then now we're talking about like water boiling and what's proof and what's like, which is fine. I don't want to like say what we can and can't talk about. But it does seem like it's maybe impeding other discussions.
It is, bro. It is. It's like so wild because like to me, it's so fascinating that these papers that Alan found, that Michelson-Morley has been replicated multiple times. And that this is like direct evidence that supports an ether drift, right? And what they've done, which is actually very smooth, is they started only doing it in a basement. They do them in a basement, and they change every variable they can to get closer to zero, because based on their presupposition, zero means accurate, which means that if you get something that's showing a fringe shift, that must just mean your test is no good, because they know it's zero, because it has to be zero if the Earth's orbiting the sun, and they know the Earth's orbiting the sun. So now they just do their test in a way that's like, well, we just have to get as close to zero as possible, which means we're getting the most accurate as possible. So they go to a basement and stuff, which is funny because, Dayton Miller said specifically, one of the primary problems these people have is they're not going to high enough altitude. And if you go to a high enough altitude, you're going to see very clearly that there's a fringe shift and that it increases with altitude, proportionate to altitude. The fact that this has been done in modern times, dude, FE Core 2.0 should be a thing, but with a different name, where people are doing these tests. We should just be doing these tests. We shouldn't be talking about it like what water does on a stovetop. We should be talking about, bro, why is light propagating more effectively in a certain direction? And why are we able to detect linear velocity with interferometry? Why does it change throughout the year? Like, let's iron this out and figure out what's really going on. Because this
How
would be
dare
a key that this would be a key that unlocks all of physics. This isn't just for stationary Earth. This is for all of physics, dude. If there's energy transferred down through the sky with the drift, that changes all of physics. That now we have to re-examine everything. Sounds like a pretty worthy task, yeah.
Hell yeah, that's an awesome idea.
Yeah, because
It's a parlor trick, bro.
Yeah, Toby's getting the ether server going, by the way, and on the tail end of all this is great.
Oh shoot, my mic was muted. Sorry, I wanted to get one in real quick. Yeah, we should definitely try and look into getting interferometry readings like at the equator and in the south, because in my research, all the publicly available stuff that they make, they like make it known that like we're making these correction angles to the device and stuff. It's all northern hemisphere related to aligning with Polaris, so it's all like it all fits a globe and or plane in terms of how you would have to tilt the device and the readings that you would get. We really need to get our own independent readings at the equator and in the south, because if there's discrepancies in that, like it's game over for the globe. And,
yes,
and even
bro.
if it's not, there's still other things that we still need the model. We still need the data to model it out. Otherwise, it's just we're just kind of swinging in the dark with it. And like the division and sorry, you're good. Go ahead.
Well, do you agree it should change even on the plane as you get past the equator? Because that angle of convergence is changing.
Yes. Yeah.
Right,
What happens at the equator is like up for grabs. There's multiple different scenarios depending on how it works and the dimensions of where it is that we actually live in terms of like what would happen at the equator and past it. So yeah, it's really interesting to see, and I look forward to that part of flat Earth.
It's at the equator, bro.
Let me drop this picture. This is the best picture to visualize what we're talking about. To explain why there is a difference that corresponds to latitude on a plane Earth when it comes to these readings. Because it's the dielectric convergent aspect of the magnetic field. So let me find it. Because like Jared and I were talking about doing the pendulum at the equator, we should also try to do this while we're there.
Yeah, you can get like laser or what's it called? What's that thing? 3D printed interferometer stuff for like $600 that's sensitive enough to do the readings that we need.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I found a website. This guy has like a business for it or whatever. He just prints them off. They're about $600.
That's fire, bro.
Yeah, we just start banging this stuff out. Just do a fundraiser, get a couple out, get them printed, shipped off to the relevant people that we trust, and get the readings. Start making moves with the data.
There's the picture. Oh, it's loading. Okay, so you see, like on the right, that's like the energy coming from the sky. So you see, like as you go further out, its angle relative to the center changes. So I mean, this makes perfect sense within our understanding, honestly, and yeah, beyond the equator would be very, very interesting. Honestly, just the equator itself debunks the globe model as well. Like if you're still detecting these effects for the pendulum and the gyros and just interferometry in general, say you did Michelson Morley on a mountain at the equator. Say you did Michelson Morley on a mountain near the equator, right? Like if you're still getting these effects and it's just like consistently changing proportionate to latitude, like the further out you get from the center, then it debunks the globe model like conclusively. It can't do that. It has to flip back around after the equator. It has to stop doing anything at the equator.
All right, start a GoFundMe. I'm gonna find the interferometers. Like we gotta just settle it.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, and we'll fly. We'll literally fly down there and like have like a bunch of people, document the whole thing.
Yeah.
I think Brazil area, like, yeah. I found a place that's pretty cheap to fly to near the equator. Honestly, what you could do is go there for 3-4 days, do a test above the equator, do a test at the equator, do a test below the equator. The pendulum needs to go the opposite way. All right, so it needs to move one way, then it needs to not precess at all, and then it needs to go the other way. For their model, obviously. But like, even in the north, right? Like, if you do these interferometry tests, like the Michelson-Morley, if you do this at different altitudes and get different readings, like, see, they can't explain that away. So, like, what Paid NASA tried to say was, oh, they do the basement because it, like, eliminates variables like vibration. I'm like, wait, are you saying that when you go higher, then there's more vibration? And obviously there's not, right? There's less. So why is there more of an effect when we go higher?
Yeah. It's you really have to do it backwards. Well, you have to do it exactly how they do the experiments now to solidify the narrative that it was truly a null result, right? Where they adjust the arm length, where the sensor's at, the medium of it, putting it in a basement, like literally doing the opposite of what of how you should do it. And even what Galev pointed out, that even certain metal shieldings will affect the readings. So,
which shows like Bob was on the right path, right? Where Bob was like, we're going to take it at different altitudes, the gyro at different altitudes, and he's like, we're going to try to shield it with different like metal coatings. Like Bob was.
Dude, yeah, he was on it.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, dude, peace be upon him, bro.
Yeah, bro. Like, if only out of like motivation to vindicate that, man, it's worth it.
Yeah, it didn't take long at all. Just reading the papers to like start deciphering that, like, oh yeah, there's a huge deception here. It's not even close to what they say and like how it works when you start reading the struggle and the narrative to get a to roll the Sagnac effect into the relativistic framework. Just the struggle that was for them and the different interpretations and all that. And it's like, you could see what an immediate problem it was and how they don't apply Lorentz transformations, uniformly to all interferometry. So when the speed of light does something they don't like, but they can, but they don't have to Lorentz transform it. They're okay with it, as long as they have an explanation for it, being like, rotational effects and stuff like that. But Wang in 2004 took that away from them. So they really have no framework of interpretation. And the only viable framework really is that there's an ether that's facilitating the propagation, and an observer's motion, through the ether is what determines the speed of light. Because in GPS, as we've seen, the speed of light is proportional to the delay in which the observer gets it is proportional to the observer's motion, or his movement. So if in the case of a rotating interferometer, in the math, the rotational speed of it is accounted for. Like these are all first order effects in conjunction with how the ether interacts with the light and the observer. So when they come along with Lorentz contraction and all these second order corrections. It's sad. It's because they're literally just pulling mathematics over the veil, like over reality, and then going, you can't question this. It's if you disagree, you're an idiot and Einstein's a genius. And it's like, it's really obvious when you start looking into it that that what they claim is impossible.
Yeah, like look, it says here in the generalized Sagnac effect by Wang, like experiments were conducted to study light propagation in a light waveguide loop consisting of linearly and circularly moving segments. So it precisely measured both circularly moving and linear movement. We found that any segment of the loop contributes to the total phase difference between two counter-propagating light beams in the loop. The contribution is proportional to a product of the moving velocity and the projection of the segment length, delta L, on the moving direction. It is independent of the type of motion and the refractive index of waveguides. The finding includes the Sagnac effect of rotation as a special case and suggests a new fiber optic sensor for measuring linear motion with nanoscale sensitivity. So it's what it's saying is that like it's not just circular motion, even linear motion is detected with the interferometer.
Yep.
It's just that's game set match, bro.
And on top of that, your boy Wang, his contribution to inertial navigation systems. So those linear things he's talking about, there's an acronym for him. I forget what it is, but his plan was to put those on the inertial navigation system so that they could all be more accurate, because including that linear information, just makes it more accurate. Be right back.
This nanoscale sensitivity linear motion sensor can detect the very small relative motion appearing in an accelerometer, which is important in navigation and seismology. The common design of an accelerometer is a spring mass system. Improving the sensitivity of an accelerometer requires improving the sensitivity of detecting the linear movement of the mass relative to the base. Utilizing a FOLMS to detect the relative motion between the mass and the base will greatly increase the sensitivity of the accelerometer. It can be foreseen that an accelerometer using the FOLMS combined with the fiber optic gyroscope may be beneficial for navigation because both use the same technology and both are very stable optically. It's like the pursuit of like more advanced technology ends up like inadvertently refuting the globe model, which is how you know it's just wrong. It's just wrong. He wasn't trying to debunk heliocentrism. He was just trying to like make a super dope accelerometer.
Yeah, absolutely,
Dude,
man.
it's just so good.
That's the way it seems to go. And then when they find out, this glaring contradiction to to special relativity and general relativity, and how all this stuff lends itself to the globe and all that. When you point that out, like these people suddenly don't want to converse anymore or talk about it because the implications are so glaringly obvious, right? So what Wang showed further is that in a laboratory setting, like an actual rest frame, that the effects still persist, with the conveyor belt, so canceling out any Earth rotation effects. So the ether wind is with respect to a stationary Earth. That's why the first measurement in GPS comes in the ECI frame and all that. It's a frame to measure absolute motion in. And the implication of that is that, we're not spinning and rotating and all that stuff. Because when I emailed Wang to ask him about it, specifically the significance of the ECI and the ECEF reference frame and why there's such a discrepancy of it, and he never got back to me. And that was after he had already talked to me and said that he was willing to talk about stuff. But I figured out that it's the significance of that frame is just it reveals where we truly live. And it's the same mathematics that they use to interpret all the interferometry, where they just apply the sidereal rotation. So they have literal first order measurements, first order effects that correspond to a translation of motion from the sky to a stationary Earth. And then they're like, but no, check this out. If we do a transformation with this equation, we can say that the effects are coming from the Earth relative to a sky that may or may not be moving and or expanding. It's like, all right, man.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's so profound that like it's just so simple. Like if you get closer to the sky, the effect increases.
Yep.
It's just so simple.
Mm.
And dude, by the way, I haven't heard any baller rebut it, dude. All I've heard is like, nah, like the experiment must not exist. I'm like, okay, well, let's say the experiment does exist and that's correct. What's your take? No, just show me the paper. Okay, there's the paper. It's only 3 pages long. You know, like, do you have a take or a rebut? Like nothing, bro. Nothing. But the reason is obvious. There is no way to explain it because the whole way they got out of Michelson-Morley was to claim that the Earth's orbit, which means rotation around a central point, that its orbit is actually a linear path. So it's curved, but it's actually not curved, it's straight. And it's changing direction, but it's actually not changing direction. So the change of direction would be acceleration, but it's not actually changing direction, even though it's going around the sun. So therefore, there's no acceleration. It's just a linear velocity. And that's why the accelerometer can't detect it, because there's no acceleration, right? Like that's their excuse in a really concise way, that the accelerometer can't detect the motion of the Earth around the sun because there's no acceleration, and accelerometers require acceleration to be able to detect it. So it's a linear velocity without acceleration. Okay, so now we've shown in the 21st century that linear velocity can be detected with interferometry. So now what?
I read that paper.
Yeah.
I read that paper, and you
Oh.
misinterpreted that paper.
Yeah.
What?
I read the paper you linked that caused that. What's it? You misread that paper. What they did is they designed a interferometer that could detect linear motion. Not that all, linear motion is detected by interferometer, but it could be. I've yet to see anybody who actually have built such a device. But
Yeah, not
Wait,
only
he
did
did
he
build-
not only did he build it, detect it, do it, show that it's mathematically equivalent. He did all that. So like I don't know how you.
That's
you're-
just NASA show. I wouldn't.
Oh,
I wouldn't worry.
is this a do not engager? Is that,
For me? Definitely.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
yeah,
but let me
let's go
ask.
ahead.
Okay, before we
I
do that, let me
actually
ask.
read the
Let me ask
paper.
you a question on NASA. NASA, let me ask you a question. So, are you saying that if we do have this type of interferometer, that it will be able to detect the Earth's orbit?
it appears so. I mean, they had the theory that said so. They built a test device, but that doesn't mean that that interferometers all detect linear motion. It means that it can be detected. You understand the difference between can and do?
Okay. So here's my question. So if we take one of these interferometers that detect linear velocity and it doesn't detect the Earth's orbit, then that would debunk the claim the Earth is orbiting around the sun, right?
Do it and give me the data. Then we'll talk about it. I don't play.
But I'm
theoretical.
asking you, if we do it,
I don't play hypotheticals with you. What's it?
see, that's what I'm saying. Like you can't even. You
I
just
don't
admitted
play
that it should.
hypotheticals with you. What's it? You
Okay,
take
disengaging.
hypotheticals wrong.
Yeah. Good
Yeah.
question.
Whenever we
Yeah.
play a hypothetical
Yeah.
game with you,
So
say,
anyway,
"Oh,
he
look,
did all that, and he also patented some stuff too. You can look up Wang's patent for his one-way speed of light thing as well. So,
Yeah, I mean, obviously the conclusion is if it can detect linear velocity, that means it should be able to detect the Earth's orbit, which means if we then implement it and it doesn't detect the Earth's orbit, which by the way, this test itself shows that that's not the case because it's on the Earth that's supposedly orbiting. So like, you don't even need another test. This test is done on the Earth. This is what I thought when I read through it. I'm like, wait a minute, how did he not put together that if you're detecting linear velocity in this test, there should be an additional linear velocity taking place, right? And it's the Earth's orbit. So based on the orientation of your test and the time of year, you should be having an additional linear velocity contributing to your reading. But they showed that it was very precisely the amount of linear velocity they introduced. Therefore, that test itself debunked the claim the Earth orbits.
that was not in the paper. What's it? That's not a conclusion. If you want to do that experiment, please do it. Publish it and let me know how it goes. Until that time, please shut the fuck up.
No, thank you. But dude, what do you
You're
think
just
about
making
it?
shit
Like,
up. What's it?
no, you're not
You're saying
responding
that this-
specifically. You're getting really emotional. It's kind of irrelevant. But like Alan and what do you think about that? Like, because like if it's detecting linear velocity, if the Earth's actually orbiting with linear velocity, that means that test itself since the interferometer is capable of detecting linear velocity, it should have been affected by the Earth's orbit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, it absolutely should have been. And actually, Ron Hatch points out in his book on some further notes on the Sagnac effect that that the Thomas precession, which has something to do with how fast an electron rotates around an atom or something like that. But anyway, what they did for that to explain it was length contraction, and it's the same exact explanation that would have that they would have to use for the sun, or I mean, I'm sorry, for the Earth's motion around the sun for Michelson-Morley, but they don't use that, and they don't use it for accounting for the Sagnac effect or Michelson-Gale, which is, they're all the same experiment. So to apply that for Thomson precession, the Lorentz contraction and stuff like that for the Thomas precession, and then not to apply it for Sagnac and Michelson-Gale is like, it's insane. And if the Thomas precession were truly the explanation to that and length contraction and all that for Michelson-Morley, then you'd have to apply it to the other two experiments, and then you would also have to apply that in GPS technology, because the Earth is going to be rotating into its orbital velocity, and those two motions being linear will be added together. And because the speed of light is proportional to the velocity of the observer, and if you're going to say that the Sagnac effect is due to Earth rotation, well, guess what, dog? You implicitly have to include the Earth's orbital velocity in that when the Earth is spinning into its rotation. And what's his name? Ron Hatch says that in his 30 plus years of light industries, he's had to calculate for I think the sidereal rotation. So yeah, they've just done like a mathematic trick and then just hope nobody calls them out on it. It's an inviolable framework that's overlaid on top of the viable framework, which is the ether framework, right? Because that's the only thing that explains all these effects, all these quantum particles that they keep saying that they find and all that stuff. All of those have a common denominator because they can change into one another under different conditions. They all come from the same source, is the implication. There's an etheric, background medium, but main science is focused on the medical descriptions of the phenomenon rather than what is the phenomenon and like what's the mechanism for it and stuff. So they get lost in the sauce with the eloquent descriptions of what's going on rather than what it is. And that's how they keep it hidden. That's what's causing the stagnation, and that's why we're on the precipice. When this finally blows, we're going to be on the precipice of like another technological and physics revolution that'll last for a while, and then it'll go through the same thing where it'll get caught in the same dogmatic stuff, and people in the future will be having the same conversations about the same exact thing that we're doing now about a new framework.
To clarify, we're all in agreement that this test itself should have detected the Earth's orbit. Like, as in, the Earth's orbit should have affected the readings, because it's on the Earth that's orbiting. So if it's detecting linear velocity, it would be affected by the additional linear velocity of the entire Earth. Right?
Yep.
So he literally inadvertently debunks the claim the Earth orbits the Sun, because he showed it detects linear velocity, but it was the very precise amount that they knew they were moving the little, whatever it's called, the mini treadmill.
Yep. Yeah, dog. That's why he didn't email me back, man. Probably, I think, because the implication is just, it's so glaringly obvious.
Dude, he knows not to engage with that, right? As soon as you are like stationary reference frame, he's like, nope. I thought we're going to talk about stuff that I can nope, I'm out.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious what's going on with it. So,
dude, I'm bringing this up to all the physicists I get on in the field. Dude, when I get to Florida, I'm setting up my new office, and then I'm like putting together a team of people to reach out to physicists for me, and like Kai's even going to do it, like as a secretary type of thing. And bro, I'm asking them all about this, bro. I want them all to, because see, like, people like that, dude, they're not gonna, they understand that you engage with ideas intellectually, like, oh, well, if that were the case, then this would be what it means, right? And like, bro, I don't even know what they will do with this. I don't think that, like, I think it's gonna get progressively more difficult for me to get these experts on the show. You said that what's his name wants to come on. I'm going to ask him about this.
Oh yeah, did you email? Did you find his email?
No.
Or I could just give you his email and you can hit him up because he said that he was willing to do it. Just have Kai send it or something. Because yeah, actually, I asked him about the generalized Sagnac effect stuff, and he got back to me. He was like, "Yeah, give me." He was like, "I'll read it." He got back to me a couple days later, and you know what he said, bro? He was in such a state of like denial and disillusion that he was like, "Yeah, I think Wang was just like showing a mathematical like trick, you know, like he was like, hey, look at this fun math trick I showed, showing that the linear equation derives the circular effect." You know, for Sagnac, showing that they're mathematically equivalent and that the distinction has nothing to do with rotation. It's just the length of the device and the velocity, its motion or whatever. So anyway,
What?
yeah. So anyway, he goes, yeah, Wang was just like showing that was like a mathematical trick. And this guy is an aerospace engineer, knows all the flat Earth arguments, and all this, like knows the significance of this, right? And then tried to downplay it, you know, in that regard. And then that made me go, okay, well, it's just a prank, huh? Well, let's see. So then I looked up all of Wang's work, and that's what turned me on to like all the other stuff, and then like further analyzing it and breaking it down. And it's like, nah, dude, your boy didn't just do a fun math prank. That he completely falsified relativity, the globe model, like all the like everything, dog. Like, you know, and to try and chalk it up to is just a fun math prank is like, oh man. I knew that it was really bad because he's usually pretty honest with stuff if it can go either way. But if it's like a super one-sided thing, he'll cog this out. And that's exactly what he did. Dog. Fun math prank.
He completely falsified relativity and what else?
I just think this is funny, bro. Like, this is the list is becoming so long of things that they can't even respond to.
Did I hear Alan just claim that Wang falsified relativity and Earth? I missed part of it. But if he did, why isn't he like more famous? Why haven't we heard about this?
That's a good question.
Yeah, the answer is
Go
he
ask
didn't. That's why.
But I asked you a specific question. I said if this detects linear velocity, then it would be able to detect the Earth's orbit, right? You said yes. So then I said okay. So then if it didn't, that would mean that it falsifies the Earth's orbit, right? And then you just told me to STFU. You told me to STFU, and then yeah, because you can't respond. And then my follow up, my follow up now is if the Earth is orbiting around the sun and it has a linear velocity, then whenever they did this test on the Earth, wouldn't it be picking up the linear velocity of the Earth? And that's the question. You don't seem to be able to answer.
I did not see that claim in the paper you referenced, but if then is a nice thing. Why don't you actually do the experiment and tell me?
Is the Earth orbiting around the sun?
Yes.
Does it have a linear velocity?
Tangential, yes.
It's linear.
Well, tangential. It's actually circular, but okay.
Oh, so wait, the Earth's orbit, it's changing direction?
It's slightly elliptical, yeah.
So if it's changing direction, then it's accelerating.
It's in free fall, so no, not really.
But wait, doesn't change of direction mean acceleration?
It's in free fall, so no, not really.
Does change of direction mean acceleration?
It's in free fall orbit, so you understand this?
You
understand there's a tower in Germany. We talked about this. Where
Stop
they
changing the
fire it up
subject.
and then changes direction and comes back down, and it's in free fall the entire time.
Hey, did you know that free fall is linear?
Again, did I just say something that the orbit is free fall? But okay, no, I guess not.
Okay, so here's the deal. They claim that the Earth's orbit is linear velocity. Okay.
Who's they?
Your model.
Oh, where? It's in free fall though. It's in.
He just admitted that something free falling is not accelerating the Earth. He literally just.
He literally just said it.
Do you understand what a free fall orbit is?
Yeah, I do. But are you okay that things are not accelerating to the ground? You okay with that? Things in free fall are not accelerating to the ground too.
That's a different acceleration.
This is when you pin them down. They have. No, you can't do that.
The fact that you're attracted to the Earth has nothing to do with it being in a free fall around the sun. But okay.
Okay, there's a screenshot right. There's a screenshot right there. You know, you're being heretical right now. You're denying your own model, so it's kind of holding the conversation back.
Richard,
So
I want to know if this guy just disproved the fact that the whole heliocentric model, if he disproved 400 or 500 years of science by one simple making of a linear test here, why haven't we heard about it? Why isn't he like famous?
There's
How
no
come?
science to prove it. What are you talking about? Disprove it. You got to prove
wait
something.
up,
There's something called a linear interferometer, bro. What are you talking
wait
about?
up. Brian, you can't take their bait though, right? I mean, it's just like a bait thing. Like the question was, is the Earth's orbit a linear velocity, bro? So I just now dropped the screenshot. Clearly, they claim that the Earth's orbit is a linear speed.
I did not see that in that paper though, so I guess.
Well, no. Can we just answer the question? Is the Earth's orbit a linear speed?
You haven't answered my question of how come we haven't heard about this guy if he's proved all the things you say he proved.
We have heard of him. We're literally sitting here discussing him right now.
Also, but I mean, why isn't he like getting the Nobel Prize for this? I mean,
answer the question,
well,
dude. That's the reason that this server exists. That's the reason this server exists, is so we can find out some of these things that aren't accepted by the mainstream academia and figure out why.
Brother, you're really loud.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, can you just
Yeah,
answer the instead of obfuscating Paid Chill, could you actually respond to the
I mean, what's obfuscating?
okay, instead of all right, and then also instead of interrupting me, please don't interrupt. And then I'm just asking, did you want to actually respond to it?
Witsit is doing the same thing, so I'll just obfuscate back.
Great, productive. I'm glad we engaged with you.
Yeah, let's move on then.
Oh, he keeps on saying if-then statements, and I won't play his theoretical games. Show me the data, then we'll come back.
Yo, you should cry harder, dude.
Show me
Might
the
help
data.
your case.
That's how it
Anyway,
works. That's how science works.
So
Show
yeah,
me the
dude,
data.
those instruments are so sensitive; they should absolutely detect Earth's orbital velocity. But it's strange that after the Michelson-Morley, and they had to invent, all theories and branches of physics to say that they actually did detect it, no one else has ever been able to detect it. So it's interesting.
Yeah, only through second order corrections to first order measurements, boys.
which is
it only exists in your mind.
That's the big one, man. That's like the kicker and the clincher.
Yep.
Is the Earth's orbit a linear speed?
Yes. Oh wait, you're talking
Seems
about that.
like a simple. It's like a simple question.
Is it a trap? Wait, should I answer?
I mean, I heard some serious cognitive dissonance expressed because I definitely heard the opposite argument from the same person.
I'll answer for him. Yes, Witsit. It's a linear speed, fine. Okay, but why isn't he getting the Nobel Prize?
Yeah, if this guy proved, you guys say he proved, we would all know about him. You'd be getting the Nobel Prize. The answer is he didn't prove what you say he proved. So
Wait, let's not get ahead of ourselves. So it's just like, I'll just have a conversation. So, is the Earth's orbit a linear speed, bro? Is that your tactic to just literally not respond?
Fucking donkey talk, bro. Donkey talk. Answer the question, Paid.
How about this? We won't debate NASA Paid Chill's version of the Earth. We'll just debate the mainstream globe model. Okay. They say that
of it. You mean got it?
So you're saying it doesn't have a linear speed, and I'm misinterpreting it.
I mean, I think his silence is saying an awful lot.
Yeah, that's all we need is his silence confirming.
Yeah, I know my silence. Yeah, go ahead. Take what I don't say, and argue. Say that I said what I didn't say because I didn't say it. Therefore,
Why? Can you explain why you're silent to that question? Can't you just answer?
Or just answer the question, or better yet, just answer the question, yes or no.
I don't have to answer your yes or no questions.
You guys are masochists, I swear.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's stop it. He's not worth it. He's just here to obfuscate.
I mean, that's the litmus test. If he can't answer the question, then what's the point?
Yeah, there's Vanderbilt Astronomy Department.
Answer them. Why?
That's what's
how
up.
come I can answer your questions, but you can't answer any of mine?
Here's the Vanderbilt.
Proceed forward.
Brian's so easy to bait, I guess.
No,
We love
Yeah,
you, Brian.
yeah. Let's stop. He's just gonna his question is why didn't they get the Nobel Prize? Like we're supposed to know, like exactly why that wouldn't have. Well, obviously because they're not wanting to acknowledge certain things, just like you're not wanting to acknowledge the question of the Earth being a linear speed, which is actually what your side says it is.
Well,
So
according to
The
you,
ironic
this
thing
this
is, he
lang-
screwed
this
either
guy
way.
in the paper that Witsit said has disproven general relativity, special relativity, the Earth movement, the heliocentric model, and a bunch of other things. And I read the paper, and it made no such thing. He designed a machine that could perhaps be a horizontal infitometer.
what?
I just
He, I don't think he can say the word correctly, even.
yeah, I know I have problems with it. Really do.
Could perhaps what?
All right. Anyway, bro. So there, I just dropped the Vanderbilt Astrophysics Department. There's the screenshot, right? The linear speed of the Earth and its orbital movement around the Sun is 525,600 minutes or whatever. So we have a claim that the Earth's orbit around the Sun is linear, and this has to be the claim because Michelson-Morley didn't detect it, right? So anyway, so if we have a constant, it's constant even though it changes, and it's linear even though it's curving. Okay, and it's not changing direction even though it's changing direction. Okay, so if we're doing a test on the Earth that is orbiting the Sun with a linear speed, and then this interferometer is provably detecting linear motion, that means that the linear motion of the Earth orbiting the Sun should have affected the results. It should have also been detected based on the specific direction the Earth is allegedly orbiting at that time of the year. So based on the orientation of the test, right, you would have actually had effects of the... In fact, you could have rotated the test around and got different results as you did that relative to the orbit. So if there's a linear speed of the Earth, and this interferometer is detecting linear velocity, that means it should have detected the Earth's orbit. It's very simple. It didn't, so therefore the Earth's not orbiting the Sun.
I didn't see that claim in that paper, though. Funny.
That's irrelevant.
Oh, it's irrelevant that you were claiming that he detected something he didn't say he detected. Got it.
No, I didn't say he detected something. I said he detected linear speed. He did say he detected that. What are you talking about?
I didn't see any claim that he debunked heliocentrism, though.
Oh, okay. So can you just address the point, though?
I'm telling you, I looked at his paper. I saw nothing that said anything about heliocentrism.
That's right. He wasn't even discussing the Earth's orbit at all. So
Amazing.
that's not the point.
So how come you say that he disproved the Earth's orbit when he made no such claim?
Because I'm not appealing to his authority. I don't need someone else to say something. It's irrelevant. We're talking about the implications of the physical test, which is if it was detecting linear motion, it should have detected the supposed linear speed of the Earth orbiting the Sun.
Again, why don't you do that experiment and get back to me with the data?
Why? It's just going to show me the same thing his experiment showed.
Did you do his experiment? But he didn't make the claim you're claiming he claimed. Do you understand that?
I didn't claim he claimed it, though.
I know, but you're saying that, hey, this test should have, and so how come he didn't say that?
Just tap out, dude.
Yeah, he's saying it's an intended result of the actual device.
Well, do you understand?
It's a resultant effect that would be there. It doesn't really matter whether he claimed that or not.
Do you
It has to
understand
do with
that
the actual technicality of the device.
Do you understand that if this guy could falsify heliocentrism, he would have done so? I mean, for fuck's sake, can you imagine someone, hey, look, this guy has proof. We've been wrong for 500 years. You don't think that he would actually have done that?
Hey, pay NASA show. Let me ask you a question.
Can you explain to us how he didn't refute the Earth's orbit? Your response can't just be he didn't say it. How did he not? How did he? The data says that he refuted heliocentrism.
No, it doesn't. It said nothing about heliocentrism anywhere in the data.
It doesn't have to. It says that it detects linear velocity. Supposedly, the Earth has a linear speed around the Sun, so then it should have detected it.
Should, maybe. Okay.
Okay.
Well, why would
let
it
me
not?
just ask, Here's a thought experiment, though. Just consider this. Like, okay, let's say that it actually does refute heliocentrism, but the guy couldn't get the paper published or even progress any further if he said that directly. Would you think there's a problem if that were the case?
If he would have had proof, evidence, if you will, that the Earth was not rotating around the sun, he would shout that from the rooftops because this would
Well,
be the first measurable
No,
proof
he
of that.
wouldn't do it.
no.
Yes,
Here's,
No,
wait,
he
hold on,
would
wait.
not.
Here's the question. Let me
scientists work.
hold on, Brian.
Think
Let me
that.
rephrase the question. If academia isn't allowing people to say heliocentrism is being debunked as a rule, right? Even though it is by the results, would you think there's a problem if that was the case?
If. Again, if. You guys always talk in ifs.
Okay, yeah,
If,
I'm saying if. You
No,
would agree there's a
saying
problem there, right?
they're playing
That they shouldn't be
hypotheticals.
just negating it based on their assumption and keeping a paradigm alive, right? They shouldn't do that.
How about
You
this?
agree that if it actually is showing the results that heliocentrism doesn't work, then that should be actually accepted and published and looked at by all of academia openly and objectively, right? You would agree?
How about this? If you have data that disproves 500 years of science and it's irrefutable, you think you'd sit on it?
Well, that's the problem that I'm pointing out is there's a block going on, and that's what we're trying to show you, and you're acting like, oh, there's no block. There's no block. It's obviously they're telling us the truth about everything, and that's just not productive because it doesn't seem to be the case, and you're not even open to that idea.
So wait a minute. So who got to him? The Illuminati or the Knights Templar or what?
Straw man it all you want, man. We're looking at results of the test, and we're also talking about the idea that these are taboo topics, and there's taboo things that you just can't say, and that's why this server exists. Did you come here to say, oh, you guys should just Wikipedia everything, and then you'll learn? I mean, that's not productive, and it's obviously not fruitful, and obviously not the case. So
But that's his
I don't
whole
know what you're
shtick.
doing
That's
here.
why people keep engaging him.
Yeah, let's stop.
Yeah, I know.
Continue on with the better part of the conversation,
You guys
please.
want to come up with this big fancy?
I don't even remember where we left off at.
If you're not gonna add to the conversation, NASA, can you just mute, please?
Yeah, please shut up. You're telling us truth. We don't want to hear the truth. We want to make.
No, that's ridiculous. You know, obviously that's not the case. You're just saying,
you've
obviously it's the way they said.
Stop. Hey, all he does is antagonizes. If he's gonna antagonize, we just need to stop.
Yeah, exactly. Like I mean, he's just very well equipped.
There, he's antagonizing again.
Yeah, I'm gonna temporarily mute him so we can get on with a little more productive. You're temporarily muted, NASA.
Just ignore him.
Okay. Well, he's just gonna keep
It's
butting
too
in.
hard. Well, it's too hard for everyone else to ignore it, it seems. So that's probably the best.
Like I think that it's good to use certain engagement to like make the point, but I mean, if someone's not cooperating with like the standard way that conversations work, I mean, then it's not useful. So anyway, so I find this very interesting, man, to be honest, because obviously the whole linear velocity claim is just ridiculous anyway. The fact they ever even claim that the Earth is orbiting around the sun, but it's actually not going around it, is ridiculous, right? And so you can debunk that, where they claim it's an elliptical orbit, it slows down and it speeds up, but it has no acceleration, it has no change, it's constant, but it's changing speed, and it's changing direction, but it's not changing direction, and what? None of that makes any sense. Let's pretend
Yeah,
it
and
makes sense.
they're going to say gravity is a free fall, is an action to the ground, but then when something's in free fall, it's not accelerating. Like, it's just a whole bunch of contradictions, man.
I was genuinely curious. I would love to hear an explanation like, oh, well, it didn't detect the linear velocity of the Earth because blank. Like, I'm genuinely curious because there may be something that I'm overlooking here.
Yeah. Well, to explain that, in the 90s, I think it was, early 2000s.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, you're good. In the early 2000s or late 90s, someone proposed that there was a local ether that was stuck to the Earth, and because the Earth was rotating through that, that's what was affecting the interferometry, and we couldn't measure the orbital velocity because that's the vacuum part. Like, dog, it's so crazy. The people that actually know that this is a big problem, like the things that they'll try and do to justify it. They're like, maybe it's a local ether that only is special. It's like, nah, dude. It's
Yeah, but
definitely not.
wait. So then, how do you explain Mickelson Gil Pearson though?
You can't. And who added stationary to the the absolute motion of the Earth through the motionless ether? Who added motionless? Like, if you're going to say it's moving through the ether, that's like saying something's moving through the air. Like, does it got to be the motionless air? If we're measuring it, then we got to measure it whether the air is moving or not, and make the distinguish. We got to distinguish what's happening, and it's obvious, bro. Peyton S. Schill is just like a blockhead. What if the Nobel Prize Committee just refused to answer the question? What are you talking about? Nobel Prize? Like, they're blockheads like you. You won't even answer a simple question: is the Earth accelerating around the sun? You won't answer it because you're trapped either way.
Hey, I temporarily muted him because he's not adding to the conversation. So let's not try to bait him and then have him be muted, because otherwise then I have to take him off mute and have him in the conversation again.
Yeah, well, what we should actually do is, can we just stay on the subject that's being discussed? So,
Yeah.
He's proposing the idea that some people have stated, like, well, what if the ether moves with the Earth? Like, it's this personal, localized ether that moves with the Earth.
Right. No, but the way that this guy was saying it, though, the Earth would be like rotating through it somehow. Like, it's obviously it's retarded, but this is just something that he tried to come up with to explain it. So like Mickelson Gale would still be explainable through this guy's interpretation or whatever. But yeah, what they tried to do to account for the fact that they don't have to account for the orbital velocity and even GPS, because like I said, they would have to, because the speed of light is dependent on the velocity of the observer. And that's a first order effect. And like that guy's like, why don't we have to account for this? It doesn't make any sense. So
So the idea is that there's a local ether that's moving with the Earth around the sun, but that there's not ether anywhere else. There's just like a local ether.
That's what they did. Makes it stationary to our reference frame. If it's moving with the Earth, then that's what they claimed, and why they're able to call it stationary in our reference frame.
Well, I don't know about like what Brian's talking about, but this is what this dude said in the 90s about GPS. It was published at a GPS conference, like his paper in regards to that. But yeah, so why they did it back in the day though? So it was to be complementary to the Copernican principle or whatever, to the model that the Earth is orbiting the sun. So they had to have something to gauge the speed against. So there was a twofold experiment. But obviously now the way that it turned out, they make sure to tell us that it disproved the stationary ether and and all that.
It's ridiculous, dude. If I'm doing any test to test motion, and then I'm going to add extra freaking adjective to the experiment, it's like I'm going to measure of this bullet through the stationary air.
Right.
Dude, that's bullshit, dude.
Yeah.
You measure the bullet relative to anything else,
Yep.
and
it's to set up a straw man.
If something's moving, it's a straw man. If something's moving, then they act like just abolish it. So the bullet's moving through the air, but this dog's running next to it. So abolish the dog.
Yeah, for people unfamiliar to the work you've done, Alan, I don't know if you want to try to maybe just quickly explain it all about how they're trying to attribute this preferred direction of light to the rotation with corrections after the fact. Or maybe just I'll post your stuff about that.
Yeah,
everyone should check out Alan's channel for sure.
Real quick, does, and I want to hear it too, Alan. He does great work. But what I mean is that if motion's relative, then you can't put anything fucking stationary to compare it to. If motion is relative the way it's described, then it's relative. It's a relative to everything else except the fucking ether. That is such horseshit. It is literally a straw man. But yeah, go ahead, Alan. Indulge us, brother.
Yeah. So what did you want me to do, Dave? Just kind of recap the ether effects and the second order corrections and all that. Dave.
I'm not asking you to do anything. You know, I mean, if it doesn't, I just thought that a lot of people might not be familiar with what you've been talking about. Yeah, if you can, though, that'd be great. That's something that people would get stuck on.
Okay, all right. So in GPS, let's just stick with that for a second. They take an initial measurement, the time and the coordinates of when the signal was sent, and the time it takes for the electromagnetic wave to propagate to the receiver, right? So they take a snapshot of the coordinates when it was sent and the time it takes for it to be received, and then where that guy's at. Yeah. So this is a direct first order measurement. It requires no corrections, no assumptions. They use a range measurement equation that I'll pull that up real quick so you can have a reference to it. But yeah, there's no relativistic effects in it or anything like that. And what it shows is that electromagnetic propagation going east and west, it's faster going east and it's slower going west. And now obviously there's a relationship with the sidereal rotation of the sky. The way that they try to explain that in GPS is they say that, well, the Earth's rotating and therefore it's a rotation effect in a different spot. But if that were true, they would have to apply, length contraction and time dilation, because GPS being a time interval system, the measurement being derived from C and it's being synced to the same time, GPS time, all the atomic clocks are synced. The distance derived in the initial reference frame that it's measured in, the ECI reference frame, the distance should be an invariant transformation to any coordinate system, meaning when they apply that to the coordinate system that they say that we live on, the ECEF reference frame, which is the rotating glob, they say, when they transfer that first distance, it should be invariant because it's already calculated. It's based on the speed of light and what's it called? Can't remember the other thing. It's based on, I don't even remember what I was saying. I just lost my
absolute reference frame.
Whole train of thought.
An absolute reference frame with an invariant speed of light.
Oh yeah. So that speed of light should be invariant under transformation. And when they transform it, it shows that there's a discrepancy. So they have to recorrect what they said that they already accounted for, in the first measurement. So then they apply length contraction, time dilation, and all these things all on the back end of it to a first order measurement that shows that there's a variance in seed in a preferred direction. So that's in terms of GPS and the coordinate system transformations and all that. Now, when you get into the interferometry and stuff, that's also showing a preferred direction. And the way that they, someone's echoing me. I think it's you, Dave. Actually, the way that they try to say interferometry, how Whitsitt was just saying, like, it's linear motion, blah blah blah. I can't detect it, and all this stuff. And all that's like, fine and dandy. And the Sagnac effect was co-opted into an angular rotation effect. It was described through general relativity, saying that the energy of the rotation of the device creates pockets of time dilation and length contraction. So like that's how they wrapped it up through the equivalence principle. And that backwards compatibility relationship made it viable, as an effect, showing a discrepancy in the speed of light, but it was due to second order corrections like in Michelson-Morley, right? But in the case of GPS, it still shows the variance with no corrections. And then when they transform it, they have to correct it again, which makes it a second order correction. So their interpretation of why heliocentrism is valid is based on ad hoc secondary corrections to conform a coordinate system to a speed of light in a reference frame that's shown to vary and have a dependency on the velocity of the observer, making the dependency of the delay a first order effect. So the difference here being when you're applying these second order corrections, you're not really explaining what's going on. You're just kind of like, making up a new framework to interpret it. And that's what length contraction, or I'm sorry, that's what special relativity and its postulates are all about. It's about getting you to accept this new coordinate system under the guise that all reference frames are equal and that there's no preferred one, and that all and secondly that the speed of light is the same in all reference frames. So you can apply length contraction and time dilation to contract all the axes of the other reference frames to meet the speed of light. It's completely unfalsifiable in that regard. And then there's actually a couple other postulates that are implied due to these, but they aren't stated as actual postulates. But if you guys have ever heard of the principle of covariance, the principle of, what is it? the principle of simultaneity and all that, which GPS, by the way, explicitly works off violating the principle of global simultaneity. But yeah, it gets the postulates give a lot of leadway to making an unfalsifiable framework, even though it's already been falsified. So with the effects of interferometry, it's starting from 1887, actually starting from Airy's failure with what Brian was saying earlier, how if light was a particle and all that, because that body bagged their original theory on it, and then they still had problems explaining it as a wave because still no correction was needed to the telescope angle. Yeah, so they and even Michelson, if you read Michelson's first paper, I think it is, he has like a little excerpt in the abstract, and he talks about Airy's failure and the problems that it presented for the stationary ether theory and for the eudalitary theory that they were coming up with about,
Can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and when they're talking about these transforms, okay, so they come up with the transform that basically gives you the same answer. When he says that it's unfalsifiable, it gives you the same answer as if that the reference frame is just stationary. In other words, they literally come up with this transform to put the reference frame in motion, i.e., the Earth, to give you the same answer. So if you're just going to do the math and measure the actual, what you're measuring, the actual measurement, then you're not going to be able to distinguish. When you apply the transform, you're going to get the same answer. So it's literally a mathematical trick, for lack of better terms.
Yep. So to complement what you were just saying, Brian, I linked the Lorentz transformation equation. So the corrections show up in the axis relevant to the direction of motion, the x-axis and the time axis, the two axes that would need to conform symmetrically to produce covariant transformations to the speed of light if the speed of light were truly the same. So that's exactly what they did. This is just a system to conform anything to the speed of light with second order corrections. So when you see in the bottom part, section 1, where it has that weird symbol, I can't remember what that is off the top of my head, but it's a Roman symbol equals epsilon equals gamma, and then x minus vt and stuff. So that's the correction for the x-axis, and then the small t is your time axis. And the let's see, what's your education? Got my high school GED, brother. Is that guy? Or I don't think he's in the chat, but yeah. So yeah, that's what they do with it. These are second order corrections, and you have as much leadway with these as you want. So in Michelson-Morley, they said that the length contraction applied ad hoc is verification of the Earth's orbit around the sun. Well, if you actually apply some different corrections, you can actually say that it's measuring the sun's orbit around the center of the galaxy. Like, you can do whatever you want with these corrections. It's completely insane when you get into that territory of believing in the mythology of covariance.
So if the Earth's stationary, you're going to get the same measurements regardless. Moving, you apply the transforms, and you get basically the realistic, real world results. And you just came up with a mathematical way to describe the null result. Just to sum it all up, you've just described the null result while keeping the Earth in motion.
But the null result wasn't a null result, though. Make sure to point that out.
And
Wasn't it?
Yep, and that's the bread. That's the crumbs right there. That's where we picked up and looked into this, man. And they're screwed. No matter what way they go, they're screwed. No matter how Page would have answered that, whether the Earth's accelerating around the sun or not, he won't answer it because I'm going to chop his legs off no matter what he answers, and he knows that. So he just won't answer it.
Yeah, please don't just keep bringing him up and baiting him back into the conversation.
God damn it,
dude. Please. Awesome job, though, Alan. Can you test to see if I'm still making you echo? I think I still had my
testing 1 2. Speaking while Dave's speaking. Yeah, you're good. Bro. Continue.
Good. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for summing that up. I didn't want to put you on the spot, but you did awesome.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm not trying to talk. I just never did hear an answer.
Who cares about Page? Who cares about Page? Please don't keep doing it. Please. It
Don't say
doesn't
that he
help the
didn't answer
conversation
something.
at all for him to come in here and go, yeah. Let's not, okay?
Well,
It's a
so
good
what was his
invitation.
answer? So
Dude,
can I not
stop
quote
with it, Brian.
Mickelson?
We don't want his
Hold on,
answer. We
hold
don't care about his answer. It's just going to be
on.
the
I
same
got it, bro.
shit,
I
okay?
got it.
Please.
Calm down. Please calm down.
Stop.
I got it. I'm just asking, can we quote Mickelson since Michelson's not here? I was just quoting what I heard. I'm not saying nothing bad about the guy. I just want to know what are the parameters of who I can quote. They're not here.
What do you mean, quote? Who cares about quoting anybody that's on that? I mean, that's not going to even listen to reason or be open to possibilities of the mainstream not telling us the truth.
Right. I didn't say nothing about anything about paid demand.
Okay, let's not then.
I was just quoting his
So
response.
what was your question? Could you reiterate your question was it a question you had for Alan about this stuff, or kind of sounded like a statement? You were just kind of reifying what he was saying a little bit, like as far as the readings and stuff go. It's more interesting to talk about like the results of these things that are not, mainstream oriented, reifying that whole idea. But hey, Andy, do you have any questions? Andy's here. He always has good questions. Anybody else on the panel that's like not clear with some of this stuff or hasn't looked at Alan's channel yet to see that these results are kind of damning to the whole idea that we're going around the sun?
I think everyone should watch it like 3 or 4 times, like I did.
I might need to watch it 12 times.
Yeah, it's a lot of info.
But I enjoyed co-shows back and forth with Alan. I thought that was quite interesting.
I thought that he was just trying to grasp for straws and say something without actually having an answer.
Yeah, it's like I have to say something, so here's something, but it doesn't. It's like
exactly
a
that
type thing.
Koso's not here, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, well, yeah, Andy, that's your fault. But Andy, any isn't that interesting? I mean, I don't want to go back into the whole topic of like just ignoring the ether topic, as far as flat Earth discussion goes. But that's just like it's appalling that this could be just off the table for discussion. And there's so many things. It feels like as far as having a quote unquote model or getting further in this conversation, it's limited on one side, and then this side is actually like trying to look at some of these things that are actually, now on our side: interferometry, GPS. What do we else? They tried to own the Sagnac effect. They tried to own Aries failure. I mean, all these things from the very start, they were trying to use as propping up their side of the conversation. When actually it turns out, of course, that it reifies that we're on a stationary plane like it seems. Wow, no way.
Dude.
Amazing. You mean it's like it seems?
Imagine how sad it is. There's a whole branch of flat earthers who don't even consider this as a rational answer, even though it unlocks many of the things, refutes the model, destroys the speed of light, and destroys the pin clip that holds the whole heliocentric nonsensical thing together. They don't even want to entertain it. For why?
Right, that's unfortunate. It really is. And not to say that anyone needs to jump on board with, I believe in the ether. That's how they see it. Like, oh, if I don't say I believe in the ether, these guys are saying I can't participate. No, it's not about believing in the ether. It's about what are these tests actually showing? What are some of these viable alternative, explanations that people have considered and now are completely, throwing out the window, it seems, on one side for very good reason. And now we have flat earthers throwing it out throwing out the window for no good reason, which just doesn't make any sense. But not to get into any of the drama of that, but it's exciting, without the limited conversation. I'm glad I'm in talking with you guys about this. And, I feel fortunate to have Alan's participation in his research, and Shane did a great presentation on the circular the Southern Stars. If anyone, I'll link that. Everyone should check that out. Viable alternative to the Southern Stars, which is interesting thing in itself, regardless of what you think about it. Definitely check that presentation out. Stuff that Witsit does is epic. And for people saying don't listen to them or you're not going to be a part of this server anymore, I'm just flabbergasted by that idea that there should be those kind of lines drawn.
Yeah, man. It's best to be open and collaborative and work together and build each other up, not be slamming doors and shutting down things and telling you can't grow and be intellectually challenged. You have to repeat the same dogmatic thing about lack of curvature. You can't be here. It's like, well,
right?
that's not how the movement goes forward together. That's for sure. For the people claiming to be doing that, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's all about truth. And if you have to speculate to get there, fine, speculate. Call it speculation. Call it viable alternatives. Don't say you're believing in something new and you don't have to believe anything new.
Don't you
just
have to speculate?
look at what the results are and try to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, these experiments have already been done, so if we roll them out to their logical, consequences, then that's the whole point in all this. Just apply logic to and hold them accountable for their claims. That's what we're doing, man. Collectively, I love it.
Dude, I remember when Whitsitt first brought it up way back on his presentation. He's like, it's not provable. I think he said it's like a fundamental framework through which to view reality, and that's kind of what I've been going with so far. It's an opponent and an antithetical to atomism, right? Another fundamental framework from which to view the phenomenon of reality. But now, after everything that Alan's done, I went from, it's a thing that I accept that is an energetic background through which we perceive things that has to be there. But now it's like, I'll never be able to prove it to anyone. Unfortunately, it's like, well, actually, it's the most proven, most researched, most well-documented phenomenon that's ever been scientifically investigated. So it's quite a switch.
And covered up.
Right, heavily covered up, and the historicity of it is mightily suspicious as well.
Like, to the point that it's like the whole world is kind of like revolves around the cover up. Or
And-
I don't know about revolves around, but
And like Cyrus was saying the other day, he was all about the free energy and electromagnetic intensity and stuff. And if you happen to crack that with because that goes hand in hand with ether, free energy probably. So when he was going on about the people that just stopped and disappeared.
well, and the shape of the plane, right?
Energy,
Yep.
but it is, unlimited energy. I think he'd call it. Not what's going on, Shane? I did love your presentation, bro. Literally, that was a great presentation. And in order to put together, what we can postulate or move forward with, and what we know already, and just different possibilities, bro. You put it in visualizations. That was great animations, man. Great collection and addition of your own ideas, man. That was awesome, bro.
Thanks, Brian.
Best to date, bro. Best to date.
Nice. Yeah, dude, I was incorporating what I learned from Alan. The coordinates.
Hey, can you put your link in there? Because I can't find your link to BitChute for your presentation now.
Alan uploaded it to YouTube for easy sharing, and I already shared that. You can tell because
I was going to there it is, but I thought I'd...
Oh, that's all right.
He already answered a thing he didn't watch, and it's awesome.
Right.
That's so fast. I wish I could watch stuff that fast and interpret it.
Well, I love how you kept posting the list of all the
papers.
Yeah, and the whole point was what you highlighted, which was you'll find it and read it again. But he kept saying you haven't read all these.
Yeah,
And
that was funny.
The fact that you keep saying that proves that you didn't read the highlighted part, which is way worse. That you couldn't read a highlighted sentence because this list below provides those papers which follow a direct line from the early Michelson-Morley experiments of 1887. So you weren't saying to read all the papers.
I was saying, here's all the evidence from the thing that you keep denying. Right? Here's all the people who've investigated it, and here's all the results that they've compiled into a cohesive and comprehensive scientific theory. But yeah.
Man, if nobody's going to say anything, I got to say about the stars. I've got to at least consider the fact that there is another rotation. I know the way you described it, that it is an ultimate rotation that's antipode to the north, which is good because that's an explanation against the globe and all that. But it's still, man, I still got to consider the possibility that there literally is another rotation, and we could falsify that or prove it if we went certain directions, and that's where the limitation of puts us, man. It's like New Perspective posted his buddy's description and how he's got a separate rotation, like where right when you get past equinox, the sun starts the counterpole, and possible, man. If you think about the whole system, then you could point out problems. But to prove these problems, you literally have to travel like northwest and just not stop.
Well,
and
dude, if there's a second physical one, there has to be like two, and if there's two, there may be four. If there's four, there may be six, or it may be just one user perspective induced thing wherever you go by latitude. That seems to be the easiest explanation, and it's provable,
it
right?
does.
I mean,
I love your explanation and with demonstration too. Claim, I liked it.
And contrary to a common interpretation of what Shane just said, is not to say that these are reflections of the northern stars showing up in the south necessarily, or even at all. And what he's saying that there's southern stars, but the way that they seem from the perspective is that they're going in the opposite direction. So yeah, just in case Trouble's listening or whatever.
Oh God.
Yeah, a lot of misinterpretations because the flat Earth explanation did seem to try to jump on that as a possible explanation that we're just seeing the reflection of the northern stars in the south.
That doesn't explain the counter rotation, though.
No, it doesn't.
That's rotation. So that's why I don't ever mention them together, because it's just super confusing to combine those two principles into some amalgamation of an explanation when they're independent. But dude, the sky is like the hardest thing for people to explain. That's where the whole globe model was birthed from, right? Explaining the sky. That's why they even say it's a viable model in the first place. I mean, your echo sucks.
So cheaply done, though.
So convenient, though. I mean, it's almost like they saw that and said, "Oh, we can say we're on a ball if we say this about that."
That's exactly. I think all the rest fell from that. The sky was like the keystone component, and they built it all around that.
Yep.
So then, when flat earthers went for so long without addressing anything in the sky, it was such a huge detriment to the progress, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, it's just like what we're going through right now with the ether and a lot of these other things. Like, it just makes it a limited conversation. And the ballers are over there, just talking about, oh, well, they don't want to look at the science. And yeah, they're just calling it parlor tricks. And yeah, that sucks, because if you just do that and say, prove that it's on a ball, that's all we need. The discussion needs to go no further than that. If they can't prove we're on a ball, then, no further discussion necessary. That's ridiculous. Especially to make it a rule that others need to follow just to participate in your server. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a little concerning.
Yep. Especially when you add threats, like offhanded weird threats to it, I mean, if you want to run your server, however you want to run your server, but to make weird threats about it without really good explanations you have to wonder why people aren't hanging out as much at your server if that's going to be the case. And I don't even know whose server I'm talking about. I'm just saying the discussion in general.
Oh, I could guess.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, it's exciting to be looking at some of the possible viable explanations for some of these things that really puts them in the hot seat.
It's a good time to be a truther, bro.
Yeah.
Nobody else is questioning shit. Everybody's going against the grain, and is a lot of the bright minds don't even know they're questioning. That's what's so sad. So I think talk about it and try and put it out there, whatever you want to call it, so some of the other bright minds can join. Notice I say other, like we're obviously bright minds, but the other bright minds, guys.
Yeah, but that's the unfortunate thing about this whole thing, is that it stifles creativity, it stifles intelligence. There's lots of people that could be growing up to be the next Tesla or whoever it is, that aren't even considering some of these options, because they're not going to be listening to this server. They're just going to be thinking the mainstream's telling them the truth. And then we got people like whoever coming in saying, oh, the mainstream's telling you the truth, you guys are ridiculous, without even looking at, with an open mind at what we're saying. And that is the problem overall.
When over and over and over it's been created that without people going against, there's no truths. Period. You know, the breakthroughs from outside the box.
Yeah, that's why this is flat Earth is dangerous, because it not only you know, exposes a lot of what's going on in the higher academics, but it's not going to stop, because people are so relieved once they realize that reality is like it seems. At least I was. I think that's pretty much what we all kind of feel when we get to that point. We're like, oh, okay. So we're not. It's not like my reality is the opposite of what it seems all the time, and I just can't tell. What a relief.
It's like, remember that logo that used to, it was on E? It was like science, everything. It might as well have been science, question nothing.
Yeah, that's the real problem, is that you're saying you're basing this on science, but it's actually a religion, and you're and it really is, and it's a cult in a lot of ways, because then you get ridiculed. And we were taught from when we're young to think that the Earth is stationary or planar is stupid. You know, to think your reality is like it seems is stupid. That's what we're taught, basically.
That's why I'm trying to push forward that nothing demonstratable. If I can present a demonstration then for somebody to call it stupid is obtuse, man. But
Let's start with the basis. Let's start with our base axioms and work from there.
Yeah, but don't let your emotions. That's what I've learned, is to get my emotions out of it and my feelings. If I think it's stupid, then who cares what I feel like? If I gotta prove or disprove, you know, then do my best to do it.
Sorry, I was laughing at you, Brian. That was good. I was laughing at this like 67 experiments that proved the magnetic effect and the preferred direction of light. Like, I used to think that ether was so hard to prove. Turns out it's like the most documented, measured, dependable technology that's ever been invented.
Yeah, and to say it's not even a possibility, it's stupid. Like, that's
right.
Yeah, they get you on the idea that just because you can't always trust your senses means that you should never rely on your senses for anything to tell you anything about your reality, just because you can't always trust them.
Which leads right into, you actually aren't smart enough to know anything. You should ask the scientists and authorities for what they know, and then that's how you know it's true.
Right. About your basic everyday experience.
It's fallacious. It's fallacious to involve something absurd. That means that's how you feel about it. So let's check fallacious in multiple ways. Like, I don't give a fuck how myself and being objective, and because I do have my own biases. I'm trying like my own stupid.
You're cutting in and out a little bit, Brian.
Feels like, who cares what everything else? Who cares how they feel? You know.
Yep. Sympathies between shit and syphilis in the dictionary.
What? Between what?
Shit and syphilis. Some guy told me that one time on a train. It was weird. He's like, sympathies between shit and syphilis in the dictionary.
What the fuck?
I don't know. I just always remembered that.
Some guy on a train. The wisdom of the ages.
Yeah, he was actually one of those characters you meet on a train. Took a train from Washington to Chicago. It was a cool experience if you got the right train and the right cars to ride in. People like socializing. I don't know how it is anymore. Hopefully, people don't have to wear masks on a train.
Were you smoking on that train, Dave?
Yeah, we had stops. You know, that was one of the guys that was smoking.
I figured that's how you make friends.
Yeah,
Wait,
exactly.
Before we squash the there's listening, have factions amongst our own community that are throwing something out for really no reason, and using their emotions when it's something that goes against our opponents. You know, it goes against the mainstream, and to throw it out with your emotion, then and
You're
just
cutting in
try
and
to
out.
narrow
Your
the
audio's pretty bad right
audience
now,
for them.
Brian. Pretty bad, yeah.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
But also, Dave's echoing it, so it's like twice as bad.
Am I echoing? Fuck. I'm gonna rejoin.
Is my audio bad while he's dropped? Am I echoing?
No.
Well, is it
I
still
mean,
suck?
kinda. It sounds good now, but I feel like it'll drop off. It feels like you're just in a dead zone or something. You're on your phone
I'm
after that.
gonna go push buttons.
Yeah, that'll probably help. Oh, I know. Turn it off. Turn it back on again.
I've literally tried that 100 times. I'm gonna push a different. I got this, man.
So Dave went. Oh, is he here? He left. Brian, you should do a presentation, man. Get something together. But you put videos together for debates all the time.
Yeah, I thought about it, man. I've got a lot of old information, and it's cool that. But here's the problem: is this topic forward, like in spurts, man. So I got to go dig, and it's good that everybody's jumping on it now because and not letting it go away because this is pretty much the. This is the front line, in my opinion. And first, we got to fucking battle internally and get everybody on board so we can spread the message and shit. It's ridiculous that we're having a battle amongst ourselves to spearhead a movement against the mainstream. That to me is.
Wait, do we actually have to though?
Yeah, I think that's a hard, impossible task to unify everyone in one belief.
I don't think we have to argue against anything. We're like, okay, well, we're just gonna lose the 300 people that are over there talking about it. Oh no.
Well, but Brian, this thing, the celestial nav coordinate system transformation thing that I first found in one of your videos has been instrumental in adapting my understanding of coordinate transfers and its relationship to the celestial sky and the celestial sphere. So thanks, bud.
Parlor trick. Right though, man. You know, like the few hundred, I'd probably think it's more than that, but probably, you know, it's definitely many. But yeah, just maybe you know, I'm out of emotions again. It just kind of hurts that my brethren, or you know, I don't know. I can't help but defend when I see any flat earther attacking another flat earther. It doesn't matter who it is. I'm gonna. Like it's in my bones to get defensive, man. Like calm down, you know. But then I got to look at it objectively, man. And I don't know, man. That's why I try to do what I can to bridge gaps and shit, man. But yeah, it's not that many people. We need to just do what we do and keep screaming to the rooftops and shit, and show it.
I feel you. Like I feel being cohesive and like united and keep going forward, but like if half of us are squaring off for war against the other half and the half kind of ignores it, that just seems bad. I don't know.
The house divided, you know what to say, right? That's just where I'm coming from. Is I'm trying to unite the fucking house, whether you agree with it or not. Just berate brethren and shit. Yeah, house divided is surely to fall. You know.
Well, I guess it's
where
like 600
are you getting
people.
half from?
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
it's like 600 people.
Well, you know what I mean. You know, I don't mean half like quantum wise, mathematical wise, quantum. I just meant, you know, other.
That's like literally the same 700 people watching all of Nathan's stuff. That's all that is then. Wow. Oh, that's 3 years ago though. I don't know. Probably the same. Probably worse now.
You know, and just for anyone listening, that's thinking that there's some kind of like divide, like don't watch Nathan's show or whatever like that. It's on this side. I think what we're saying is be open minded. We're open to anything you say. Just don't like shut me down or shut Witsit down. I mean, if there's one thing that was really, I thought, fruitful from the talk with Jaron and Nathan, was that he pointed out that the way which it was treated, or the way ether in general has been treated by certain people in the on the flat earth side, just doesn't make any sense. It's not that, you know, you should or shouldn't believe in it or any of that kind of stuff, or that you have to talk about the ether. It's just like, why the weirdness about it? Like, it's obviously important for the context of the flat earth discussion when we talk about Michelson Morley and all these other things, but to take it off the table just seems weird. You know, it didn't make any sense.
It's a next level argument, you know. It's maybe not the very first topic I'd the subject, but it is inevitable. It is the forefront, and to me, you know, it's like almost trying to halt everybody's learning of their reality, or just possibilities of their reality, trying to halt them there and say, no, don't look into that, stay here, and it's almost like a effort
stay where?
to keep them away from us, to keep them.
Stay where though? Stay where? With water and scurvy.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the movement is kind of maturing, and they just like don't want to mature with it, and then instead they're almost kind of going backwards.
That is what it is, I think.
Yeah, bro. You're only allowed to talk about water and scurvy, bro. Chill out.
It's like, I mean, for me, like I needed the whole picture. Like that was what made it all come home for me. Was like, I mean, like I remember as a kid, like thinking like, how can they assert what that, like an atom is the bottom level of everything? Like how could they possibly say something, especially if they can't even measure it properly? Like, I remember like asking teachers about that in like school, and it never quite sat right with me. And so like when I came to this whole discussion about, when I came to the flat earth discussion, and I started looking into that, and then I started looking into relativity, and like I started unwinding all my cognitive dissonance from believing in a relativistic universe, like the ether was right there to make it all make sense and make it like, not only did it was like it was the puzzle piece I needed. It actually like allowed me to rest my brain on some other bedrock as far as how science works.
Which is why it's so messed up to teach this in mainstream, because this is a turning point in physics. And to me, it's when after relativity and whatnot, it's like I said, there's people chasing pipe dreams like fusion, the way they describe it. We've wasted billions of dollars and some great minds, and when they don't even know the alternative. Like, that's the one collective thing about us, is that I think we can all agree that things just didn't sit right. There was just some unanswered, obvious questions. I think that's one thing we all have in common. And the problem is this information is not ever even been heard by the majority of the inquisitive bright minds, man. So that's very, very unfortunate. What happens if we never heard about the different possibilities? We'd be right there with them. And so, yeah, I'm with you, brother.
Is that debate on YouTube at all?
Yeah.
First, brother.
Wasn't a debate. What are you guys talking about? The ether is an archaic idea that was debunked and disproven by Michelson Morley.
And they try to equivocate you with space-time, Austin. And I gotta say, dude, that what upset me the most about all this is when you were trying to spread some ideas in a different convention that makes more sense, and we're berated, dude. That's what you kind of nudged me the most to speak out and to even talk about it. But it pissed me off, man. And yeah, the fact that, I don't know, man. It's just the fact that they're shutting down the conversation, man. It hurts my feelings, I guess. I'm just getting back to emotions. But I don't know. They're kind of shutting it down, man, in my opinion. I think we should all, whether we agree with it or not, it's a great discussion. It does obviously make sense. And it is the intellectual argument against modern physics, man. And it shuts them down.
They didn't shut anything down, dude. Like, Dave and I just had a conversation that has 20,000 views. They didn't shut anything down. They've been saying, I'm going to end shits at 60 for a year. There is no shutting anything down.
No, I didn't mean they shut it down. I meant.
You understand what I'm saying, though? It's irrelevant.
Our point shut it down against the globe. Like, we destroyed the heliocentric model is what I meant, is what we shut down. I didn't mean they shut it down.
Like if you went up to Ezekiel Elliott, the running back, and you were like, "Did you know that there's a guy behind his computer who says you suck? He says he's going to end your career." He'd be like, "That's what's up, bro." You know what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't be like, "Did you hear about that guy? The guy. He posted yesterday and he said that I don't even have a good juke move." And no one cares. Like I'm over, bro. I'm like, okay, look, if you guys want to debate, we'll set up a debate. If not, I don't care.
They're shutting themselves down by not even want to talk about it. Go ahead, Brian.
No, I'm with Austin. Like it needs to be discussed and shit, man. And maybe I'm getting greedy. Like maybe I'm like trying to, but I'm not trying to get every flat Earth ear. But man, like I said about the mainstream people who have never even got to hear it. Now we have flat earthers who don't even get to hear the information because it's shut down. So it's natural for me to like you're saying, debates. That's a great fucking idea. That's an actual resolution. That's an actual a way to solve the problem is discuss it out loud and. Yeah, I'm gonna push that idea. That's a great fucking idea.
That's how it'll never happen, dude. I mean, I've even offered the idea that we hold PPV debates, pay-per-view debates. Like, all right, Witz is gonna debate QE. It's $5 for a ticket to watch it live, and then it'll be only available to ticket holders for 2 weeks, and then it'll be available to free for everyone. The moderator gets 20%. The debaters split the remaining 80%. It's a format, it's an official moderated debate with like very specific structure. Like if you turn down that, then it's just obvious, right? It's obvious. I mean, I shouldn't even have to offer money. The fact that I have to come up with some idea to get these people, like I have to treat them like I'm treating Professor Dave. I came up with that idea to get Professor Dave to debate me, right? So he talks so big, but he's scared to debate me. So I'm like, okay, well, let's just trap him. I'm having to do the same thing with Flat Earth. So I'm like, whatever, bro. Like. We'll just offer it up. There's a format. We're about to launch it. We're gonna host debates. It'll be free after a week or so.
Yeah, and for any flat earthers who don't spend the $5 or $20, whatever it is, unless you're broke, then dude, look, the proceeds are directly supporting the people you fucking support. So yeah, dude, that's money. I might not buy a lot of T-shirts. I might buy a couple that are good. But I mean, if it's directly supporting the people I stand behind and the message I'm trying to convey, then fuck, that's one thing I'll spend the money on, dude. I fucking can't wait, bro. I can't wait.
Well, you don't even. I mean, you don't even have to spend money, right? You can just wait a week. It's just the idea is like, okay, well then QE, look, you're gonna get paid to finally shut Austin down, you know. So it's like for me, that's as far as I'm going. I don't. People are sending me videos and they're asking me about it and stuff. Like, did you hear QE said he's going to shut you down and remove you from the flat Earth movement? I'm like, wait, are we talking about what happened a year ago? Like, look, dude, look, I'm here. I'm ready to debate whoever in a fair debate because I think it's good to talk about ideas, you know. And I think that I'm like assuredly wrong about some of my ideas, for sure, right? So like. I'm happy to have them challenged. I think that's good. But if anything else, I just think it's good.
Dude, he literally made a 2-hour of nothing but strawman. That's the first time I spoke out. Is when I listened to QE. I was on the fence. I've literally argued against Bob, saying you're talking about bouncy balls in a vacuum. You know, like I've literally been on both sides of this. I'm extremely open-minded when it comes to that. But dude, I literally listened to him strawman you for 2 fucking hours and lie through his teeth about what he claimed. I couldn't believe it, dude. I was like, you know, at least come with something. Like at least 1 point. Don't just continual straw man after straw man. It baffled me, bro. And I still admire him, dude. I think he's brought a lot to this place, man. I'm still gonna always have that special place where I want to unify my brethren. And yeah, we gotta get it out in the open, man. Let's get it out in the open. Throw all our cards on the table, and I think more of us will see like that, you know.
Well, Shane, to respond to the idea that, like, now you think it has for sure been proven and stuff like that. Like, this is the thing, right? The effect has been definitively isolated and verified. There is a real effect. And the ether or the ether drift is a proposed framework to explain the effect. it isn't like tangibly manipulatable or whatever. So in that way, I mean, if someone else wants to propose a different mechanism, I go for it, you know?
Hey, Austin, another thing that's funny is when I made the video about battling bouncy balls, like it's an old video, it's a few years old, and I was giving logical, counterpoints to his points, which I think have been overcame or potentially overcame. But what's so funny is Nathan was saying that, and folks about the bouncy balls and making fun of things going down, going boom, boom, and literally since then. And this is one thing that changed my mind is when they started describing them as fucking bouncy balls. Like literally what they made fun of our brethren arguing against Globers and shit. Now they're describing these particles as fucking bouncy balls. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like I've literally got videos making fun of that with you guys. And now you're describing the fucking gas as bouncy balls? Oh. That's what you do if you don't want to be cornered and you just right. And you want to chop off the argument at its toenails. You're not willing to take the argument to chop it off at the knees or the waist, hips. You're trying to chop it off at the toenails. I'm not with that, man.
All knows like the linear interferometry is such a death blow to their model, dude. I just want someone to respond to the globe. It's like, okay, so we have a list of questions that just can't be responded to. Like, it's just crazy. Every single subject has boiled down to a flat Earth response at the end that can't be rebutted. You immediately get ad homs. Southern flight. Okay, well, we actually know that there are jet streams in the south, and which actually increases the ground speed. So the 24/7 flight radar that you all use to invoke a certain speed to invoke a certain distance is provably wrong because it all says 500, even though we know it actually fluctuates. That's why it takes longer in one direction, which means the very evidence that you're invoking is actually provably not correct data, which means it's actually going directly against the globe, because if it's taking that long over this supposed distance, but they're going way faster than that reads, that means it can't be the correct distance on the globe. No response. Like, whenever we're talking about, if there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence of the geocentric and heliocentric model, then wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is actually 96% more viable since it doesn't have the dark matter, dark energy problem? No response. Can we have any exclusive empirical evidence that the Earth is actually orbiting around the sun? No response. Like, it's to the point now where, okay, like, if they claim that the Earth's orbit actually has a linear speed, then wouldn't the linear interferometer be able to detect it? No response. Why does it change with altitude? No response. Why does it correlate to the equinoxes throughout the year? No response. So, like, we're literally to the point now where, like, all of our arguments just they just go unrebutted. So it's just over. It's over. Right now, it's just like, all right, well, how are we going to get it out to everyone?
Yeah, exactly. And to back that up with Antarctica, like I literally looked into this, and they literally say that the average wind speeds in Antarctica, this is just information that they have recorded, whether it's universal down there or not, between 15 miles per, no, the average is 15 miles per hour, right? Which is a lot, but they say the gust, this ain't storms, this is the extreme gusts. Typical gusts in Antarctica are up to 200 miles per hour. Like, this is literally government information. And so what would that tell you about the jet streams? Like, if the gusts are like fucking tornadoes or hurricane speed winds, man, it's like the jet streams would, if you're going to compare them to the ground in your model, then you're going to say they're one speed. But if in reality, yeah, they're way fucking faster. The 40th south latitude, the roaring 40. Like, so it's obviously noticeable that you've named a latitude, the roaring 40s, And so, this ain't from ground speed measurements and science. This is what the pilots and captains have labeled it, the roaring 40s, meaning it's noticeable, which means, it's not the same. It's not the same. There's nothing the same about the North and the South.
Check it out. This is how easy. Sorry.
You're good.
This is how easy the whole ether drift argument is. So it's like, okay, from your paradigm, why does the Michelson-Gale-Pearson detect the motion, but the Michelson-Morley doesn't? Okay, then they're going to say, well, because the orbit is linear and has no acceleration, whereas the actual rotation of the Earth is circular and has an acceleration, right? That's what they say. They say that, well, Michelson-Gale-Pearson detects the motion of the Earth because it has acceleration because it's a rotation, it's a circular rotation, and the orbit's linear, so it doesn't detect it. So just say, well, why in your paradigm, why are we able to detect the motion, the sidereal rotation with Michelson-Gale-Pearson, but we're not able to detect the orbit with Michelson-Morley? So like, oh, well, because interferometer can't detect the linear speed. So then you trapped them. Now it's over. Like, okay, well, here is the detection of linear velocity with interferometry. So then you agree that it debunks your claim that it's orbiting. And if there is no detection of an alleged orbit, but there is a detection of sidereal rotation, would you agree that the only viable explanation is that the Earth is not moving and it's just the sky that is moving?
Dude, I'm arguing on this channel with Zanuck several times, like recent as a few months ago. But he's denying linear interferometry, like they have to, right? They have to, and I literally pull up what's called a linear interferometer, posted on screen. He's still arguing. I'm like, bro, so you're arguing against linear interferometry when I just showed you a linear interferometer and showed how it works with laser diodes, like literally how interferometers work, and that was his explanation. Well, that's using laser diodes. No shit, you fucking. That's all. They're all using types of lasers and laser diodes and shit. It's like his explanation was not an explanation. It was just anything he could come up with in his mind to shut it down and put his fingers in his ears, whistle past the graveyard. It's ridiculous, dude.
The fact that we detect, it's so funny too, because Bob and I have been saying this for like 4 years or whatever, right? The fact that you detect a sidereal rotation within 98% accuracy with a ring laser gyro, beginning in Michelson-Gale-Pearson, so using the Sagnac effect, but you don't detect the motion of the orbit, it debunks their model. The only explanation is that there's only one rotation happening. There's only one motion, and that's the sidereal rotation. And it can't be that the Earth is spinning, causing that, because if the Earth is spinning, it has to also be orbiting, which means the only explanation is that the Earth is not moving and the sky moves around it. Right? Like, we've been saying that for so long. Like, they don't, in my opinion, bro, now it's like, instead of getting caught up in like these different nuanced arguments, it's like they need to answer these questions first. Because if you can't answer it, why are we going to talk about hypothetical explanations of parallax and all this nonsense? Like you've already been debunked. You can't just like pretend it doesn't exist so that you can keep on like acting like your model's true. To me, it's just that point.
Like every time you get in the argument, it's like, yeah, you have to almost start over from scratch. But it is almost, to me, it's funny. It's almost like playing with your food a little bit because the way you make it so easy. Like even the knowledge I know, like the way you word it is so comprehensive and quick draw, dude. That we all appreciate that. But yeah, dude, it's so with the linear interferometry, like I gave a description earlier of like using a squirt gun up against a poster board, and so they're just acting like they didn't try it in different directions. Like you could detect linear motion with a fucking squirt gun and a poster board, just and detect the pattern. Like they're acting like the only way they pointed it was forward and at one time a year. No, look at the facts. The facts are they did it in every direction, and the fact is we can detect it with light, and that's how we can detect the nanometer accuracy because it is so fast and because it does detect the motion. And it's just, yeah, it's ridiculous, but it is fun listening to, your different debates and when you argue it, even on Discord.
Thanks. It's gotten to such a point. It's gotten to such a point, bro, that they've just started making other servers. I think that like this is my new favorite argument, bro. Like it's so easy. Everyone should be able to adopt this. It's very easy. It's like, okay, do you agree that your model says the Earth's orbit is a linear speed? That just means a straight path, a line, linear. So even though it's orbiting, doing a circle around the sun, so it's circular, it's
elliptical,
actually
isn't it?
not circular. What?
Right? Isn't it like elliptical though?
Yeah, it's elliptical, but okay. So even though it's elliptical and a curved path, it's actually not a curved path.
Yeah, that makes it less insane. You're right.
Right. So it's actually linear. That's why we can't detect it. Okay, because interferometry can't detect a linear speed because it only detects acceleration. So it would need to change the direction or change the speed. Okay, so here's the interferometer detecting linear speed. It's just over. I love it, dude. It's my favorite one so far. It's my new favorite argument.
Me too. And it detects any displacement at all, whether it's linear, whether it's pretty much at any velocity, constant, accelerating. That's how far it's came, and it's almost like it's almost like this technology probably could have came out a while back. If people weren't misled, they probably could have developed it to this point. It's almost like, I don't know, man. It seems like just the paradigm to me literally holds back advancement. I think it's obvious, but not everybody. Identify why things have weight, why there's an up-down preferred direction, and what's causing it. Then we can collectively, like we do in here, we put our ideas together and chip in each other's ideas. Like Alan's took his own ideas, put them together with some of the research we've done and other people have done, and we just keep, and you do the same thing. We keep progressing the arguments and following them out to their logical conclusions. And it's like the same thing goes with everybody. Everybody except for mainstream's not included because they're. But if we had the real cause, like something that's potentially static, build off each other's ideas, dude, we should. Just not to sound stupid, but dude, look, the Jetsons. Like we all thought we were gonna have, levitating fucking skateboards and cars and shit. By the year 2000, 2010, 2020, bro. We're never gonna fucking have that, until mainstream gets involved, man. They just deny, and refuse patents and everything else, dude. It's just becoming more and more obvious. All their laws, they don't tell us what, they just tell us what is impossible. What the fuck is that? Just telling me what is impossible? Yeah, impossible to you. Everything was impossible. Flying was impossible. Freaking breaking the speed of sound was impossible. All this other stuff, everything's always been impossible. So nowadays, science is just what mainstream deems impossible. It's getting worse and worse the more time goes by. It's always been like this.
I mean, I got money that the only response will be that the test is not real or something. No, STFU. Go get your Nobel Prize.
So Bob used fiber optic gyro, right?
Yep.
And he went different altitudes on the same latitude and was able to measure differences that way with the optical gyro or the fiber optic gyro.
Yep.
And what's the like what is I didn't watch the movie, so maybe I'm asking some really like obvious questions, but or common knowledge questions rather. But so like what's the if I wanted to pick up a fiber optic gyroscope, how would I go about doing that? Is that a accessible
Get
tool?
$20,000.
Okay. So the fiber optic, so that is the same thing as the ring laser is even more expensive, is that correct? Or those are the setups those are the permanent setups, right? It's a fiber optic gyroscope
my wife
different
is
than a
eating
ring
my
laser.
But yeah, I've never even did this test for the movie. The Behind the Curve movie.
You're roboting real bad.
Yeah, I've brought that up several times with Bob, and I was told no, that wasn't a thing. I definitely saw that though. I'm sure I watched it, but my memory's terrible. They did show that at some point, didn't they? They got a different reading.
Shane just dropped Bob's explanation of what they did after it.
Did they actually show the reading on the camera though? Because the other explanation I got was it was within tolerance. What they'd expect to see. What was it, like 1.2 or something difference or something like that?
Sorry, but yeah, they didn't show it in the movie, but yeah, Bob showed it. And then what the Globers say is that it's just because of the pressure differential made it within the airbox.
Which is a retarded.
I've got a distinct memory of seeing watching Bob doing that, and they're so good at putting doubt in your mind, aren't they? You know, no, that didn't happen. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure I saw it. So he did it in a separate movie because I used to watch Globebusters quite a bit back in the day.
I mean, I agree. Like, if we had like an FE Core version, or like a version of FE Core that was instead pointed at testing ether flow or the movement of whatever it is, that would be pretty awesome.
You mean like an over-the-top, like visual experiment with a published PDF backed up with all the experimental data laid out in a wonderful, digestible form? Yeah, that would be sweet.
Exactly. For people to shit all over.
Yeah, but it'd be fun to watch them do it.
Yeah, indeed.
To deny really like that laser test experiment, they did the same thing of equivalent preparation for. They just go, no, refraction all over it, even though they have like ample calculations accommodating for refraction, and there's like 92 pages of extraneous detail and every temperature reading with every like refractive index accommodated, and they just nod all over it, which is about what you'd expect.
Do you think they actually believe like what NASA FHO was saying? Like, if someone debunked the heliocentric model, they would get the Nobel Prize and it would be all over the place. Like, do you think they actually believe that?
100%, I believe. I think that they believe that.
Yeah, I agree. I think they believe that.
But like, if that was true, it'd be on the news. That's the mentality.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they're not lying in that sense, right? Like they're just naive.
They have faith in the system over their own ability to discern reality.
No, they're not even doing that. They're trusting the news to discern the reality for them.
Well, that's what I mean by faith in the system. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, you probably said it better.
Yeah, like my parents will say stuff like that. Like my parents have actually said out loud, like, if that were true, it would be on the news.
They literally verbalized a meme, huh? Unintentionally.
Yeah, literally said that. Yeah. I'm like, oh my god, I'm out. And then when it's so funny, I showed my dad the Chicago skyline thing like many years ago, and I showed him the news. And he's like, "That's not real" or something. I'm like, "What? It's on the news." He's like, "Oh, now you believe in the news?" I'm like, "Well, this is from your worldview. This should be super reliable. That's the point, bro. You know." What's funny though, he told me to go do it and then talk to him. And it's like he didn't even deny that it shouldn't work on the globe. He just was like, serious cog this. He was like, "Oh, that must be fake."
It was kind of like that Glober on the debate. I don't know which time. One of the times when they were like, he showed him the sunset videos and Dave Weiss's like fade out video, and he was like, "That's fake." Yeah, well, I've seen that a couple times. If you have to resort to that, I feel comfortable in our position.
Yeah, and they try to say it about us with like the space stuff, but it's like, buddy, we've all like looked into many hours of space claims, okay, and we caught them lying. So we don't believe that now. You know, that's totally different than something you can go do yourself.
Yeah, they're not familiar with the thinking that like, okay, if they had to lie about being in space one time, why? Why would they have to do it one time? And we've caught them dozens of times.
Dude, Xanax breezes right past. Xanax like
the thing to see.
He's like, yeah. Dude, he makes up so many. He's like, well, they probably did fake parts of the Apollo mission just because it was too difficult to show the real things, or they weren't able to get the footage that they were expected to get. They really went, but they just showed some fake things because it was just too hard to get, or they maybe didn't quite get what they should have.
Wow. The
You know,
natural
that
apologist.
doesn't mean that it's fake.
I think that's Joe Rogan's position.
Yeah, well, that's the next stage, right?
Yikes. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they're faking the ISS, but that doesn't mean they're not really up there.
I wonder if they can concede that the whole point of the ISS is to fake space, but it doesn't mean that space is fake. It's like, dude, who told me to look up the list of experiments that they were conducting on the ISS? Someone told me this, and they just shit all over. Oh, it was Alan. It's like one day he looked up all the list of the experiments that they actually proclaimed to be doing up there. It's like, yeah, nonsense, not made up. How's this going to help humanity? Like, it's just some of the most bogus, outrageous things. The purpose is to fake space, absolutely. That's why they show you daily. Like, here's us playing with the hula hoop. Here's us singing a song. Here's me playing guitar. Here's me changing my shades. Here's me drinking some water.
He's like, people are like, they don't do stuff to prove to you that they're really in space. And then they like do a video and they're like, for the people that don't think you're really in space, will you do a flip?
a flip that looks identical to what I've done in a swimming pool my whole life.
Dude, with the space hairspray. And
those things are so
every single stream gets water out and they play with water to show you that they're in space. The whole purpose of it is the fake space, guys. Come on, get with it.
And if you ever wonder, like, wait, why did they do this? Just like coming here, and then you know why. They're like, well, then look at this honey. Explain that. That's funny. I think it's funny, like the fact that they say stuff like, some people claim you're not really in space.
What could you do to prove it to them? Why would they ever say that?
Why would they give the smallest shit? Like what people on the internet think exactly. Why would they even entertain it?
It really destroys the whole, like, they don't do stuff just to prove it to you, stupid flat earthers. It's like, well, they literally say out loud that they're trying to prove it to people.
It's like literally all they do is theatrics.
Well, it's because when they open it up to the public, like they get comments. Like if the YouTube for NASA's live stream gets spammed with "This is nonsense. Look how fake it is. Space is fake and gay," then you're like, okay, maybe we have a public relations problem. And then their whole movement like pivots to like try to show everyone actually no, space is totally real. I wonder how long it is till they take comments off their live streams and stuff to really show you how real it is.
Well, it was very telling when they just removed the dislike function, right? Just in general, it's like, they don't want the people speaking.
I almost forgot that was a thing. You're right. That was a monumental thing. You're no longer allowed to express your discontent publicly, at least on
You don't have
YouTube.
the plugin. You got to get the plugin that brings it back.
Fixes it, yeah. But then, like, no one else
Yeah,
is gonna
Chrome
even
extension.
vote down anymore.
Yeah, it's like for the average person, yeah.
Yeah, it's insane. Did you see? I posted like 2 days ago. I wanted to look up your geocentrism video to send to somebody, and I just went on YouTube and searched geocentrism Witsit, and it was like you were the 8th result down, and it was all anti-flat Earth and Professor Dave explains on YouTube. It was all the results. I took screenshots of it and posted it on your Telegram.
That's funny. I haven't seen it, but that's funny.
Just like such a concise search term, and yet for some reason YouTube just couldn't handle it.
Witsit geocentrism? Oh, you must mean not Professor Dave to explain nonsense. Hold on.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
got you.
What's it, geocentrism? You must have meant to say Professor Dave debunked flat Earth.
Yep, and I think that one has like algorithmically it makes no sense.
No, it's crazy, bro. Like I've seen videos that are clips out of my other videos that are posted by like Globers that have like less than 5% the views pop up as the first search. So,
Yep.
I mean, it's literally a clip out of my video, and it has less than 5% of the views. Like, are you kidding me?
I've made like almost 300 videos, and I make like a couple videos about my hobby, making batteries and shit. And I get like, a average of almost 300, whatever, 250, 350. And then a couple, someone with 400 or 500, Then I post these videos about batteries or hydrogen experiments and shit. And I get like 5,000, 6,000. But like on TikTok, I'm nothing. I'm like brand new, just a few videos. I put up any video. And within 5 minutes, I've got like 1,000 views. I'm like, dude, I've been making videos for fucking going on 4 years on YouTube, and it takes me, I might never get 1,000 views. And then 5 minutes on TikTok, I got 1,000 views, like with only 60 followers and shit. It's just crazy, dude. They're not using fucking algorithms. They kiss my ass. There's nothing consistent about any of that shit. They're almost trying to encourage me to post other videos when I got 5,000 videos about the batteries I've made. And I don't know, man.
Yeah. So they say atmospheric refraction stable about 200 feet or 200 meters or something. What's the elevation of Nowicki at the Chicago skyline shot? They're saying 200 feet above the ground. Or just elevation. Or, what was your shit earlier? With the linear something? Linear speed?
Linear interferometry. It's like literally there's a barometer called a fucking linear interferometer.
Well, so it started with the linearization of the Sagnac effect by someone named Wang in 2004 that Alan was talking about, and then Witsit quickly extrapolated that actually, if it is linear, then any interferometer should be able to detect Earth's orbital motion, but it never has. I think that's pretty much the crux of it.
Earth's motion isn't linear, though. It's not a linear speed.
Yeah, they're screwed either way, right?
Dude, they're denying it. They're denying it's a linear speed now, dude. Oh my
It's not
god,
linear,
so good.
though.
Well, that's what they claim, though. They claim that it's like a curved path, but not really a curved path. It's actually a straight path that just goes to the geodesic of curved space-time. So it looks like it's curved, but it's actually straight.
If it's not perceived as linear,
Oh, yeah,
then
that's
there's
right.
a major problem.
Right, dude.
So if it's actually in fact a linear speed, how come it's never been detected with linear interferometry is the question.
Yeah, and if it's not linear, then why
Well,
was it
there's-
not detected with in Michelson-Morley?
So it's a double-edged trap, dude.
Their excuse is the Lorentz contraction, right?
That's why they can't answer the question.
No,
Move it
no.
around or not. They won't answer it because either way they're fucked.
They claim that, okay, like an accelerometer detects acceleration. So if there's just like a constant linear speed, then you don't have acceleration. The accelerometer doesn't detect it because it's a straight linear path. It's a linear speed, basically, really simply. And that's why they can't address this part.
Yeah, that's an insane part in their crazy model. They're traveling in a straight path, but because space is curved, it's actually curving, but it's actually traveling straight. Yeah, this is insanity. Yeah.
Yeah, it's absolute motion to itself, but not absolute. You know, no shit, dudes. No shit. Dumb down the argument. That's all they do. Like they're trapped. He won't. None of them will answer. Is the sun when on this topic? They won't tell you whether it's accelerating around the sun or whether it's linear. They can't. Not with that argument. If you're arguing something else, they'll tell you. Go to contradict it. They just turn into a fucking mule. Stubborn.
It's like you're probably confused. You don't maybe guys, just maybe it's you that doesn't understand.
What's super funny is they're claiming it doesn't have a linear velocity, and he's like, "Stupid, get a proper education. Velocity is a vector." I'm like, "Okay, yeah, that's the direction and speed."
Yeah,
So
those people.
it's a straight line, and its direction's relative to the time of year in its orbit, buddy. It has a linear velocity. This is like basics of your model.
So we rephrased the question. Does it have a constant velocity or an acceleration? Excuse us.
They don't understand it. Look what this guy's saying.
Yeah, it's like I don't know.
He says the orbit isn't linear; it's an ellipse. But at every point on the ellipse, there's a tangential velocity or linear velocity. And the other guy pointed at it, like, "Yeah, buddy." They claim the whole entire thing is linear. It just appears to be curved because it's a geodesic due to the curvature of space-time. Good try. Catch up, dude.
Yeah, it's funny how they don't know their own model. That's the most amusing part of all.
That to me is an excuse, though. If you don't know the horse shit, then but at least when you hear it, then be like, "Oh shit, that's what they're saying." Like that's bullshit. Don't keep defending it once you fucking hear the horse shit they've been fucking touting. We're pointing out the horse shit they've been touting. Don't continue to defend it once you've learned. That's dishonesty intellectually.
Also, just the simple fact of acceleration kills their relativity. Because ask them, what is it accelerating relative to? Ask them that. They're going to tell you a reference frame, maybe, right?
They're not.
Now ask them, what is a reference frame? Is it something at rest? Or is it something at continuous motion? Oops.
A reference frame, is really infinite the way they describe it. That's the one thing I'll agree with them on. Like anywhere you're at, if it's a different velocity, you could describe it as a reference frame. But the way they use reference frame is wizardry. Like, dude, we all know what a reference frame is. It's a point of reference. For fuck's sake. It's that simple. To try and complicate it should be obvious signs of deception. To try and complicate basic shit like acceleration, reference frames.
This is why I don't jump in voice, because like they're able to just lie.
Yeah, keyboard warriors are usually not worth an honest engagement. That's simply why I meme them.
Austin, I brought up the point in that video I showed on Glow. Like, I let Zach describe that demonstration, but I'll let you be the point of arguing against the Globers. And I showed the Bryant Myers. He's a professor, and I pointed out that this is what happens when you're just using math. When all you're doing is looking at the math, then you say stupid shit like to people who broke it down. Like, he literally said, and I played it where yeah, well, if that were the case and it was just if it was density and buoyancy at play, then if at higher elevations or higher altitudes, things would fall. They would fall faster because of less wind resistance. But we know that things fall at the same rate up at high altitudes because there's less gravity. Like, that shows me right there, and you quickly squashed it. But just to put it in perspective, like, that shows right there, like, that's exactly what happens is if we drop something up higher. If you're just looking at the math, though, then you're looking at the gravity getting weaker, and you're thinking things are falling at the same rate at the ground, which they don't. And so you're going to say stupid shit. Everything he said in that part that I played, it was bullshit, was wrong, obviously wrong, and you quickly crushed it.
If the Earth is moving, why can't an accelerometer detect the motion?
Yeah, even if it's linear.
Yeah. That's it. Game, set, and match right there.
Yeah, that's why they're avoiding the question. They're just trying to ad hom me.
There's no way around that. If the Earth is in motion, an accelerometer should be able to detect it. It's that freaking simple.
Well said.
Yeah.
That was the worst Glover debate ever. Like, people point out the debates, like, dude, but coming from a professor, bro, dude, he literally, you could take any one of his claims. He wrote them down. So it's funny because ballers have tried to say, no, that ain't what he said. No, he fucking wrote it down, bro. He wrote these arguments down against electrostatics, saying that you're going to eliminate electrostatics with this. That. Like, bro, he wrote them down. He can't go back on them. It's one thing if you say, well, you misinterpreted me. Put it in writing, bro. That, to me, is the best debate ever. If anybody wants to see the mainstream bullshit against our stance in reality. That was a good one, dude. Because he's supposed to be a professor teaching physics. So the guy who just said, you got to learn physics. Yeah, look what happens when we go up against physics with reality, with, following shit out to its logical consequences. We destroy it, bro. We're asking the questions. Y'all just aren't providing the rational answers.
But they don't even know their own model, bro, most of the times. Like in this instance here. So, I mean, it's like, it's not only is it an uphill battle, it's an uphill battle with an opponent that doesn't know what he's arguing. It's crazy.
These people are just like literally a waste of time.
Yeah.
Well,
absolutely. Yep.
Maybe there's people new. Listen, I always hope that there's somebody listening that, is on the fence or at least with honest ears to hear. And when we point these out, there's no excuse. When we point this out, when you say something about the math and this and that, and we point it out, then okay, you're excused, welcome to fucking questioning mainstream, We've just pointed out obvious horse shittery with demonstration, where contradictions. But for, once we point it out and they just still try and preach against it, it's one thing to shut up and just go away. To keep preaching against it, that's intellectual dishonesty. But I always hope there's new ears. You never know when somebody's listening who's honest to themselves.
Look, they're arguing their model, and they don't know that in their model, an object travels in a linear path always, but it's the space time fabric that's curving. I mean, that's a fundamental principle in their model, and they don't even know that. Somebody has to explain it to them, and they're arguing with that person. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, he's saying no, you can't detect that with the Sagnac type device.
How does an individual know if they're being intellectually honest with themselves?
Because if you have to avoid the actual point someone's making, that requires intention.
And simultaneously hold contradicting points of view. Model rests on us not detect linear motion. And then I argue it till I'm blue in the face. But then I literally show you a device called a linear interferometer. And to just, if you don't even acknowledge that that's a thing, and it's named that, and it detects that, and they tell you how, there's multiple ways they can do it, then you're not being honest with yourself.
But a device
And you know how I
that
know
can
how
detect.
dishonest they were? Good.
No, I was just gonna say, but a device that can detect two black holes colliding billions of years ago, and we detect the waves. Now that they can accept easily. Yeah.
Dude, it's so funny, right? Because NASA just got absolutely intellectually eviscerated in here, like absolutely dunked on, just imploded into emotional ad homs and all this nonsense. Like just started being completely silent every time the question was asked. Changed the subject desperately every single time. After admitting that the paper clearly shows that you do detect linear motion, and just running away over and over and over. And then he says in here, because he's reading this conversation, and I said, you guys need to read the paper. So then NASA says, I did. It doesn't say what you think it does. Knowing that all just happened, that he admitted it detects linear motion, that he got absolutely destroyed. So that's how you know that for a fact NASA shill is intentionally dishonest, right? And then the other guy points up at it and then gets all amped up thinking that somehow NASA is not dishonest or something, and then continues to just like gaslight and ad hom. So to me, these three people right here are like probably some of the worst ones. You have Dahomey Don, you have NASA shill, and you have Flat Reality. These three people right here are all intentionally, I mean, I don't know what the word is other than dishonest. So it's like they should just be ignored.
NASA never brings arguments. He just usually says you're stupid or you don't understand. Very rare. I literally went back and listened to hours of him. This is a long time ago on Jose's and Jim's, and he never had any argument. And I pointed it out, bro, and then other people started realizing, like, dude, he literally just comes with ad homs and saying, we say, we don't understand. And tell us what we don't understand, pal. Don't just come dogging us. So yeah, I'd put him down in my top three. Him, Ed, and I'll reserve my third for the sake of not rushing it. Him and Ed never argue actual points, ever. Like at least Zanuck will come with arguments, whether I agree with him or not. Me and him clash all the time, obviously, but he'll come with actual points and try and explain shit away. Okay, that's what I want. I want to hear your explanation so we could follow it to a logical conclusion. Don't just come with, again, you don't understand, and asking me questions, how many years of college did you attend? That doesn't matter how many years. It doesn't matter how many years of college I went to. Doesn't matter any of that stuff. Stick with the point. He can't.
Is there like evidence of these grand cover-ups?
not a grand cover up, bro.
Nice
It's just
profound
not
input.
taught.
Very profound input, man. Maybe you should write a paper, submit it to us. We'll decide if we publish it or not.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking a question if there's evidence. I don't know if that's necessarily input, because like extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, right? So like an extraordinary cover up.
You mean like the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning water ball in a vacuum going like multiple different vectors that can't be detected?
I would say that that would be an extraordinary claim if there's an extraordinary cover up, right? So I would expect there to be some sort of like small quantity of evidence at least.
Let me turn that around on him, Austin. If you, in your years of academia, whatever, however far you made it, okay, did you ever hear anything about the Michelson-Morley or Airy's failure or any of these experiments? Pretty freaking massive, you know. For lack of better words, they're huge, bro, with the implications of what's going on around us, with the world we live in. I mean, this is where physics shifted. Why has nobody heard of it? Why do they have to hear it from us first?
Can you imagine being convinced that linear motion cannot be detected? Just imagine that. It's so unbelievable to me, man. It's truly unbelievable, this.
Well, it's another thing to claim that we can't detect it in interferometry because shit wasn't precise enough at one point in time, even though there's still other implications that destroy it. But now that shit is precise enough, and we're literally have devices called linear interferometers, like, and to still deny it is, yeah, to me, intellectually dishonest once you've heard about it.
But if I was intellectually honest, like, wouldn't I expect to see some level of evidence of like?
Yeah, how about LIGO? About LIGO?
Like some of these cover-ups, you know?
Linear interferometer.
Have you heard of LIGO?
Yeah.
Okay. They say that instrument is precise enough to detect two black holes colliding.
And how does
I don't know how many billions
how's that
and
evidence of a cover-up?
no, it's not evidence of a cover-up. It's if what I just told you right now doesn't tell you anything, right? Then there's really no further communication needed with you. I know it's going to be a complete waste of time.
I'm just thinking, like, if I'm intellectually honest with myself, like, I'd expect some evidence of like these cover-ups that I believe in. You know what I mean?
Dude, you're covering it up to your, bro. There doesn't need to be evidence. You're literally covering it up in your. I just said
there need to be evidence of these.
Hold on, you ain't got to interrupt. I posted devices called linear interferometers. So for them to claim that they can't detect linear motion, when all I have to do is post a device called a linear interferometer, and it says how precise it detects linear motion and the different ways they can detect linear motion. It's over, bro. If you want to cover it up in your own brain, call it a cover up, call it whatever you want, bro. If you're not intellectually honest, you will not process that information.
So did you get that as evidence?
No.
A linear interferometer. That, what does it do again, Brian?
Yeah, it detects linear motion.
Motion. So did you get that, dude? Did you get that? What he just told you now? Did you understand that?
Down to the nanometer.
Did you get that, buddy? You asked for proof,
No, for
right?
the 12th time.
You didn't get that.
Yeah, again, no.
Okay, then
13th time.
I will not waste another syllable on you. Have a good night. I mean, it's as simple as that. If you don't understand that, then there's nothing else to tell you.
Yeah, introduction level, it's okay with McToon saying you got to flirt. The honesty is to maintain the heliocentric model, you have to lie, or you have to be dishonest with yourself. That's the reality. All we get is projection. They project on us and just puke their horse shit onto us. And there's a prime example of it where he won't acknowledge linear motion being detected with a linear interferometer. Go figure.
I'm just trying to figure out how it's been covered up. That's all.
No, you're not.
Covering it up in your own mind right now, bro. You're literally picking it up because you won't repeat this information, and neither will anybody else when we've tied it in and affiliated to the tests and what they considered proof of the heliocentric model and us revolving around the sun. Now they've directly disputed it. What do they think? It's just been long enough we'd forget? No, some of us question reality. We're the skeptics. We're the true people who go against the grain to keep society halfway honest, you know? And if you want to be dishonest...
Brian, he doesn't understand anything you're saying. He doesn't even understand the significance of linear accelerometers. He doesn't understand
what the problem is he does understand because he was just explained. Yeah, he does. He knows there's such a machine, right? All he's doing now is saying, what's the evidence? He's throwing the cord back and you hoping he'll bite. This is a game.
I'm letting you know, I think, for a fact, this dude does not understand the significance of a linear interferometer. As in the significance of how it applies. That's right. So like to skip over to like, do you understand, like, do you see now? No, he doesn't understand the significance of it. If you gave him money right now and asked him to explain it, well, just give him a chance. Now let me speak for him. Hey, can you explain the significance of the linear interferometry?
I can't.
And if he doesn't know, I apologize. I thought he was.
Thank you. No, he openly admitted he can't. So
if he doesn't understand it, then I do apologize. This is
no. I don't buy it, but I don't buy it, man. I'm willing to bet if there was a way to go in his brain and I'm willing to bet $1,000 that he understands exactly what we're talking about.
I literally have no idea what this device is.
And he's just playing. I'm willing to bet any amount of money.
I'll give him a 2-second breakdown. Okay, the whole heliocentric model rests on the Earth moving around the sun, and we abolish the ether because we couldn't supposedly detect linear motion. Okay, because the speed of light's constant in every direction, and there's no preferred reference frame. In other words, according to motion, there's no variance. Okay, it doesn't matter what way it's moving, you're going to get a null result. Okay, the whole heliocentric model rests on that fact. So when we show years later that we detect linear motion, then we have to draw it back to when the whole heliocentric model was even proven, supposedly, and relativity was supposedly proven that we're moving around the sun, and the whole model, bro, it literally contradicts itself, and we're here to hold their feet to the fire. So hopefully now you understand kind of what we're saying.
I don't really understand how it connects. I'd have to look into it.
Yeah, nice try, buddy. I heard you talk before. You ain't fooling me. I'm just telling you that right now. You ain't fooling me.
Okay. I'm not fooling you.
That's right. You're not.
Okay.
Do you understand a speedometer, what a speedometer is?
Yeah, they're totally the same, right?
Do you understand forward motion of a car and a device called a speedometer to measure that motion?
Yes.
Okay. So if you could understand that, I guess it's not that hard to understand what Brian was trying to tell you.
And
I'm sure you understand it.
I'm just looking for evidence of the cover-up. I mean, if you can break it down like into very, very simple terms, like how this is evidence of a cover-up, I'd love to hear it.
Fact, you never heard of it. Okay, can you explain to me Airy's failure, or can you explain to me the Michelson-Morley, or the Michelson-Gale Pearson, or the Michelson or the Sagnac? The fact that you've never heard of it should tell you something. It should speak volumes. Or maybe you can describe all these things to me, because these were the tests that supposedly proved relativity, or the beginning of it, that is even possible.
You got to break this down for me. Like, help me. Like, maybe I haven't heard of any of this stuff. Can you like break it down simply how these things are covering it up?
Very simple. The fact I've never heard of it means it's not being tossed around freely. It's not just free-flowing evidence. It's not common knowledge. That fact alone, or else maybe Etsy's right and you are being dishonest and you have heard of this stuff. Okay, if you want me to break it down, at least acknowledge the fact that you never heard of it first. and it's not common knowledge.
Yeah, but just because something is not common knowledge doesn't mean it's evidence of some cover-up. Just means it's not common knowledge.
Sure, that's
Well,
what I
now
said.
now you know. Now you say that you understand what it is, right? But now it's just a cover up. You want to know, right?
On see, that's why I told you. We'll get into the details if you prove to me
Playing
that
you,
you are
Brian. He is
Hold
playing
on.
you, bro.
Yeah, but hold on, SE. I'm just, I can back off, but I want him to show me he's intellectually honest. Anybody could describe this. If we're going to elaborate on these things, but show me you're intellectually honest and you never heard of these things first. The fact, because that's my main point, is the fact that it's not common knowledge. These major physics shifting experiments are not taught and you never heard of them, then we can advance and we can explain the contradictions. But first, can you show me you're intellectually honest and admit you never heard of these things?
Heard of some of them. I haven't looked into them.
In academia.
Yeah, I've heard of some of these things. I haven't looked into them.
You heard of them in academia, in school?
I don't think I heard of them in school. No, but
Where'd you hear them?
I didn't take STEM, so.
I mean, but where did you hear them? You saying you did?
I think I heard of them here.
Right here, right. So in other words, it's not common knowledge. So it doesn't have to be a great cover-up. It just needs to be information suppressed and not freely taught.
But again, that's not evidence. Just because something's not common knowledge doesn't mean it's evidence of a cover-up. Like, there's plenty of things that are not common knowledge. It's not some evidence of some grand cover-up. That's not evidence.
Well, if the proof that we're moving around the sun falls on the basis of these experiments, you'd think they'd be common knowledge to anybody studying heliocentrism. They all stem.
Who studies heliocentrism? Like your common citizen's not gonna be like, yeah, the Michelson-Morley expect. Like, what are you talking about?
You're a common citizen, bro?
Yeah, I'm a layperson.
I learn. Are you trying to teach me something, or are you trying to learn? That's my question.
Hold on, it's irresponsible to assume. It's reckless to assume what people know or don't know. Just to put that out there.
Yeah, because if you have something to teach me, I'm all ears, man. If there's something I haven't learned yet, I've learned a lot in this subject from flat earthers, ballers alike, from my own research. Okay, if there's something you could teach me, then I'm all ears. If you want to learn, then ask me rational questions.
I did.
So, are you trying to teach me? Are you trying to learn?
I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to find out where the evidence of the cover-up is.
Fair enough. I'll repeat. Okay. When they went to measure, for absolute motion, Michelson-Morley was pretty much one of the first, not the very first, but one of the first to try and detect the Earth's motion through a stationary ether, which is kind of straw man. But the fact they got a null result turned physics over for 25 years. Okay, this had physics in an uproar of why are they getting a null result? It wasn't quite zero, but it wasn't what they were expecting when this device was 6 times, really 10 times sensitive enough to measure the Earth's 30-mile-an-hour-second motion around the sun. Okay, so when they detected like 1/6 of that, they just called it instrument error, and it took them forever. They literally had to use transform equations to take the first order measurements and make them to where we are still moving around the sun, and they just abolished the ether. They literally abolished what really wasn't even in question, if you ask me, and they abolished it and to keep us moving around the sun. And it took them, like I said, years and years and years. And since then, there's been new evidence, new tests, and every moment in between with Dayton Miller showing. And now there's literal devices called linear interferometry. So if they say that light is moving in the same speed, no matter what you're doing. In other words, if me and you, I'm sitting there, and you're moving on a train, that we're gonna measure the same thing because light is relative and absolute. Then that's special relativity. If we could prove otherwise, then we could detect linear motion. Well, we've proven otherwise. We've detected linear motion, just not of the Earth. We could detect any linear motion, period, just not the Earth. So, what do you think from that?
So to summarize, they fudged the tests, is what you're saying?
No, they fudged the explanation. Because
And we're finding this out as lay people.
Yeah, well, if you're trying to learn, they literally come up with the Lorentz transform, which it took them years and different explanations because they weren't willing to concede. Because that experiment showed either we're not in motion, okay, or it's relative. They literally threw out even considering the fact that we're not in motion. And just abolished either. That's like saying, us moving relative to the wind, we're going to try and prove that the speed that I'm moving relative to the stationary atmosphere. But the wind's blowing, right? The wind's blowing, so I got a bad result because I didn't account for the wind that's moving with me jogging. Okay, so what I did to keep me moving, whatever, I literally abolished the fucking wind. I abolished the air. That's literally what they did. They abolished the damn reference frame in which everything is measured because that was the only thing they could do, and they mathematically transformed it. So, in other words, if you measure something, you're going to pretty much mathematically get the same result as if we're stationary. But it transforms it to keep us in motion. It's a simple transform, bro. It's the Lorentz transform that keeps us pretty much moving around the sun, to break it down. In any event, anything you're measuring, just apply that transform if it goes against the Earth's motion against the sun, and voila.
So, to summarize, us lay people believe we have found out that they have fudged the data, and that is evidence of the cover-up.
No, they fudged the explanation, bro. Once again, they fudged the explanation. They abolished which everything was measured.
So since you're a layperson and you don't really understand this, do you really think we're traveling at 66,000 miles an hour right now around the sun? Is this your belief?
No, I said we are lay people.
Yeah, we the lay people. So as being part of the lay person that doesn't understand this, do you accept their explanation that right now you're traveling at 66,000 miles an hour approximately, give or take?
Yeah.
Forget the exact crazy. You believe this?
Yeah.
You believe it? Okay, fine. All right. Fair enough. If it's that easy, bro, for you, I mean, okay, no worries. Like, don't listen to anything you just heard. Don't listen that there's a mechanism that can measure this movement. You just keep telling yourself that smarter people have figured this out. Whatever you do, don't look into it. Whatever you do.
Well, I probably won't make connections that might not be there via a lack of the fundamental knowledge of the subject, and then proclaim I figured it out.
There's nothing to figure out here, bro. This is not difficult stuff.
Yeah.
This is you not even willing to look at something presented to you, right? You think you're traveling at a tremendous speed, and somebody just told you, look, there's a mechanism out there that we can use and see that we're not actually traveling at that speed. You don't even want to look at it, bro. You want somebody else to find a fault in it for you. I mean, if that's the way you go about living your life, hey, that's on you, bro. I mean, respect. You continue. You won't even look at it. You won't even say, could this guy have a point here? Could there be such a mechanism? Could I have been lied to? I don't get it, man. You're playing a game, which that's what I think you're doing, or, I mean, you're just not being honest with yourself if it's the contrary. So which way it is, there's a problem here, the way I see it.
I don't know. I just think there'd be a lot of evidence to support a huge claim. Personally, if I was intellectually honest.
Yeah, so you're gonna leave it at that. You're not gonna. Are you gonna look into it? Are you gonna look into it into Ferrometer? Are you gonna look
into the lack of the evidence? Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay. At least you're gonna do that. Okay.
Yeah, I have done that. Yeah.
You have done that. Now, before you said you haven't heard of this before. Now you're saying
Yeah,
you
so
have
he's a
done it.
liar. So he's a fucking piece of shire. Sorry.
I told you from the beginning he's playing you, bro. I can smell these people out, and I've heard this guy before. So yeah,
Like, how
it's
many
all a
people
game.
would be required to cover up just one aspect of this grand cover up, and then just like nobody came forward? There's just like no evidence.
That's not the issue, man. The issue is you yourself being an
Yeah, it's just
intellectually.
me. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you. Forget about the game you're playing right now. You're not genuinely interested if there's such a thing that could disprove this crazy notion that you're traveling at such a crazy speed. You, you don't want to look into it.
He's cracking, I see.
Yeah, that's what I thought, bro.
I think you can clearly see like his arguments have like gone just kind of down the shitter over the last week, and yeah, condolences.
It's not even that we're right or that we're wrong, right? It's like you're not even interested to have a look at it, right? Like me, I look at everything. Honestly, I look at all whatever people say. Okay, I'll look into this. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'll learn something or whatever. But to close your eyes, to go ECV, like shields up, Captain, that is like unacceptable to me. And that's why I think that, some people are they're just dishonest either with themselves or with reality. It's almost as if it's a fear to look and to find out that your whole paradigm is not right. Maybe it's a fear. Maybe I'm
It's a
wrong.
fear. No, you're right. It's called alethophobia. It's a fear of the truth. Let me post on it. Hang on.
Alethophobia.
Alethophobia.
Yeah, bro. That's a very good term. Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally
I'll
means
post on it.
the fear of truth. Yeah. Good one.
Shields up, Captain. Oh, that's great.
So we got a crippling fear of the truth, alethophobia, the inability to accept unflattering facts about your nation, religion, culture, ethnic group, worldview, or yourself. That's my favorite one.
Yeah. I like that, bro. Yeah.
Crippling.
So Paradolia's shtick is to bring everything to conspiracy theories, so that he can mentally put you in a box that he has labeled conspiracist, and then try to get you to prove to him why everything's a conspiracy, why so many people are lying, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter what you tell him, he's going to constantly come back to that. And when you explain to him, it doesn't mean that everybody's lying. It doesn't mean that people have to lie to just continue to peddle the information that they learned, right? And then when you guys point out something like this that you guys are talking about, right, where it's like, it's not necessarily that it's a lie and that people are in on the lie. The information is here. It's just being suppressed. Nobody gets taught the information. It's there if you want to look for it. But the problem is guys that want to label people conspiracists, put them in a box, make sure that box has all the certain things, can't go outside that box, they're never going to actually look at any type of information unless it somehow ties together millions of people confessing that they're lying about something, that all they're doing is just continuing to express what they've already been taught based on a blind faith and not actually looking into the foundations of it on their own.
Yep, exactly that.
We all kind
How's
of
it,
assume that.
how's
We
it
all
not
kind
a
of assume
lot?
that coming into this conversation. We all kind of think, well, let's see. I mean, we all laughing at it to begin with, but then once you're involved in the conversation, well, I guess, and if you're actually looking into it like open-mindedly and objectively as much as possible, you get to that point where you're like, oh, okay, this is what I thought before. And now that I've really looked into it and totally not just assumed that these people are quote unquote conspiracists, then I've got a new thing. And people tell those stories. We hear it all the time. Like I came in, I was trolling, I was laughing at it. Now I realize that it was actually the opposite of what I thought. Just like, the reality is they were trying to make us think it was the opposite of what it seems. Very similar. But after looking into it, if you ever do look into it, Paradolia, it'd be cool to have like an objective, like thoughtful conversation with you at some point, rather than you just trying to label people as conspiracists. I mean, that's an old act. By
Oh,
now,
I have
right?
looked into it.
Oh, really? Okay, so let's talk about the Michelson Morley experiment. What did you find out about that?
Oh, I haven't looked into every single. I
That's
haven't
what
looked
I'm
into
saying.
every
Right.
single
Well, there's certain
aspect of
details you
Flat Earth,
have
right?
to look into. Is what my point was. You have to look into the details, especially concerning the topic at hand right now that you're involved with, and some of these things about the interferometry and why it was like debated and why it was such a just even if it's not to agree with us, but just out of interest sake, it's a fascinating topic.
Well,
And
like
to know
if
the
I've
details about it and why it was interpreted a certain way, and without the conspiracy, like there's certain things that you could look into that might be just
It's not
educational,
Dave.
regardless of whether you agree with us.
Dave, he's not going to do that, man. He read a book
I'm
called
giving him the benefit of the doubt. I know.
But he read a book called Escaping the Rabbit Hole. It's also prefaced a guide to helping friends, families, and loved ones how to
Yeah, it was
debunk
Mick West, right?
conspiracy theories using facts, logic, and
It was a
respect.
Mick West book.
By Mick West.
Dude, new perspective, bro. If you don't stop interrupting, I'm gonna come to Cali, and I'm gonna leave with the left.
He can't help himself, but we love him.
I'll leave with the left just to set the right up.
I don't know what you just said.
I'll leave with the left just so I can set up the right.
Gotcha. So yeah, I mean everything's gonna come out of that book. It's like he's doing a real life book report, and he's putting into action that in which he was taught by his mentor, his guru. Just an FYI for future reference.
What
And
does,
another
what
FYI.
does this guru teach?
Just another FYI, sorry. He said before that he didn't know. He told Brian that he didn't know, and he made Brian explain all the thing to him, even though I told Brian is playing you, right? He told Brian that he didn't know. Now he's saying he did look into it. Just saying,
He's just dismantling your conspiracy theory with facts,
So what does
logic.
this what does this mentor say? Since I'm following him.
I don't know, man. Go ahead and read the book over again, just to make sure
Oh,
you're doing
so
everything you need to do.
kind of a guess then, would you say?
Dude, I'm not talking to you. I know your shtick.
Okay. Just talk about me, but not
Exposed
you.
it. I
With
just
guesses.
exposed it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I gotta admit, bro. You never actually offer substantive specificity of any subject. Right. All you ever do is try to have this backhanded macro conversation where you just basically gaslight us as if we're just out of touch with reality and insane. And like you just pity us because you're so much above us. And then we say, wait up. So if we're so crazy and out of touch with reality, what would be your specific response to this? Oh, I don't know. I literally don't comprehend that. I haven't ever researched that. I'm entirely ignorant of all of it. I could never debate you about it. I know nothing about it whatsoever. But you're crazy. So like we can just save time and move on from the discussion with you, right? Because if that's your only intent.
That sums it up right
Yeah,
there.
because if 900 of the previous quote unquote evidences were clearly fake, this new one, guys, that you haven't looked at, check this one out.
Okay, name one.
This
Name
one's
one
gonna be
of the
different,
supposed.
though. I swear.
Watch how easy it is to expose you. Name one of the alleged 900 that were fake. Name
Refraction.
one. So
Satellites.
wait. Our claim of refraction was fake.
Yeah, the claim that you see too far, like.
So were the pictures faked? Is that what you're talking about? Or refractions faked? What are you talking about?
Like as evidence of the Earth being flat.
Oh. Okay, well, this dude learned how to say a word, so he's definitely in a position to tell us how crazy we are. He knows a word.
So what did he use? Refraction? I wasn't paying attention.
Does he know the word? Explain us what is refraction. Give us the breakdown. What's refraction?
And then also satellites, like how do satellites work?
He immediately ran away.
See that? Yeah. Dude.
Oh my god, that
How
was
does
awesome.
refraction work? So they're satellites.
Oh, you asked for many instances that I provided.
I asked for one.
What? Hey, watch
Okay.
this. Watch this. Why do satellites account for real inertial forces? One of which is angular momentum of the sky.
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know anything, dude. Like
Therefore,
let's be
I'm
real.
wrong, right? If I don't know this specific thing, therefore I'm wrong. That makes sense.
Therefore your opinion that we're deluded is literally irrelevant and laughable.
Yeah, because if I know something about this
you're
thing,
getting
then your opinion
triggered.
is
You're getting
irrelevant.
triggered.
That makes sense,
No,
right?
No,
That's
listen carefully.
totally sensical.
Hold on, let's do
Try
this.
to listen
Let's
carefully.
do this. Pareidolia. So let's talk about something that Pareidolia knows about. So you know what I mean? So that, or says he knows about, and that way we can have a conversation to see what he actually knows.
So nothing.
I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Can you name anything that you actually are not ignorant of regarding the Earth discussion?
Not much.
So can't we just discount your opinion that we're wrong since we're way more informed than you are?
He doesn't really know anything, but he knows that you're stupid for thinking it. What's it?
So how
completely wrong about
how do satellites work on the flat Earth?
I just told you that they have to account for our real inertial forces.
That's how they
One of
work.
which
That's how
is-
they operate. They account for things as how they're in the sky.
Yeah. You didn't know?
That's like their propulsion method is like accounting for things. Like, are they
Well,
accountants?
apparently their propulsion
inertial
method is
forces.
to grab
Yeah,
this magical force that pulls it and pushes it and makes it a constant but non-constant, linear but non-linear speed.
So how high are they?
Wait, let's do this.
I don't put those things in the sky. How are we going to know how high they are?
Would you agree that if someone has a belief system, like for example about where they live, but they don't understand it, they've never researched it, they can't defend it, and they don't know any evidence that supposedly supports it, we can kind of discount their opinion or belief as simply that, just like a baseless belief?
Is that what holds satellites in the sky?
So you notice how you can't answer the question because it's too.
Well, when you distract to another area, I just try and bring it back instead of the shock.
Oh, like refraction.
Like refraction, yeah.
Okay, let's talk about refraction.
Okay, can you define refraction?
Refraction, fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's a reduction of the speed of light through a more dense medium. Increase.
What?
It's a reduction of the speed of light based on the density of the medium.
Oh, you're saying the speed of light slows down?
Yeah.
Ruh-roh.
Uh-oh. That's not what your model says, though, bro.
Oh, no.
Wait. So we have a variable speed of light?
Wait, what?
Are we just gonna throw out your
Hold on.
relativity?
So like they
Altogether?
said standard refraction, there must be a standard speed of light. Yeah.
You know what he did was he Googled it though. I bet he Googled. Hey man,
He's Googling right now.
I
Yeah,
googled
he
it.
is. Yeah, does the
I
speed of
did.
light
I
change?
actually did Google it, but not today.
Yeah, right. Okay.
You
How about this?
misread your Google.
I'll offer you money to show your Google results within 20
Yeah,
seconds.
but you never pay money when
You
you're
won't
gonna,
do it.
quote
You
unquote
won't
offer
do
it
it.
because you'd
You
never.
won't screen. You
Yeah,
won't
we'll do that.
screenshot your last Google searches.
I won't
'Cause you just
screenshot my
looked it up.
last Google searches.
Yeah, and now you're just gonna delete it. Now you're just gonna delete the history of you just looking it up.
Interesting tract that you're deciding to take in this conversation. I just
Yep.
Googled refraction. I'll give you money. Is that where you usually go? I'll give you money to XYZ.
Anyway, so did you know that your model doesn't claim that light is variant?
No.
Because you didn't know that.
Does that mean it's like false because I didn't know that?
No, it means that you don't know anything.
Can you discount
Like,
like talking to me because I didn't know it?
We can discount your input, yeah, because it's
Okay.
ignorant.
Right.
Do you not agree?
With
Like
the
if
speed. Repeat it.
No, like if someone is completely ignorant about a subject, then you can just kind of discount their opinion about the subject, right?
To some regard, like if they say that they're not ignorant, but they actually are. Yeah, I think it depends on the scenario.
What scenario can someone have an informed opinion when they're not informed?
How can they have? When can they have an informed opinion when they're not informed? They can't, right? Because they're not informed.
Okay, so then you can't have an informed opinion about this, right?
I guess not. I guess nobody here can.
No. Don't group us in with you, my guy. Try and stay on subject here. So you're ignorant of your position and you're uninformed. So to be fair, if you come in here with this like better, holier than thou, I'm so above you, gaslighting approach, we can disregard it because in reality, what you're actually building that entire claim upon is something that you don't even know.
Yeah, I'm ignorant of many things.
No, you've proven that there's not anything you can even bring up regarding the subject. Not even one thing.
Except for
that
the
you're not
things that
ignorant.
I brought. Except for those things.
No. You said that the speed of light changes. This is after when we asked about refraction the first time. You ran away, then Googled it. We asked you about what about the inertial forces that satellites supposedly account for? You just ran away from it. Like, how about this? Do you believe that the Earth orbits around the sun?
Yeah.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Like immediate evidence. I'd probably say satellite data, tracking the position of the stars. Yeah.
The evidence that the Earth moves around the sun is satellite data tracking the movement of the stars.
Well, and the tracking of the movement of the stars, which we've done forever.
Wait.
Okay.
I thought we were talking about the Earth moving around the sun.
Yeah, because you can check your landmark.
Well, wait. How does looking at the stars tell us that we are moving around the sun?
Because you can determine where the stars were at what point. You can track them over time.
Okay, so you're saying that since the stars change position, that proves that they're not changing position, but rather that we're moving?
Well, you can draw upon what your observations were and come to some conclusions, test some hypothesis.
Yeah, we're testing your hypothesis that the Earth moves around the sun, and your evidence for it is that the position of the stars change, but that the stars aren't actually changing position. It's just an illusion.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
That is what you're saying. See, you don't even understand what it is that you're saying. Like, what you're saying is that the Earth moves around the sun, you just can't tell, and that the stars look like they're changing position because it's actually the Earth that's moving, so it just makes the stars look like they moved, but in reality the stars didn't move,
It was the Earth that's moving. So it's just an illusion that the stars are moving. That's your model's claim.
So I have a question. Do you have any evidence of these cover-ups? Would you say, Witsit?
What are these cover-ups? That's a stupid question. Answer my question.
Yeah, who knows what I'm talking about? Yeah, who could possibly know what I'm referencing?
What cover-up? What cover-up?
That the Earth is flat?
Why do people need to cover that up?
I don't
What
know.
makes you think
I guess
already explained
people are,
this
like,
earlier,
lying
Paradolia.
about the shape, like satellites aren't actually up there.
Who said satellites aren't up there? Hey, if satellites are up there, how does it prove the Earth's not flat?
Gravity.
What? What?
Yeah, if satellites are in an orbit, how do you explain satellites being in an orbit?
And by orbit,
they
do you
could
mean
just
free fall? Because you're lost on that one too. Your whole team.
Yeah, but I mean, just so they can actually claim that it's like free fall. Like if you throw a fastball at the ground, but it barely misses the ground, but then it just keeps doing that. It just keeps on fastballing. So the fastball's straight, but since it's missing the ground, it's falling down around the ball. So it's actually straight, but it's like it's curving. So even though that doesn't make sense, because once it misses the ground the first time, it has to change direction to go back down towards the ground. Because that's just a really stupid argument that you guys have, and especially not to come with. Wait up! But ironically, if you understand what that means, what you're saying is that really, it's not orbiting as in like a circular path in your own model. So why doesn't it work
they're
on
lying.
Who's they are lying? No. Whenever they use equations for supposed satellites, if satellites are real, the equations they say they use, it uses it as if the Earth is stationary, and it just moves relative to the Earth-centered Earth fixed system above the Earth, and it moves in elliptical orbits over top of the Earth. That's what the actual math shows. So, if satellites are real, it's just evidence that the Earth is not moving. That's literally what their equations say.
And we're the ones to find this out.
What?
Like nobody found this out beforehand. We're the discoverers of this information. Us lay people.
Everyone that does anything to do with satellites or equations or orbital mechanics would know this. That you treat the Earth as if it's stationary and use inertial forces, even though they're actually fictitious, but we have to treat them as if they're real and that the Earth is stationary for the equations.
Yeah, usually what happens is you take real world data and then you have to manipulate it to match the globe mathematics, and then it's accepted.
Yeah. What I want to know, man, is like, can you admit this? That you don't really understand any of the specifics. You haven't like rigorously tested this theory at all. You just believe it because that's what other people told you.
Have I gone to the extent that you have? No.
So you agree? You just kind of blindly believe it because that's what other people told you.
Well, I mean, if I notice inconsistencies or falsities, it's not even a word. If I notice that all the arguments presented are glaringly false and it's glaringly obviously wrong, like, do I really need to go to the 10,000th instance and discover that one when clearly, like, the arguments presented thus far are all bad?
You didn't seem to answer my. Hey, man, do you agree? You just blindly believe this because that's what other people told you.
Well, I said no, just now.
Okay, so then, for example, like the fundamental part of your belief is that the Earth moves around the sun, that causes seasons, and that we're in a solar system. All right, there's a planet of solar system or solar system of planets. So, like, you believe this. People told you this, and then you started believing it. So you're saying you've tested that claim since then?
No.
So then you do just blindly believe it because someone told you that?
I believe it blindly based on evidence.
Based on what?
Evidence.
But I asked you for that evidence earlier, and you didn't. You said that the stars move.
Yeah.
But then I explained to you what that means. You're saying is that the stars don't actually move; they just look like they're moving. So the evidence that the stars are not moving is that we see them move.
You disagree with the evidence.
No. That's your claim is that the evidence that the stars are not moving is that we see them move.
Clearly, we can see that the stars move from day to day. as we observe them, right? We can track said movement over periods of time, and we can make some hypotheses based on said movement. We can, test some theories. Which one emerges as the winner? We could say that one's probably the logical one.
But yours isn't very logical because what it says is we see the stars move, but they're not moving.
So they don't change position in the night sky as we advance
your
in the
model
season?
claim.
That's the point,
Your
dude.
model
The stars
claims,
are moving. The stars are
your
the
model
ones moving.
claims. Yeah, your model claims that it's just an illusion that they're changing position.
Yeah, what you're seeing is a mirage.
Oh.
That's literally what your model claims. It claims the Earth orbits around the sun. You just can't tell, and you can't measure the movement of the Earth. And the stars look like they're changing position, but that's actually just an illusion because the Earth's motion that you can't detect. That's like literally a still man of your position.
Yeah, tell me more about this spinning ball that you'll never see or feel.
But the funny part is, you didn't even know that's what it was.
Do you find it odd though that like the idea that there would be a grand cover-up doesn't really have any evidence? Like personally, do you find that odd?
Okay, keep on topic. It's not about any cover-ups, dude. Keep on topic. We're looking for globe evidence. Where's it at?
This was originally.
And first of all, there's an abundance of evidence. Like, first of all, the textbooks that teach people in school from a young age are controlled by a small group of people. Admittedly, it's admitted.
Yeah, well, like the mall, my local mall is controlled by a small group of people. So what?
No. The actual evidence, quote unquote, the information that's taught to everyone from a young age is controlled by a small group of people. So, like, what everyone believes to be true is literally written by a small group of people, admittedly.
The publisher.
Yeah, who owns the publishing companies?
You're not getting the body of
how many?
Hold on. You're not getting the body of science when you grow up and go to public school. Okay, whatever's published is supposed to be published so that there's a specific story that gets out to specific kids at a specific time. That's all.
Well, I think what Witz is talking about is actually like a school curriculum. So whether a book is published or not, because I mean, like I could publish a book and it wouldn't be on the curriculum, right? So that doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if people are publishing books. It matters if they're being thrust upon children, and then those children being told that they have to learn that information.
Correct.
So children are being educated. Is the evidence?
What's the evidence?
No, I'm saying so. Children being educated this material is the evidence of the cover-up, is what you're saying. If I'm hearing you correctly.
It's you acted like there had to be some like huge elaborate plan and everyone had to be in on it. No, just a small group of people control the actual textbooks that are facilitated to children. And all the way up to university.
Who controls the information?
The Rockefellers.
Really?
You didn't know that?
So they like tell Pearson what to do?
Yes, they're the primary shareholder.
So like if I decide to make a math book company, they're just gonna like come take me out or something if I.
All right, dude. This is stupid. Dude. You know what I gotta say, man. Like, I think you're well aware that clearly we're all way more informed about this than you, and that you just kind of blindly believe it because to you can't grasp the magnitude of the idea that this many people could be wrong. So it's called the appeal to incredulity. You're just appealing to incredulity, like due to your inability to grasp that something like that could happen. It can't be true. Do you understand? Do you understand that that's called incredulity?
Well, if it hasn't been demonstrated to be a possibility, right? Then how could you believe that it is so? Like,
It's pretty crazy that you just like don't answer questions wrong. Anyway.
Yo, what's up? You were crushing it out there, boy.
I'm just trying to work out
So-
whether today's global argument is nuh-uh or yuh-uh. Don't know if you guys can help me out on that one.
Nah.
So do you guys believe that the satellites are in like a vacuum of space where they say they are? Or?
I don't see. That's an extraordinary claim. I need some extraordinary evidence.
So who would be involved in that, deception, I guess? It's a small group of
Probably
people.
the distribution of information to children.
But like, wouldn't like the SATCOM companies who all say they're there also have to be in on it? Like all of
No,
them?
why would they? Well, no, why?
Well, they say that they're communicating with these things, right? So
Wait, but how do they? Wait, what do they have to? How do they have to know there's a vacuum up there?
well, they'd have to know how their communications transport through specific mediums, for example, right? So if you have a vacuum, your signal is going to transfer differently than it is through like the ionosphere. Or, right?
So this is kind of a similar example. So a couple of years ago, a couple of like protein powder companies got busted for not putting enough protein in their powder. And what you're saying is, why would the protein powder companies not put enough protein in their powder? And they would have to be in on it, right? Well, I mean, they were. Like, companies do this all the time. They're not going to rumble themselves just because you think that's what they should do.
No, I'm just trying to figure out the quantity of people that would be on it. He made a claim. He's like, there's not this big quantity of people, right? If I'm quoting accurately, I want to represent it correctly, right? There's not a grand quantity of people that are on it, right? So I'm just trying to figure out, logistically speaking, just regarding satellites, how many people would need to be in on it? Like,
Not that many. Not that many. Most of them just like read the data that they receive, and they just have assumptions based on it with algorithms and programs.
But let's use the protein powder example again, right? So let's just say that, I don't know, my protein has 10,000 employees. How many of those 10,000 employees are actually specifically, their job is to specifically put the protein in the pouch? 2? 5? Like, most people in the company they're involved in marketing, they're involved in operations, they're involved in HR, they're involved in all sorts of non-technical parts of that field or part of that company. So the actual amount of people who would have to know is very small.
And the ironic part is, even if satellites are really up there, they literally use the dynamics of a stationary Earth that with a sky that moves and creates an inertial force. So, I mean, you can go all the way up the ladder, and people could not be lying. They could just be wrong. Like, just be ignorant of the fact they're using a stationary Earth with the angular momentum and inertial force of that stationary Earth to do anything. I mean, that's just like, we literally grant the possibility of the satellites being up there, and it still doesn't require a grand conspiracy at all.
Yeah, and that's funny because using the example I gave, it's like where it was for sure that the company was lying, and you've actually given another example where you don't even know, do you? Like, they could just be wrong. So I don't know, man. Like your credulity, Paradolia, is just it's a bit naive, to be honest.
well, I can agree with what you're saying, Crypto. I can get totally on board with that. Not everybody in the company needs to know, what quantity of the protein powder, what the mixture of the protein powder even is, like if they're cutting it with baby flour, whatever. Not a lot of people need to know that. Some people just need to like press a lever or whatever. I get that. But we're talking about thousands of protein companies with all the people that have information to interaction with said protein all working together flawlessly. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You know what I mean? 'Cause there's not just one protein company. Like you have an immense quantity of small businesses that design the equipment that is purchased by these companies. Like if I design an antenna, right? I need to know the specifics, right? So how am I like? I'm gonna design something that's not actually there, and they're gonna buy it. Like you gotta, yeah. Tell me like that's a small amount of people.
Yeah, it makes me think. Do you know, like when somebody signs an NDA, did they know what it is before they sign the NDA, or after, like whatever the company's secret would be?
Afterwards, but I think there's some pre-disclosure, non-exact secrets. Depends, I think.
Right, but if you were like had to sign an NDA somewhere, and you signed the NDA, and then they taught you the information, obviously you couldn't come out about it, right?
Yeah, for a certain quantity of time. Like if it's a trade secret, like maybe you
So like that,
non-compete.
so that kind of explanation alone open up the window that there might be information that isn't given to the general public.
Yeah, for sure. But you'd then have to connect that like together with like there's time limits on NDAs, right? You can't have an NDA until your death.
I don't know why this is such a big hiccup for you guys. I just explained to you that they literally just wouldn't even know. And you just like ignored it.
No, I acknowledged it. I disagree. It doesn't sound logistically accurate.
Well, you're just wrong. If there's a more dense medium, the duration of the signal is going to be longer. So if you assume it's a vacuum, then you're going to assume it's a greater distance. If you just have equations where you assume there's a real inertial set of forces, but then your model claims they're actually fictitious, but you just have to treat them like they're real for the purposes of actually putting something out there. And you have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary, even though it's actually not. Then they actually use a stationary Earth with real inertial forces of a moving cosmos with angular momentum as if it's not there, because their belief is that it's not there. They wouldn't have to know anything.
I can get behind that if it was a singular transmission, but they have hundreds, thousands of transmitters on the Earth transmitting to these satellites, right?
What would that change?
So it would change the source of the transmission and the time, right? So it can't all be an assumption if you're triangulating.
No, well, what do you mean? They think it's a vacuum, but it's not a vacuum, so they think it's further than it actually is.
Yeah, but you have multiple sources to determine that it's not.
That doesn't change anything. Each different source, it's one source with all these different signals going to it from different angles. They're all going to have the same fundamental underlying error of interpretation. So it's all going to correspond exactly because it's just a different medium. This is me granting you a lot of stuff I don't have to. I'm just showing that the flaw in your logic, it runs deep. Like it's like you don't even know that, in fact, all the satellites could be up there, all the data they claim is legit, and they could still just be wrong with their interpretation of it.
No, they can't because of triangulation. You can't. You cannot. It
You
doesn't
literally
matter.
can. You literally can. It's the same
because
thing
you
as
can.
like. It's the same thing as when we look at the sky and people say, okay, this is this many light years away. And then just like, for example, Hubble said, but in reality, it could be a much more dense medium. And that would mean everything is way more local. And we were just wrong about all the distances because we assumed the wrong type of medium. It could be finite. It could be closed. It could be much more local because it's more dense. It's a very simple concept. Oh, all the astronomers in the world must be lying. No, they're all assuming the same thing. If that assumption's wrong, they're all just wrong, even though they don't know it. So now we can get into GPS satellites and how they actually use a preferred direction for the speed of light, and how in one direction, coincidentally the same direction as the spin of the sky, that the propagation is more effective. So what's up with that? Why do they have to use a preferred direction as if the sky is moving and the light moves through the sky or the air faster in the direction of the movement of the sky? When supposedly light's supposed to have a constant speed in all reference frames, and it's actually the Earth that's moving and the sky's not moving at all. Why is there a preferred direction for GPS satellites? So satellites is like the worst thing for you guys to bring up. Like now that we've figured out, we've actually pulled back the curtain and looked at it, you guys should never even utter the phrase GPS satellite. It's like the worst thing you can do.
Why?
Because it utilizes a preferred direction of light speed.
But why shouldn't we bring it up?
Because it's that debunks that the Earth is moving, and it debunks relativity.
Says who?
Okay. Do you know what C is? Do you know what C is in relativity?
I don't.
Okay, it's the constant speed of light. Right. So you know relativity is gravity, right? Your model's theory of gravity.
Okay.
Okay. It says that the speed of light is constant, meaning unchanging, meaning it doesn't vary. So it's invariant. It doesn't change or vary. It's constant. C. Okay. Your model's theory of gravity says the speed of light is constant in all directions and all reference frames. But GPS satellites, they utilize the fact that light propagates at different speeds in different directions. It has a preferred direction where it goes faster. And that direction just so happens to be the same direction that everything in the sky moves.
And why did they use that?
Because the results didn't work until they corrected for the speed differential.
What's their explanation for using it?
They literally don't have one. They don't have one. So they just use it because they have to. You know.
Is this going to be one of those things where I look into it and then I come back and you're like, well, they say, I mean, like.
Well, no, it's not going to be one of those things that you look into because you don't look into things under
Right.
your own admission. That's what you said.
I don't look into everything. I don't have enough time to look into everything.
Yeah, then we asked you to name just something you look into, and it turns out it was nothing.
Except for the things that I mentioned, all those
All right, man.
nothing.
Okay, man. Do you agree that there should not be a preferred direction for the speed of light according to relativity?
I have no idea.
Okay. Anyway, man. You know what you need to research, bro? You need to research Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale-Pearson. Then you need to research the replications of Michelson-Morley, Dayton-Miller, and subsequent replications in the 21st century.
But why would I do that?
Because you'll discover that all the evidence throughout all of history has shown us that the Earth is not orbiting the sun. It is not spinning, but the sky moves around the Earth.
But me as a layperson, I'm going to be like, I found the secret, guys. And then I'm not going to understand why my conclusions are inaccurate. Is that what you're saying?
What?
After all this, bro. After all, like, stop wasting your time with him, bro. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, too soon. Look, the conclusion is that you just believe this and you don't feel it's necessary to really like verify it because you're very confident that there's no way this many people could be wrong about something. It's all good. We'd all have much more respect if you could just say what
Well,
it
there's
is.
a difference in claiming that people are wrong and then claiming that people are covering up, lying, deceiving. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, there's a fundamental difference in those two things. Yeah. Like, I think you really believe the Earth, a tilted, wobbling, spinning water ball in a vacuum revolving around the sun as it shoots through the galaxy into infinite, ever-expanding nothingness. I think you believe that, right? So you're just wrong. Doesn't mean you're lying to cover up the globe deception. You're just wrong. It's
I mean, I
okay.
certainly haven't developed any idioms that I repeat that would, cause me to believe it to be a preposterous thing, like spinning water ball through. I don't repeat that every time, to make it seem like it's preposterous. I don't like repeat that again and again.
No, that's an accurate representation of the model. It's tilted, wobbling, 3 different wobbles. There's actually more than 3. Multiple different wobbles. And it's rotating, and there's water on this ball bending convexly, adhering to the exterior of a sphere that's tilted, wobbling, and spinning inside of a vacuum as it flies around the sun in an ever-expanding vacuum of nothingness. That is the model. That's not like an idiom that I made to make it sound ridiculous. That's just actually what the model claims. The fact that when I accurately describe the model, you interpret it as preposterous speaks for itself.
I don't interpret it as preposterous. The way that it's said, right? It's a common trope amongst flat earthers that they'll build these repeated points, and they'll say it as though it is impossible, inaccurate, implausible, or crazy. And you can tell at which the speed they say it, they've said it a lot, right? It's not like they're just now thinking about these things to say, right? So they repeat them over and over again.
The model doesn't change, so yeah, it's the same description.
So in their own mind, potentially it might become more preposterous the more they repeat it.
Look, man, do you have any actual evidence that the Earth's a tilted, wobbling, spinning water ball in a vacuum defying physics, or is it just a belief that you hold? Can we just wrap this combo up, bro? Just admit that it's just a belief that you hold. It's not a big deal.
Belief totally based on evidence.
Yeah. But evidence that you can't articulate, understand, or have not actually investigated.
Except for the ones that I did.
Which was refraction and satellites.
Stars also.
Yeah, you didn't understand that. I specifically stated that you don't understand.
Yeah, I know. I just don't agree with you.
Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you for.
Let's just make one thing clear. When I asked him what refraction is, he went to satellites. He didn't explain what refraction is.
Except for my explanation.
Let's just be clear on that one. When I asked you, what is refraction? This is how this started. What is refraction? You said satellites.
Yep.
Yeah, totally accurate.
Okay.
That is literally what you did. I just think it's awesome that we now have shown that interferometry detects linear motion, which debunks the entire heliocentric model because they claim that the Earth's orbit is a linear path. That's why you can't detect it with the Michelson-Morley interferometry. But now we've actually shown that you can detect linear motion with an interferometer, which means it should be detecting the Earth's orbit at different times in different directions, in different portions of the orbit. But it doesn't detect it. So now we know for a fact that the Earth is in fact not flying through space around the sun. So it's a good day, cheers.
Hell yeah, and we learned a little bit about satellites on the way because you had to explain certain things to our buddy here. So not a total loss. Things were learned.
Yeah. Yeah. Man. Oh, and we talked about how we're just moments away from the ether making its victorious return.
Well, Einstein brought it back, so I don't know why it's such a big deal. Einstein himself at the end said, yeah, he believes in the ether, so.
Yeah, just like a different version.
Yeah.
Not only that he believes in it, but the general theory would be impossible without it.
Exactly. Yeah.
I can pull
Einstein.
up a direct quote here in a second, I think.
I believe
And to
you,
clarify,
bro. Yeah.
he didn't say that at first. At first,
No,
he
not
said
at first. No, he changed his
exactly.
mind. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. At first, he asserted the absolute non-existence of the ether, and then as
Exactly.
time moved forward, he's like, I misspoke. There has to be an ether."
Yep, that's a fact. Yep. Documented. Their boy Einstein.
But then he tried to have his cake and eat it too, where he said, "Well, space without ether is unthinkable, and that relativity requires the ether, and that its story is by no means finished, but rather continued by relativity." But he wanted his cake and eat it too, in the sense that he's like, well, because I realize that when we say there is the ether, we say nothing more than space is endowed with physical property. So he wanted to say there is an ether, but there's not an ether, right? There's an ether in the sense that space-time must have physical properties of bending and warping, but that's all that's there, I promise, and there's nothing else. So he wanted the ether without what the ether really is, which is a fundamental primary substrate. So, yeah, there you go. But nothing new. I mean, basically all Einstein did was doublespeak. You know that word you always use, dialetheism? Is there like a word for is there like a dialetheist?
Yeah, of course.
Dialetheist?
Well, if there isn't, there should be one.
Well, let's just pretend there is one. Basically, Einstein's just a glorified dialetheist.
Yep. And for those that are not aware what that means, dialetheism literally means di, theo, two in Greek, and aletheism means the truth. So the belief in two truths, basically, breaks down to dialetheism.
I do feel like the word should be slightly modified though, because what you're saying is the belief in two contradictory truths, right? So, like, I know what you're saying by dialetheism, but I feel like the word itself isn't complete. You know what I
Right,
mean?
but even two truths, like how could there be two truths?
Well, I mean, I could say that an apple is green and a banana is yellow. They're two truths, and they're not contradictory.
No, but we're talking about the same thing now. You got to understand, of course, right? We're talking about, yeah. We're not talking about two different things, a banana and a. We're talking about the banana being both yellow, or being both a banana and an apple or something like that. Like,
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying. I don't know, man. It's a silly thing anyway. So just ignore me.
no. You have a point, and don't forget this is an ancient word, right? This is like a word that's like 3,000 years old or something. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but think about it. Their paradigm, they have to believe in two truths at the same time. Think about all their things, right? The way they believe. They have to have dualism in their thoughts, or else their model doesn't work. A straight line curves. You travel in a linear path, but actually the space curves. What we were saying before, all these things, they're all dualisms. You have a closed system, but it's open.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of esoteric, right? Like of opposites alternating with each others, right? It's kind of an esoteric mindset in a way.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Dualism at its finest. Like, yeah. We're stationary. We feel stationary, but they say we're moving, right? We feel no spin. They say we're spinning. We see the sun move. They say we're moving. Right?
Well, dude, the craziest part is that they invoke those things as their evidence. You know, like where he's like, the evidence that we move around the sun is that we can't tell we're moving around the sun, and that the stars look like they change position, but they're not changing position.
Exactly.
Like their evidence is the stars are moving, but that proves that they're not moving.
Exactly. Yeah. It's insane. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's
there
exactly
it is.
what I said.
You notice how we just ignored you there, my guy.
Yeah. I would too, honestly.
All right, well, cool. I'm like, I love that answer too, though. I'm like, yeah, but does anyone have evidence of the Earth moving around the sun? They're like, yeah, parallax. And I'm like, oh, so your evidence for the Earth moving around the sun is that the stars are moving, but they're not actually moving. Like, what are we talking about? So your evidence that the stars are not moving is that we see them move.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
That's literally what the model says. So if you invoke parallax as your proof, ironically, what you are saying is that, you know, the evidence that the stars are not moving is that we see them move. That's literally what you're saying.
No, the evidence that we rotate the sun is that we can track the motion of these heavenly bodies through time.
Right, like we can track the
That's
stars
actually what I
moving, but
said.
they're not. We can track the stars moving, but they're not actually moving, which means it has to be us moving. So your evidence that the Earth is moving around the sun is that we see the stars moving, but they're not actually moving. It's like you still don't get it. You've just been told to say that, I think.
Wait, oh, you're hot micing, what's it?
My bad. Thank you for coming to Through Line.
You know what's my evidence that I'm moving? I was standing still on the street and I seen a car go by. It's evidence that I'm moving 35 miles away.
Oh, that's actually very interesting what you say, Noah. Because uh, Let me give a quick quote, okay?
Oh yeah, I mean it quickly turns into what's your evidence of it to arguing, don't you agree that's possible?
Yeah, so basically one time I was holding a baseball and I threw it 30 miles an hour to the south, and that's how I moved myself at 30 miles an hour. I beat the world record sprinter.
So your evidence that you were moving is that the baseball moved?
Yeah, when the baseball left my hand, I actually moved away from the baseball, and all of the earth and the atmosphere moved along with me. It was stuck there. It was a lockstep of me, the atmosphere, and the earth moving away from the baseball, and that's my evidence that I can move faster than the world's fastest sprinter.
Wow, and you're white, dude.
Dude, it's like a fucking. I beat the fucking game just by using Einstein.
Yeah, dude, no one should ever pay speeding ticket again.
Dude, like the Jamaicans and the Kenyans, they're all gonna have to retire, give up their gold medals, because I have something to show them with a projectile in my hand and me standing still. But actually, I'm moving. Isn't that fucking ridiculous? Instead of the arrow, I took an arrow and I shot it. And instead of the arrow leaving the bow, no. My target came, target hit the arrow. Right, that makes sense. That's
Dude, if I ever get
fucking
a speeding
great.
ticket, I'm telling the judge, dude, that actually, according to relativity, which is proven science, you can't prove that I was moving and it wasn't the cop.
Oh man. Heck yeah. Let's go.
That's what I'm saying.
Get some
mean,
reference
no.
frames in there.
When
Hell
Essie
yeah, bro.
when Essie said that the arrow, the target moves towards the arrow instead of the
Is he roboting or is it me?
arrow moving towards
Yeah, you're breaking up.
the target, that's when I knew it was all bullshit.
You just ask the cop, you say, hey man, your car, the non-inertial reference frame, or it was supposed to be, how can I be sure that you weren't moving?
Yeah, bro.
Well, how he's moving? Actually, he is moving like at 1,000 miles per hour.
Right,
so
that's what I'm saying.
That's
So
probably
you're
what
supposed
he
to
was
be
picking
you're
up.
supposed to be non-inertial reference frame if you've got the radar gun in your hand, right? So that you can see what the thing using inertia, the thing moving, is doing. So you have to be still. And
So not only do I
if it's all fucking moving, then you can't even give someone a speeding ticket now, bro. Yeah. Ask
Yeah,
relativity.
not only do I demand my speeding ticket be thrown out, but I demand that you actually charge the cop with speeding.
Yep, that's right.
Hold on, don't we have to have the motion of the sun, the motion of the earth, like the motion of everything to the speed that you were going? So effectively, right now I'm driving at 1.6 billion miles an hour. I mean, I'm going to get banned from driving instantly.
Wow, dude, you are actually a badass.
Yeah, you're pretty badass up there.
Damn, what'd you put in your engine, bro? Gravity or something?
Relativity, actually.
Yeah, bro. The relativistic oil is super steep now.
Dude, are you near a gravitational field, Crypto? You might be near a black hole, brother. Careful.
You know what runs my car great these days is climate change.
I don't know about black holes, but I did just finish DJing, so I was near plenty of white holes. Sorry, I had to say.
Yeah, I heard climate change targets cars and houses, but not trees.
Right, not trees. It can't be bothered with trees. Trees are fucking tough compared to a fire. But houses, no.
It doesn't even target houses, because if you check out all of these really, expensive houses on, beachfront properties that millionaires are buying and banks are lending money on, they're totally fine with it. They're like, yeah, we'll lend you, 100 million, whatever, buy that house, all good. They don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I heard climate change targets everyone's house around the mayor's house, but the mayor's house is completely fine. But everything around the mayor's house gets obliterated. It's kind of strange.
Dude, that's how badly
Yeah.
we're messing up the planet, right? That it's that bad. It gets so specific now. It just like picks and chooses.
Yeah, dude, the climate change has a prejudice against poor people.
Yep.
Socioeconomic factor.
Bro, the climate change is so good nowadays that even if your house doesn't burn down, you still get evicted.
Nice.
Like, doesn't like Kamala Harris has like oceanfront property? Like, something is not adding up.
I think they all do, don't they?
Yeah, climate change really doesn't affect anyone that's been to Epstein's Island. So we all got to get there before.
You know what I find quite interesting is that the city of London is built on the River Thames. Right? And, you know, the River Thames is a pretty major river. And there's this thing called the Thames Barrier, which if it floods, then just put the barrier up and it protects London. And it just, you know, all of the other towns down the River Thames, obviously they get flooded, but none of them have any flood protection. Isn't that strange?
Yeah, like when you're going to get insurance for your house, they're like, "Have you been to Epstein Island?" to try to determine if you're good enough to insure. Bro, I think that I think I forget about the fact that actual humans believe in that. Like, I
What do
forget.
they believe in? What do
Climate
they
change.
believe in now?
Climate
Oh,
I'm not even sure. I forget, bro. I forget about it, dude.
yeah, climate change comes in the rainiest summer in the past few years. Climate change can still just burn through everything. It's crazy. You can have more rain than like the past 20 years of your life, but climate change will still strike. Right.
Oh yeah, you're actually there, huh? You're in.
I mean, it's hilarious. The Dust Bowl was caused because people didn't understand that the climate changes. Like they literally built like a whole society around a farmland that they thought would just always be the same, and then it stopped raining for like 8 years and everyone starved.
Dude, what's so crazy is like I was so uninformed. I thought climate meant change.
I mean, that's what it does. It's cloudy, then it's rainy. That is what it always changes.
That's literally what climate means.
There's a good title to this video. Where is it? Call me old fashioned, but arson isn't climate change.
Bro, climate change is like saying ATM machine, dude.
A good one is PIN number.
Just posted a channel of
Climate of sophistry.
So like the Globers aren't even hiding out in their server anymore. They've just given up.
Wow.
Yeah, they don't even hang out in that server anymore. I'm looking right now. They're just gone. They've just been utterly defeated.
No, they have a super secret server for when they have to get together for the new arguments. They heard about the linear interferometer and they're like, whoa, emergency server to the globe cave.
To the globe cave. That has to be a meme that Shane makes next with his AI. To the globe cave.
Sucks. It's so much better to be a flat cave because it actually rhymes, but to the flat cave instead of the bat cave.
Who would play Flatman?
Oakley.
Wouldn't he be the Shilgwin?
Do you hear that? That's the sound of my balls dragging on your face. Flatman.
And then his adversary could be like the Choker because he's choking on his nuts instead of the Joker. Who play Joker?
Flatman versus the Globeger.
So, I was thinking that the personality of Joker really matches QE, but in the scenario, there got to be enemies. So, we can have Batman and Robin be QE and Oakley, and then I don't know who would be the Joker.
MC Toon, wouldn't it?
I guess I don't
Yeah,
know.
or
They banned all the Globers, so I can't even find an enemy.
FTFE. I don't know. The Joker doesn't do meth though, so it doesn't really fit.
Dude, you know what's so funny is so we have an RV, and when we first got the RV, we literally put the these like chrome letters, small letters on the front of it, like small little letters, like the emblem of a car, like the make, and it said Flatmobile. We thought we were so cool. We literally drove that thing around, and it said Flatmobile on the front.
Sorry about that. I was lagging. Did you happen to hear anything I said before I DC'd?
You put a fake greenhouse effect.
Oh yeah. So you know how everything's supposed to dissipate into space or whatever. They're like, no, it actually reflects back down and it gets captured or whatever. They just like recycle the same stuff because they couldn't get enough. Even cooking the books, assuming a flat Earth model with the sun hitting 100% of it at all times, they couldn't get enough whatever they needed, the carbon emissions or whatever. So they had to invoke a different version of the greenhouse effect, and how it applies to the globe. And then anyway, he got called out in mainstream media for debunking it because he's an astrophysicist, master's degree, and so like they called him out and called him a flat earther because he was telling everybody about the model that they used, published in Harvard as a flat Earth model. And he's like making fun of it, like he obviously isn't a flat earther. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's an interesting story. He's written a couple books about it. I tried to see if he would come on in the field with it, but no reply. He's not fond of flat earthers, dog.
Oh, how pissed is he to have the flat Earth thing under his video?
Oh, dude, it ate him up, bro. Like, because I originally saw this guy on what's that guy's name? Elephant or whatever. When I used to watch him on YouTube back in the day, he came on and was like, and was talking about all this, and he was so mad that they were labeling him a flat earther because he's a hardcore heliocentrist. He'll heliocentrist you to infinity or whatever. Has a master's degree in it, and he's just like absolutely appalled that of all the insults they could call him, it's a flat earther.
Yeah, he might as well hand his degree over, huh?
Yeah. And it's like, you guys are the one using the flat earth model, saying the sun hits 100% of it at all times. But you know what they say, once you go flat, you never go back or whatever. So I think that somehow applies there. So
yeah, I don't. There's like who said they went back to the globe, but I just think that they were just really just never flat earthers.
Yeah.
I think for me, I don't know. I feel like there's a certain part of the perspective thing that once you really wrap your head around it, it's like hard to imagine how you'd go back. There's a million things like that, though, I guess, about the whole thing. I mean, this whole talk about whether the movement is linear or not is super important because, I mean, that's always been one of my things for me is like, I would feel it, especially if there's a change in it's not a perfect circle. If there's a change in the way that the shape that we move, then there should be a measurable, we should be able to measure that from the Earth because it's moving and the movement would change.
It's an ellipse.
Yeah, a slight ellipse. So we should be able to measure that in some way. And I would argue, actually, we should be able to feel it.
Dude, you would die. The bank of it would kill everyone.
And so, I mean, if it's not linear, then that's just doesn't work. And so then if it is linear, well then we've got we need some explaining about why we get these different readings with the different gyroscopes at different altitudes at the same latitude. What would cause that? That's obviously not. It can't be rotation. So now we have a lot of investigation to do.
What's real crazy is like imagine just like ignoring it.
Exactly. Even if you're a glober, it's like, who cares? We got a lot of investigation to do. This is crazy.
Why investigate if you already know the truth and everyone else is stupid?
Exactly.
But to me though, still like the craziest part is like to hear it and then just willfully ignore it. I've never been able to understand that part of it.
That's what I was saying the other day. You weren't here with it, but I think it has something to do with like, bro, have you ever seen like if you go to a work and it's a physical job, there's big guys who will get outworked by little fucks. You know what I mean? It's not about like the fucking body. It's about like someone's mentality. I think it's like even in, I guess, debates or determining the truth. Some people have a certain mentality where they're like, I don't care what's like, if I'm looking for the truth, I don't care if it's uncomfortable. Whereas, my bad, I gotta go. Something's happening in real life.
How dare you?
It's the ether police.
Yep. So we're all agreed it's flat then, right?
Did Chike get banned? Or did he just leave the server?
He probably rage quit.
Who?
Jake.
Oh.
He just said "Oy vey" and then left.
Just bounced.
Yeah, probably.
What did he say, Crypto? Can you do a Eastern European grandmother?
Fuck's sake. I don't actually know if I can.
Yeah, so he was like, go ahead. What did he do?
Sorry, yeah, go on. Alan, you there?
Yeah, no, you were about to impersonate what he did.
Fuck's sake, man. I need to practice that. You can't throw me in the deep end like this.
I mean, we're looking at a professional here, lads. Literal guy that performs on the spot.
But also, low key, don't want Geo's live stream to get in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll be happy to practice it in the flat cave, as we should now call Shane server. Oy vey. They know the Earth's not a ball. Thing about Shaika though, he's actually from Israel.
Oh, is he? Nice. That's what's up.
Yeah.
That's funny because I literally have no idea who that is. I just think that it's funny when you do that voice. So that's cool though that it would like apply proportionally, allegedly.
Yeah. But there's a few different Israeli accents I've noticed. One kind of sounds French, and there's another one which sort of sounds a bit Arabic, but not quite Arabic. But I think the difference is that whether they learn English first, if they learn Hebrew first, affects their accent.
Yeah,
which is similar to South Africa, whether they learn English or Afrikaans first, they have a different accent in English, sort of thing.
Right.
Anyway. So just so I'm aware, Alan, can you just certify, like verify these statements for me? It's true now. All their interferometry does belong to us.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All their GPS satellitery belongs to us.
Yep.
Anything else? Am I missing anything else?
I guess the entire sky through the stellar parallax measurements that they lie about, the negative parallax. I guess we own the sky too.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and cop that while we're here.
Yeah. Suppose then you might as well just say,
The sky belongs to us. Yeah.
all your relativity are belong to us, because
Yeah. Copped it all, dog.
Does taking the Big Bang away from them count?
Yeah, sure.
Nah, they can keep that.
All your creationary explosions are belong to us.
Creationary explosions. That's all your never-ending cascading waterfall of evolution and life explosions belong to us. Very nice. I think we wrapped up quantum mechanics too, as all the smaller elementary particles seem to, since they're interchangeable and can change into one another, they have a common denominator. I think we can deduce that that's probably an etheric background. So we take all the quantums as well. We had a really productive day today.
Pretty rad.
That's tight.
Yeah.
All in a day's work, as they say.
Indeed.
No, it was fun hanging out today, man. But I'm gonna go wind down. I think we've been at it for a bit.
Enjoy, man.
Peace, G. You guys have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, you too, man. Have a good night.
Have you guys ever heard of the snowball effect of assumptions? Hello?
You know, what's up with this yo-yo thing, dude? I keep seeing this yo-yo thing all over YouTube. I guess yo-yos are back in. I swear, 2 people left since I joined.
Where we at, Coach Joe?
What's up, Democ?
What's up? What's up? You missed all the excitement, or were you here listening?
No, I just got here, man.
Oh,
What happened?
oh, nothing crazy or nothing. Just everybody discussing certain things about the interferometer and the Nicholson Morley, Nichols Yale. You know, the vacuum, ether. That's pretty cool.
I guess you had a little bit of Alan. Alan was in here?
I don't know.
Okay.
There was a couple people. Whitford was talking to somebody. I'm not sure who it was. I was listening.
All right, some Whitsett and some Austin. That's cool. I mean, Whitsett and Austin. Whitsett and Allen. Yeah, okay. I am, I'm a fan of Whitsett. I'm a fan of Allen. Which sucks because I have very different opinions about all that, about the interferometry and Einstein and GPS and all that.
Yeah, it's a spoonful, right? I bet you have a slightly different interpretation of it, also, right?
That's right. But Alan has inspired me when I have the free time, which I have a lot of free time, but I often procrastinate. But when I have the free time, but I'm not procrastinating, I think I'll, while I'm preparing to put together a presentation, I don't want it to be confrontational to Alan, but I want to explain how I understand GPS and the message to work, and why the criticisms and claims by those that make them, why those are incorrect. So it works very different in my understanding, but yeah.
Right.
But it is thought provoking. As a matter of fact, I have a salsa date in 15 minutes, so I can take a shower. But I think in that shower, I'm going to ponder on it because it's crazy how many times I find out that I'm wrong about something that I've talked a lot about. So I'll be black.
while you guys sleep, I train for Globers.
Hello, flat earthers. Pussies.
up, everybody?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Yep. Just sitting here waiting for this hurricane.
Well, it'll probably be a tropical storm by the time it gets to you, right?
I don't know, dude. I'm not a weather guy.
I was just looking at the NOAA forecast. What major city are you near?
I'm in Los Angeles. I'm like south of LA. Or southern
I'm
LA.
about half an hour north of San Diego.
Nice, dude. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time. So it'll be at you about what, like 6 a.m., 5 a.m.? We're in this together, Matthew. You can come to my house for water.
2 a.m. and 8 a.m.
What are they predicting for you guys?
60 mile an hour, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds in San Diego, maybe 30 mile an hour winds up in LA.
And a ton of rain.
And a bunch of rain. Here, I'll post the thing.
Yeah, I heard anywhere from 6 to 10 inches in less than 24 hours. I heard gusts of up to 70 in LA in some parts, but I don't know how true that is. I don't know how accurate that information is. I was gonna leave,
Oh,
but
I
then
was reading it wrong. Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying I was gonna leave the city, but I decided I'm gonna hang out.
Yeah, I was reading wrong. It's not 70 miles an hour, 70% chance of a tropical storm force winds, which is 39 miles an hour or faster. But the gusts could well be much higher.
Yeah, we have a local hurricane local statement that starts at 4:30 a.m. We have tropical storm warnings and flood watches.
Well,
This
we'll
was the
see.
first in my lifetime. I've lived here for over 20 years.
Yeah, I've been around for a while. I don't remember. I think there have been other storms. This one isn't going to be a hurricane anymore by the time it hits California.
I hope not. I mean, I'm just gonna go to church tomorrow, hang out. Nothing
Should be fine.
crazy. Yeah. Dude, I went to the weed store today and ran into an ex-girlfriend that I hadn't seen in 10 years. It was fucking awesome. It was really funny.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a coincidence. That's cool.
Dude, it was crazy random. I mean, okay, I'm looking at this picture that you posted, Matthew. So, like, how is that big purple circle not gonna hit California?
Well, yeah, sorry. This is a different type of map. This is a map of probabilities. Like, what are the chances that winds will reach 39 miles an hour for sustained time? And the purple is pretty much 90 to 100% chance that will happen. And then you see the orange I'm near where I am in San Diego. It's going to be a 70% chance that will happen.
Yeah, but that's at 6 p.m. today. Like this bitch is moving, dude.
Well,
don't
yeah,
know.
those are the predictions they made 5 hours ago, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting because like they're not like, I don't know. I haven't really watched a lot of news on it. I can't say what they are saying about it.
I mean, we had a lot of rain in February, so I know that this will be like pretty windy and pretty rainy, but I don't think it's going to be like that big of a deal.
Well, all that wind and rain was coming from the north, coming down the Alaskan coastline, coming across the Pacific from Russia and Japan. I was watching all those come across, and this is it's coming from a totally different direction, totally different winds, totally different weather.
Yeah, so it'll be stronger maybe because it's over warmer water.
I'll tell you this much: I was sitting right where I am right now during the last storm, like in February, and the winds were not that crazy, and I was watching transformers busting left and right. The repair crews were all over the place. The power was out. So if we're going to get sustained winds of 39 miles an hour plus for over a minute, the power's definitely going out.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about the power. It probably depends on each city, like how strong their infrastructure is. I saw the video of Maui, the power line video showing how the fire started. That was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I haven't watched the Hawaii stuff, but
It was similar. It's just like 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, like super fast winds. I don't think it was even raining. It was just like really windy, but it was a bunch of dry brush, and then there was these power lines that were starting to tilt over, and at some point, like they fell over and started small little fires. But then having a little fire is a big deal if it's 40 mile an hour wind. It's kind of like using bellows on that to just blow it up into something huge.
Is that what they're calling directed energy weapons these days? Power lines?
No, I'm talking about the video of the. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm talking about the video that showed power lines blowing over in the wind and starting a fire.
Yeah, I just don't believe for a second that those were not started by specific targeted weapons.
Well, so you think that the power lines started some fires, but then other fires were started by some other means?
I mean, you're saying, do I think some of them were started by power lines?
Right, like for the videos that showed that.
I think they airdropped gasoline with drones. I think they're just dumping gas. I don't know. I think that the power lines probably got knocked over by the winds, and the winds were created by the fires that were created by the energy weapon. These energy weapons created these fires that were so massive that they were just creating 50 mile an hour gusts, like fire tornadoes. Probably sprinkled a little chemtrails on there.
Oh, like they have in Australia, those fire tornadoes.
I don't know. I've never seen those, but I don't even know. Can tornadoes work upside down on the globe? Is that?
No, I'm talking about like little, kind of like dust devils, except that they're caused by brush fires.
Yeah, I don't watch a whole lot of Netflix stuff. I heard a bunch of children went missing in that Hawaii fire. That's like a weird thing that doesn't usually happen with wildfires. Kids just going missing.
Well, it wasn't just kids. It's like 1,000 people, 1,300 people altogether are missing still, right?
How close is Epstein Island to Hawaii? You know.
It's the farthest you can get from that part of the country.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to look into that. We'll have to
You're
verify
asking
that.
how far Florida is from Hawaii?
No, Epstein Island. Epstein
Which is
Island's
in
not
Florida.
in Florida, dude. No, it's,
Where do you think it is?
I think he's got multiple islands.
But the
Dude,
one you're referring to, what's its location?
Epstein Island. What is it called? Like I know the Disney cruise stops. I know it's in the Caribbean. I know that Hawaii is in the Pacific Ocean. I understand.
Right. So that's why I was saying it's very far. The Hawaii is way out in the Pacific, and the Disney cruises are out in the Mediterranean.
I know it's like
the
the
Caribbean.
perfect prime. Dude, I posted a song in the chat. I know it's kind of like gone mainstream already, but it's pretty good. Not bad.
Yeah, it's sort of been making rounds. I've seen that song. That song.
Yeah, it seems to be resonating with a lot of people. Kind of enjoy it. Do tropical storm systems ever get stronger when they hit land, or do they always get weaker?
Their strength gets stronger or weaker based on how warm the water is, the water temperature. So, in order for hurricanes to form, they have to have water that's something like 85 degrees all the way to a depth of 100 feet or something. And so, if they get over more and more warm water, they can get stronger and stronger. But in the Pacific, because the water is so cold, as they get farther north, they typically weaken pretty quickly.
Well, nobody go to the bathroom into the ocean. We don't need to raise these temperatures. Promise me, Matthew, don't do it.
Don't do what?
Don't go to the bathroom and don't go pee in the ocean.
I won't.
Raising those water temperatures, dude.
I'll get it.
Maybe the aliens will save us from the hurricane. Or, dude, maybe the hurricane will start wildfires. Who knows? That would be a twist.
Well, I think we have a little bit better infrastructure here in California compared to that part of Maui.
I don't know, dude. It's a hurricane. These things are known to start wildfires. Like playing sports causes heart attacks, dude. These things are directly linked.
Well, yeah, wind is related to how fast fires spread. That's pretty obvious, right?
Yep.
And also, wind can bring down power lines. So
I heard wind can also give you a heart attack. a lot of people are they're just dropping dead from heart attacks from the wind. Strong breeze just gives them, you know.
I haven't heard that. That seems
Oh,
unreasonable.
really? I'm gonna Google it right now. I'll show you. Second.
I guess if people get afraid or anxious about it, that could
Does
exacerbate.
wind cause heart attack? Yes, that's true. Right here. Why does the chest hurt when I have wind? Dude, farting can cause heart attacks. Whoa, I didn't even know that. Well, one thing for sure, if there's any way to prepare for a hurricane, that's to make sure that you're up to date on all of your boosters. So, probably going to want to make sure you've done that if you haven't.
That seems unrelated. In fact, I would think that it would be harder to spread respiratory disease if there was 40-mile-an-hour wind outside.
Dude, that wind is just going to be blowing the Rona all over the place, dude. Are you kidding me? I'm pretty sure we've been instructed to make sure that we're up to date on those types of things for other natural disasters. I don't know, at least double mask, bro, for the hurricane.
Hey, I'm eating and I just popped in real quick to make sure that somebody said that's a fart attack.
That's amazing. That is the correct name.
It is a fart attack. It could happen at any time. Maybe I'll live stream the hurricane if it's good. I've got a good southern facing view.
Are they still estimating it's going to be a year's worth of rain within 2 days?
Yeah. So that'll be fun.
I heard they downgraded it from a 4 to a 2, whatever that means.
Tropical storm.
So no hurricane.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, so it was blown out of proportion at least somewhat already.
I mean, I hope so.
Blown out of proportion.
I mean, it's not surprising that something named Hillary would be blown out of proportion.
Dude, I
And
just
there's
made
also
sure
the
to.
pun with the blow. The blow pun is pretty good too.
Matthew, you might want to back up all your emails because there's probably a lot of them are going to get deleted during the hurricane.
I didn't even know it was called Hillary. That's funny.
Yeah.
It's even spelled the same.
Wow. So a lot of people got to get suicided by this hurricane, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
No, they did a poll between Trump and Hillary. They're like, okay, imagine this scenario. And they asked Americans this thing. If both Trump and Hillary are swimming in a lake and drowning, and you're on the side and you only have time to save one of the two of them, what kind of sandwich would you make?
A douchebag shit sandwich, right?
The point is, you'd sit there and watch them both drown.
Have you seen that episode though of South Park, where they have a choice between a douchebag and a shit sandwich?
No.
yeah, I have. They were good
So
for a
that's kind
while.
of your point. Oh, that's when it got really funny.
Dude,
Trump,
it all went.
Hillary.
It all went downhill when they weren't allowed to do the Prophet Muhammad bit. When Comedy Central censored them, that was it. They officially got got.
South Park wasn't allowed to do that, is what you heard? Is that what happened?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Comedy Central wouldn't let them air it uncensored.
Oh,
They had to
okay.
blur. They blurred out the Prophet Muhammad, and then I can't remember if it's like Stan or Kyle goes on like a little, probably like a 1 minute rant. The entire thing is bleeped out.
I like the one on the Mormons. Dum 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 dum.
I like their one on Scientology. That one's pretty funny. I also like it
It's a good
where
one.
R. Kelly and Tom Cruise are in the closet. That was pretty funny. Vote or Die. That whole thing was pretty hilarious. That Vote or Die campaign, I can't believe that was real. That was like so dystopian. Vote or Die? What?
I missed that one, but yeah, I really hope that's not predictive programming there. Like they're gonna have like all of our votes attached to the national ID now, I think, because of the supposed kerfuffle with the last count. It seems like, a perfect plan. Now you have to have your ID before you can vote. We're gonna know exactly who you voted for. If you don't vote, you're gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything in the United States that's totally legit, it's voting. Take it to the bank.
Oh yeah, completely honest always.
Yeah.
Honest thing in the bank.
I think that was third on the list. Like the only thing you can count on is that votes count. That's third, and then it's like what is it, taxes and death.
There's this rap song that I really like. Back when I was a kid, listened to it a lot. It's got this one line. It was like, the only guarantee in life is a walk away. And I always thought that that was like a cool thing to say. And like a few months ago, I was at the skate park, and there was this woman in a wheelchair, like riding inside the skate park, doing her best. We just kind of like, started having a conversation about just like living life to the fullest. And I was like, yeah, the only guarantee in life is to walk away.
What does that even mean?
Basically that we all die. But just the way I said it, like I wasn't thinking that I was talking to somebody in a wheelchair.
Oh, okay.
She was a good sport. She didn't like get offended or anything like that. What does that even mean?
Yeah, the only guarantee is a walk away. I didn't get it.
Yeah, no, just like
She like nods her head. She like nods her head and goes, yeah, yeah, yeah. But she goes, what does that even mean?
You're totally right. But what does that mean?
Honestly, that's such a great response to like something that somebody says. I saw somebody who was interviewing people and asking them what their tattoos are on the streets of like Williamsburg, New York. And this girl's like pointing to this one tattoo. She's like, this is like an ancient symbol and like sort of like means something different to me every day. And he just looks at her and he's like, I don't know what that means. It's pretty funny.
You might as well say like this tattoo's vague enough that I could like make up a different thing that it means every year.
Chinese symbols that they got pictures of on their. They forgot what they say now. I think this says hope or love or something or peace. I don't know.
You're saying there's people that have like tattoos they can't see any longer, but they forgot what they actually say.
Oh wow. Yeah, no, I actually do have a friend that's got like Chinese characters like on the back of his neck that he never sees at all. Then has to remember what they say.
Right? He could probably make up whatever he wants, depending on who knows Chinese.
At this point, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the vague tattoo. Just go with that. Go with some kind of tribal symbol.
Get a
or
tribal
something like
band.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just don't do the Calvin and Hobbes doing whippets. You know, the whippet balloon, Calvin and Hobbes. Just don't get that. I think that it's been done, one too many times if it's done once. Crazy.
I figured if I had to get a tattoo, like gun to my head, because I'm not like against them. It's just they're not for me. It's not my thing. I would just get like my blood type or something. I don't know. It's like something useful. Like I don't know, maybe like some measurements or something. Or just put it somewhere where I'd never see it and nobody else would. I like shave the top of my head, put a dot.
A jumping dolphin with a rainbow somewhere.
I had an ex-girlfriend who would always pressure me into getting tattoos, and she was Jewish, and I would always just say like, "All right, I'll get a swastika." That would end that conversation so fucking fast.
Is that the same girl that you ran into earlier today?
No, dude, no, that was a different one, and that was fucking hilarious because okay, so she's Japanese, right? And I have thought that I've seen her in public probably 1,000 times in the last 10 years, like 100 times a year for sure. Because I like wear glasses.
I just want to make sure that the server guidelines are being followed here about racist comments of that sort.
I'm not gonna make any racist comments at all. I thought I saw her because I wear glasses and sometimes I don't wear them, and so I'd be like, oh my gosh, is that who I think it is? And I'd be like, nope, no, it is not. It's just an
Wearing
Asian
her
woman.
glasses, she was squinting.
Right. And so today when she walked into the store, I was like, okay, here we go again. Like you think you're seeing somebody, but that's not them. And then I was like, wait a minute. And oh man, I got so nervous because I was like, this is gonna be so embarrassing. But I'm like 85% sure that's her, and it was. It's just funny.
Done that like a couple times, like where I've actually thought somebody was a celebrity, but they weren't. That's funny stuff.
Yeah.
It was like, well, actually, one time was like at like a movie release party at like Planet Hollywood or something, which like neither of those things really exist, so it's really funny. Put them together, but there was like I remember like that actor Delroy Lindo, like I could definitely make him out. I'm like, that's definitely that guy. And then there was just an old black guy, and I was like, "That's Danny Glover," but it wasn't. Just the guy looked like Danny Glover.
Yeah.
And in like context, you're like, "Oh, it's another star."
If you put Delroy Lindo, that actually was him on one side of you, with whoever that guy was on the other side, you could just always claim it with Danny Glover. They would believe you.
I still have the if I ever maybe one day I'll show you the picture of it, but it's like you could definitely like sell it. you could tell somebody else that was Danny Glover, and they'd be like, "Oh, yeah, well, it looks different on screen." You know?
Right. That's how you know it's Danny Glover, because it doesn't look like Danny Glover.
It's so fake. It must be real. But LA is crazy. You never know who you might see, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I waited on all kinds of people. Steven Spielberg, Adam Sandler. I've got a whole list.
Yeah, that's funny. I met Steven Spielberg too. Guy's a
Yeah.
weirdo.
He is. He's an asshole, actually. Taking pictures of his kids the whole time I was trying to talk to him. Giving him my specials at the table. He's like not even looking at me. He's just taking pictures of his kids across the way from him in their booth. It's weird. Like I didn't exist. And he just tipped like, average. Like 20%, nothing special. Not that he's required to, just from being who he is, but I would feel obligated if I were him to at least give 30% wherever you go. But
He's a star. He's a big star.
I had a pretty good idea for a movie. It's about when Hitler became Dracula.
What? Is it a musical?
don't even say it. They're gonna do
Tell
that.
me-
They're gonna
tell
now.
me
They're
it's a
gonna do that.
musical.
They are.
The AI's listening.
They did Dracula versus Frankenstein already, right? I mean, they always do some weird Dracula spin-offs for sure. They probably love that one. Did you have a further comment on your idea there, or was that just kind of like a one-off?
I'm worried it's too good.
Dude, I want the AI to start making all the Disney movie spin-offs where like like it tries so hard to make them politically correct that it makes them like ridiculously politically incorrect. That would be awesome.
I mean, everybody loves Sebastian the Crab. Nobody talks about that part about it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, he was all Jamaican.
Yeah.
Odysee. Oh, I totally forgot about that. Wow. Holy smokes. You're so right. What about the Jungle Book? Were any of those animals? What, like Baloo? You had Baloo. You had Tigra, or what is his name?
Well, yeah, like wasn't Louis Armstrong like?
Oh yeah, the monkey. He's like, I want to be like you.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I want to learn
Wait,
to
was that
be a
was
white
that fucking
person
Louis Armstrong?
too. No, he was off.
Wait, was that Louis Armstrong who did the voice for that?
Ain't it? Am I
Dude.
wrong?
No way.
My
Hold on. What are the lyrics to that song? I want to be like. Now I'm the king of the swingers. Oh, the jungle VIP. I've reached the top and had to stop, and that's what's bothering me. Oh wow.
I think it's not totally fucked up, but it is partially fucked up because like why is it that they get Louis Armstrong? They just get him to be King Louis because it's like no, his name's Louis, see, and it's like oh, all right, I'll do the voice for it. I'm an old jazz musician. What the fuck do I care? This paid more than my whole tour in fucking '67. Anyway.
So is it going to get to the point where it's like everyone thinks it's Louis Armstrong and they just let everyone think that, but it's actually a white guy that's doing a Louis Armstrong voice like you, and then you get like brought up on like black voice charges, or allegations that you're doing black voice,
Love to have just like some kind of deep fake shit, like where it's like Louis Armstrong landing on the moon, but then playing the trumpet. Like this one small step for man. This is 1, 2, 3. He's got a whole band. That'd be sick.
That was real. You can tell
Top
real.
five.
It looks so fake.
It's actually Louis Prima. Or Louis Prima. Yeah, that's Louis Prima.
Get the fuck out of here! Really? He's totally doing like a Louis Armstrong.
Yeah, he's like he's like an
riffing on-
Italian looking guy.
Yeah, Louis Prima. Yeah, California.
Hey,
West
since we're
Coast-
talking
West Coast
about
swing
we're talking about people named Lou who have had their voice impersonated. Did you hear about the lawsuit that Lou I'm gonna say Lou Reed. That's not Reed. Fuck, I fucked the whole thing up. It was actually The other guy, never mind. Who was it? It was the piano's been drinking guy. What's his name? One of my favorites, and I can't remember his name now because I got Lou Reed stuck in my head. But anyway, they did a commercial with his voice, and he ended up winning the lawsuit because he had done something for them that he like regretted forever, because he's so cool. What's his name? The guy. Gonna kill me if I don't know it right away.
Dude, somebody just pulled up to the stoplight outside my apartment, like blasting Brass Monkey by the Beastie Boys. That was wild. I haven't heard that in so long.
That's something that kind of song to blast out of your car.
Yeah, I literally sat up. I was like, whose car is that coming from? Which one of you did this?
Tom Waits. Never mind. Tom Waits.
I was gonna say that.
No, not a Lou name, but for some reason I had something. I thought I had something. So I said, I'm just gonna eat and shut up.
I only didn't answer that because my Louis Armstrong thing just hurt me so bad that I had to recover from that. Yeah, would kick to the balls.
Well, I'm gonna try to go to bed, guys. You have
Yeah,
a wonderful
I've
evening.
only been up 30 minutes anyway, so I mean.
Well, I'm only gonna sleep for like 3 or 4 hours, so I'll see you in a minute.
Okie dokie. It's out here. He gone.
I'd say that methylene blue stuff he's been taking kind of works like the blue meth a little bit too much.
Oh, yeah. I'm curious as to its healing properties, or general properties, but not enough to buy it.
I'm sure you can get a bunch of information on it from him or internet, but I've heard a lot of people kind of mentioning and talking about how good it is.
I've spoken
Kind
to
of like
him.
the blue meth. Kind of like it's taking taking over everybody's I don't know, taking the world by storm, just like the blue meth did in Breaking Bad.
It's a healthier alternative, you know.
Oh yeah, I hope so.
Well, I mean, because that's like a fictional.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I don't know if it's fictional. It's almost like the legend of the blue meth was a thing. Anyway, and I guess that's where they.
I don't think it's. I did look up whether it was actually a real thing, but it's not.
Well, I mean, the
But it
writers
is based on a real character.
No, but the writers said that apparently this had gone down with some biker gangs had made it or whatever.
Like a blue form of it?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Oh, okay. I thought they were saying that it was just kind of like
then they kind of wove that into the story.
Okay.
I used to think that was such a cool show.
Yeah, I kind of, after, realizing that it was kind of a little bit promoting meth more so than trying to depict the downfalls of it, when you really look at it, the whole thing, it was kind of like an advertisement for meth in a way, more so than like showing that you should never really do this. It's not good for you and leads to losing basically everything you have, usually.
I thought it was like very daring to like have a show about it and then like really like show how to make it and stuff. How it's made of it all. You know what I'm saying? Like that made it kind of interesting. Like what is this show and like where won't it go kind of thing.
Yeah. It was kind of like, why should we censor this? It's something that actually happens. People do it. People make it. Why do we have to not? I mean, not that there should be any kind of limit on what you could or couldn't do in a show, but in hindsight, I would say that it was possibly bad, Breaking Bad.
It like sort of demystifies it a little bit.
Yeah, it made the common man think I could do some meth and it's okay. That drug needs to stay in like the category of thought of as something that people should avoid at all costs if possible. Even though and the reason it should be is probably because it can be a really functional drug for people. Not that I'm promoting it, but some people do it and have a normal life, somewhat normal, I guess. But it usually doesn't go that way.
I don't know if it just promoted the knowledge of it. I don't think it made it look like something you'd want to do.
I don't know. The only time I remember Jesse even mentioning it was when he's like, "Oh, it makes you feel like you can do anything," which is true, I mean, but it didn't show the downside of it to the degree that even I've seen in my life. I've seen that people go to the extreme with that. It would be something that if you're gonna have a popular show, you might want to show that side of it, so that I don't know, so it's not at all encouraged. But
Yeah.
I did
just
think
want to root for the
ended up
good guy
seeming
to
like
be
it.
the bad guy. I mean, that's really what it
Yeah.
is. I mean, it's just rooting for the because that's what they basically they hinge the whole show on, just watching the slow this meltdown of this one character becoming another character. And I guess it was pretty good. But those, but
Oh,
then
it was awesome. I mean, what
they
do we?
kinda-
Of course, it was great. I love the show.
No, but look at the careers of everybody that did that show. I mean, I guess it's always still going to have a cult following, I guess.
Yeah.
But I think overall, I don't know.
I would definitely recommend Better Call Saul as well. Spinoff is
That's a better
worthwhile.
show, but it's also it's just different. Yeah. Really, it's I don't even know if all of Breaking Bad was good, right? It's probably there's a couple seasons that are good. And my favorite season is with the assistant that they bring on to replace Jesse. Is he? I don't even remember his name. Is it maybe also Jesse or something? I don't remember.
Todd, I think.
What is it? Todd?
I think it was Todd.
Huh. He makes a whole chemistry setup to make coffee and stuff.
Oh, okay, wait. You're talking about the nerdy guy, not the guy that was blonde haired younger
Yeah,
guy?
the nerdy guy. I think it's season
Okay, yeah.
3. It's
Yeah.
the season
name.
that Jesse loses the girl, and then that guy gets popped at the end because he's too good. That's such a good the scene where he gets shot is really great. He's
Yeah, he knows it. He's
singing
okay.
an opera or whatever or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's some shit, man. It's crazy. That character was
Wasn't
really
it?
cool.
Wasn't it Jesse that had to do it?
Yeah, I think yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was kind of they both knew, okay, we've trapped ourselves in this situation now, where if I don't shoot you, then the person I'm with is going to die. I really have no choice. You know it. I know it. Here it comes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of good writing in that show for as far as oh shit, my battery's about to die. But yeah, that was my charger. Quick. Yeah, I love the writing. And Bryan Cranston and everything. Not that this is like a live stream for talking about mainstream TV, but it's
That's
an
not.
interesting topic. There's some. Oh, there's a. Did you? I recommend that show Foundation to you already. Thought you would like that. Talks about math. Some big math um, contest that seems similar, like the primes in the. I don't know. It was just it deals with that language of it, but it's a little bit too sci-fi spacey. You never ended up watching the other one, the Ridley Scott Raised by Wolves, right? Isn't that one of the ones I recommended that you just weren't interested in? I thought it was pretty good.
No, like I don't even try to go find stuff anymore. I'm not.
Yeah.
Some people are like they're always watching the new stuff, like on some streams or whatever. I just have no idea where to watch anything. So I'm watching like Airplane 2 right now.
Oh well, I would spend a little more time looking for something else, unless you're into that. Is that a good one?
Airplane 2, classic.
Yeah. I forget. Was that the one with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, or was that the first one?
That's the first one.
Yeah, that's right. The second one was pretty good as far as sequels go. It wasn't
I like
better than the
that
first.
show, Last Man on Earth. I like that. Type
Oh
of
yeah,
humor.
that's one I think I have to. I was told, or yeah, maybe by you or somebody else, that I should give it a second chance. I didn't like the idea at first, but it's not the last man on Earth, right? We talked about that. Like, okay, so it's not really the last man on Earth because there's a lot of other people in it. So the title doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I don't know if there's a lot, but yeah. Put down.
Wasn't it based on an old movie like called by the same title?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think so.
Like the Omega Strain or something.
I like the actor. I really wanted to like the show. The first episode just was like, I don't know about this.
Oh, it's like the show almost never gets good, or it's always getting good. I guess there's parts where you're like, oh, it could be good, but it's sort of like it's not that the quality of the show goes bad. It's just that the plot goes weird. And it's even just like you're the last person on Earth, but it's like nothing was really going according to plan anyway. So it's a funny comedy like that. But if you think about the context of the plot line, it's interesting.
Well, it's post-apocalyptic, right? Isn't that the idea? Or post-virus or something like that?
Yeah, it's a virus that wipes out a whole bunch of people, and he's the last guy left.
It seems like about 80% of the shows that I think look interesting at first have that kind of premise. Now, some kind of pandemic or some kind of like post-apocalyptic type thing. Like definitely some predictive programming, unfortunately, involved here.
Like, when did that show come out, though?
Yeah, that was a while back. They were ahead of the game.
Like Tina Fey's in it too. Oh, this is set in the year 2022. Produced March 1st, 2015.
Yeah.
So, but it's set in the 2020s. You know, and shit. 2015. This is 3 years before anything was percolating with that.
Yeah, but obviously the people that make things happen because they know they're going to happen too often.
It's like what it would be like a zombie show without zombies, basically.
Yeah, I can't do the zombie thing unless
No,
it's
I
like
just
done right, like Shaun of
imagine,
the Dead or something was kind of funny.
maybe just imagine those zombies. Just everybody else is dead. There's just survivors.
Okay,
That's the
well, that's
show.
cool.
It's a show, but it's a comedy, or it would be like,
Right.
or it's like, yeah.
It's so funny. Everybody's dead.
Yeah, they just like crash in different people's houses because
Right.
they have no way
Mhm.
to like figure out how to live anymore.
Right. What would you say the moral of the whole show is? If you had to say, don't die or life's going to suck, or actually do die and life's going to suck if you don't
Yeah.
die.
It's like never forget that you're an asshole. I think
Right.
that's the moral of that show.
I think there has to be a flatter show. That's not like directly saying it's a flatter show, but like because it's such a huge, it's more in the forefront of people's minds probably than we even probably give it credit for at this point. And so it would be like a show. This would be the perfect time to have one of those shows that's saying it without saying it, but saying it just enough that people that get it will get it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm just wondering if it's not like the whole thing is like kind of like this weird Ouroboros sort of situation where it's like people realize that the Earth was flat, and then they're like, "Oh, we got to run game on all those other bitches and fucking try to make them think that they're on a spinning ball, so we have advantages over them." And it's just kind of been that forever. Like the people pushing the globe know that it's flat, but they're just using it. Oh man. And so yeah, so make a show like The Big Bang Theory, you know, just ram the science down. Well, I'm cynical, you know.
Yeah, the sarcasm's like the opposite completely. Like we all know the world's a globe going around the sun at 57,000 miles an hour, and you can't
Yeah.
feel it. Like everything's like the guy from 9/11, like explaining exactly why you don't feel it right away to anybody that you talk to about it. Like, why would you need to say all that? Obviously, it was caused by the explosives from the fire. Right.
Yeah, some kind of like yeah, the little country song. I don't know, isn't that Big Bang Theory kind of sounds a little country?
I never watched that show. I don't even know the theme
In
song.
like maybe one episode. I don't know. I'm just drawing from memory.
But yeah, something like that, like a reversal of the nerd and the jock, or kind of like a
Little country intro theme song. Talking about you're moving 66,000 miles an hour, spending just all the math in there. Just make a little fun
right,
thing. And here you
right,
are.
right. Yeah. Well,
and like
you're
during
just
the
on
show,
the planet.
during the
Right.
show, it reminds you like how far you've actually moved. Like
Right. By the end of
episode.
the theme song, you would have moved this many millions of miles through the space.
Yeah, or like different breaks in the show.
There you go. Yeah. A total like over promotion for it, which would be totally calling it out.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the way you got to do it.
Yeah, that's why like my moon program beats the shit out of whatever NASA was trying to do or isn't doing.
That.
My, it's pretty much like they're still catching up to me. You know.
Was that an idea I forgot about that you had at the moon? Is it your
No,
moon program?
I just figured it out.
Right. You figured out like what they were gonna that they were gonna give us the wink to the nod before they gave us the wink to the nod. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying like my technology is way ahead of where theirs is.
Oh, okay, right. You're not supposed to say that live, dude. I'm gonna come get you.
Well, that can't be, right?
Yeah, that totally can't be. You're right. No way.
Sorry, it's right. Yeah, there's just like certain things you would. Damn. Sorry. It's just, there there are certain logical advantages to being on the moon that you'd take advantage of, and that would make it actually probably okay to build something there that was habitable. And it's like there are bullshit stories that I hear about like real estate companies on the moon and stuff like that here and there. You know, it's just like just that kind of bullshit that you hear, like just on a radio blurb or this or that or something. You know what I mean? Some DJ will say it in the morning. You know, somebody will say some shit like that on CNN or whatever, just in the morning or whatever. Fox and Friends maybe will drop some stupid shit like that, and you know, whatever. Every other day, like some countries talking about or launched or crashed a probe into the moon or on the moon or around the moon. You know.
So you're saying like for the show, like it would just act like the secret space program is like an everyday thing on the radio and stuff.
Look at, I mean, just saying like how far backwards the whole thing is, and you know.
Yeah. It's so backwards it's forwards.
You know, by now, like it's easily available. Like right in like 3 minutes, you could find like a topography map of the moon and create it. You know. There he goes. No, there nobody went.
Sorry, I'm trying to eat while we're talking. Well, I either have to force myself to stay up
Good idea.
tonight or go to sleep, force myself to go to sleep because they're saying in the morning be a torrential rains. And the last time that happened, the porch flooded and came in, covered the hardwood floors with rainwater. So I've got it all set up that with this like plastic bubble wrap outside the door, already taped down, so that if that starts to happen, I can just roll it up and seal the door really quickly.
Planters get overfilled. The planters get overfilled.
No, it's just there was actually a drainage problem that they did supposedly fix.
It's through the other not through the back. I got you.
Yeah, through the back. Yeah, there was a drainage with the drain in the back. There was a tree growing into the pipe, I guess.
Yeah.
Which caused it to back up, and there was water all over the place. But yeah, so just in case that happens, I feel like I need to be witnessing the storm when it comes.
Yeah, man. Take some notes.
Yeah. Actually, Platypus mentioned possibly live streaming it. Wonder what other creative things could be done with this rain coming. Besides the inspiration of writing that always comes with that kind of dreariness. I always get nostalgic or, creative when it rains for some reason. I don't know why. They say that living up in Washington does that to people. And I lived there for 8 years. I've always been a creative person, so I guess I can't really tell if that's what did it. But it was not. It wasn't rainy there. It was just dreary. I don't mind the rain once in a while, but just the constant overcast sucked. You don't know what time of day it is. It could be noon. It could be 4. You're not sure because that's how filtered the light is. It's a weird thing. Suicide rate is high for a reason there, for sure. But at least they find creative ways to do it, I heard. Speaking of suicide, have you seen some of these videos? People jumping out of planes without parachutes. Fucking squirrel suit shit. That shit is fucking amazing. I met a guy at the last Renee party that actually does that shit. We hung out. We ended up going to a bar afterwards. Cool guy. Crazy as fuck. Base jumping? That is it's on the list of things you'll never see me do. How about you? Would you ever do it? That's something you would actually get off on? He's like, I don't recommend it unless you really have to do it. You just you're an adrenaline junkie. It makes it worth it. But he was telling me some pretty gruesome stories about how people die doing that.
Oh wow. Yeah. If you have to do some Mission Impossible shit, go ahead.
Right?
If you don't, leave it to the
right. If it was a life and death situation, actually, I thought that'd be a great plot for a movie. Someone that would never do that gets trapped up high, and the person they're with died in the wingsuit, but their only option is to take the wingsuit, off that person to survive because someone's coming after them and they have to jump off the cliff at the end. There you go. Give it away. Someone else is going to do it now. It'd be cool though, because it would give that normal. Because I don't know how much they've used that in movies yet, but that shit's exciting to watch. I'm sitting there with my mouth open, oh my god, these people just jumped. This guy didn't even have a fucking suit. He didn't have a parachute. He's just the other guy's holding him. You're relying on this guy holding you. It's unbelievable. Constant source of entertainment for everybody who hasn't checked that shit out. But yeah, great for movies, you would think, right? They should be using that all the time. I guess, does the new 007 do that? Have they done that with the 007 already? I'm sure they have. But yeah, the person that the last thing they would do is ever do the base jumping, but they're forced to at the very end to save themselves. And it gives the common person that feeling that they had, they're in their shoes, jumping off a cliff with nothing but a fucking The wingsuit. Crazy. Maybe it's good it's not that popular to put in movies. It'll have too many more people dying. Gruesome. Like, I mean, how did that? I mean, oh man, people are crazy. Like, it could be that popular. I mean, you could die so easily. You would think. Anyway. Wingsuit videos now.
You checked out any of this stuff like with the AI like graphics or anything?
Have I checked out some of the new stuff?
Yeah.
Like the, no, I haven't. What you got? I knew they were going there.
Well, I don't know. There's just like a lot of there's a lot of stuff.
Have you done any stuff you're doing on your own, or just stuff you're seeing other people do?
I don't know. I'm working on putting a system together for it.
Oh, really? Okay. What's your idea? Or you don't want to give it away?
You just have to like you have to just like do like a localized installation of like the GPT part and the graphics part, the diffusion. It's stable diffusion. That's what it's called. It's called stable diffusion. And you got to load that up, and it's kind of an ordeal to do it. So I just want to make sure I have everything set up correctly with the computer. I don't have to redo it.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah, I don't know. You do all
I
kinds of
imagine you would be doing something like that. You're on top of that. What could be done with it besides like what are you generating like animations and?
Well, just like in a way, you don't have to do it this way either. It's just the way I like to do it because I think there's a little more like control that you can put into it. But you could do the same things basically in like Mid-Journey. I just don't know how to do those things.
Are you talking about like what like an overall like you could do like a like we were talking about before with some of the movie ideas like have the whole thing AI generated, pretty much.
You can't have the whole movie AI generated, but yeah, I mean it's getting to be where like just for spots, you could use it for face replacement and stuff like that. But basically, like deepfakes could do the same thing. So there's a more broad, I think, a tool set that you need to actually pull it off. It's you can't just yeah. So it's a multi-pronged approach. But one of them just is that you can like seed it with images and then have it generate things that are like those things.
Right.
So that is pretty crazy. And yeah. Actually,
I would say
yeah.
well, I can say I'd say the plot of a movie or a plot of anything that maybe if you're going to do like a movie, the script would be cool at this point to point out the fact that they're being AI generated and maybe some of the conflicts that's gone on with that, like to try and rather than try to sell it as something real, just kind of like point out that this is an AI generated. Like, hey, why am I AI generated right now? Am I going to get my SAG dues or that kind of thing?
Well, it doesn't have to do that. I mean, the story really doesn't have to be per se
No,
like
I
AI at all.
I
But
know.
like just
That'd be a way of doing it right now, though.
Well, okay, so that works the same way too, but like I don't know, I guess I'm a little bit like less. Those videos are just so boring, like it's easier for me to pay attention to the ones with the pictures. But they're both GPT, so they both basically do the same things where you're loading them with a set of references and then you're telling it to do a specific task and it tries to do the task. So that's yeah, same deal with the text stuff, but
right. And you could
the
describe
image.
your character kind of like when you were doing your NFTs with your characters.
Well,
And
I
it'll
could
give you
push.
like,
I could push those output images if I had another set of like if they're like a set of like oil paintings or something or whatever, and it would make them look like that or put them in that style.
would it work to do like a choose your own adventure site with this kind of stuff? Like you just mentioned paintings, and I thought like it'd be cool to have like if you're walking through a museum and like you get to choose the painting you want to walk into, and then like you're in that land for a little bit, or you're communicating with somebody in the painting that would have a certain amount of random answers to certain questions you'd have, like kind of a choose your own adventure clue thing.
That's a lot of if you hire programmers, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, it could be pretty easy too, right? I mean, like, what are you able to do, like a um, uh, first-person perspective type thing, walking through a museum with the AI yet, or no?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
Like the first-person shooter view that you get when you're in a video game.
It would just be like a video game.
Yeah, but could you simulate that pretty easily on your own with the AI generation stuff that you're working with, or no? Is it not that detailed yet?
Hmm.
Or that's not, maybe I'm just lost in what you're actually doing with it.
Yeah, it can really be it's so broad really because it's you can use AI for like 3D graphics to like because it creates like a node tree sort of, and that's how like that shape the pre-processor and the post-processor and how that's all working to give you the right simulation. This
Are you
this is
talking
a
about
little
just
bit
like
like
one art piece?
no, it's
Oh,
shit. I just mean like in general theory, really, because it like
okay.
every kind of AI that if it's a visual text or dimensional, uh, it's something that operates a little bit like photogrammetry, but for AI. So it can piece together uh, like a parking lot or something like that from like three snapshots, and it can like get a geometry of what that is.
Okay.
And, um, so that's a type of AI, and it's not doing anything artistic. It's really just using like the nodes to do the processing and stuff like that, man. Yeah. So with the stuff that I want to do right now is just with like just image generation or image augmentation, you know. So I just
Yeah,
want to see
that's
if
the
I
wave
can
of
do
the
something
future,
like
man. Augmented reality, dude. Augmented reality, right?
well, yeah. It becomes like like where you can use the AI to like drive keyframes, sort of, and then you can use a secondary program to like sort of tween the keyframing. Does that make sense? If you had like 120 images or something like that, if you just grab like maybe 7 of them or something, the beginning and the end, and some changes in the middle, and you feed that into the AI like can augment all those in like one tile set, basically make it one image.
Mm-hmm.
Take those, take those 7 and then export them into the AI. The AI changes all those up, and then you reinsert those keyframes in the image series, and then synthesize the rest of it. And you can get to like things that look like anime and different types of other animation styles. They're otherwise
Took
they're
a Maya 3D course. Yeah. So I understand the keyframing for sure. I wonder like how all those programs, all the animation programs that are out there now are going to just be including this as well in there. ability to outdo what they were, for sure. I'm sure that's going to be pretty amazing to work with.
Right. And yeah, there's just there's a number of other things too. Things that do like motion capture and all that other type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Awesome, dude. I'm sure all
Yeah,
over it. You're
that's
going to have
also
it all
gonna be
figured out. You'll probably do shit with it that no one else is doing.
Well, it's kind of like I'm overestimating a little bit of like what the capabilities of things are, to the point like that where just about as where I think about them, somebody's just about working on it. So I mean, yeah, I'm right on the edge of what's possible in the world, what's probably not going to happen.
And as of this conversation, they're going to be monitoring your every move and probably put a little bug in your house, put the camera on it, make sure that they're staying ahead of your game.
They'll put it in my phone, but it's fine. The um, you know, the other things that like I'm not talking about, I guess, are like the AI, like the intelligence aspect of it or consciousness stuff. Like I stay away from that pretty much in my researches because I don't know, it doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean?
It's not there, and like looking for it is unuseful.
Oh, like, is there going to be a kind of like a sentient type goal of some sort? That's not really like, that's kind of like the woo factor of it that people talk about, but that's not really the purpose.
No, I mean, you know, there's well, I mean, I definitely like see articles, but I don't read them. But like yeah, there's just like a lot of modeling and research that's being done to simulate sort of like a human brain physiology with the node connections, I guess, of like how things function in the AI.
The learning ability, yeah. It learns though, right? Do you think that it learns?
I don't know if it learns to lie, basically. Like, I think that's what it does. It just tries to come up with something that seems like not a bad and non-real, like.
But if you could explain why the lie didn't work, then it would learn not to do that lie anymore, right?
Yeah, they run through like loops where they're kind of self-correcting, which is like a little bit like how they run the robots too. Like the robots for Boston Dynamics, like in a way they say they don't teach them to walk, they just teach them because they know they're just basically always going to be falling in the condition of falling. So they basically have to work from there, you know, like how to recover from the fall is the idea. So
Oh wait, so it's not like concept that we're constantly falling but catching ourselves from falling when we just walk down the street.
they can't make they can't make the perfect physiology,
right,
you know, for it. So the best that they can do is know to build it to fail at a particular point and then know how to recover from there for a given amount of
right. Can't rely on it not malfunctioning.
Right. So we rely on it malfunctioning.
Makes sense.
Right. I guess that's the only like constant you can kind of draw from there. But
that makes sense.
So like when
the interesting part is this discussion about it has been.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If you apply this like learning style stuff from the GPT, and then if you like combine it with the robotics and to balance like a device or whatever, you got a robot basically, but it can sort of be able to map everything that's around it in 3D, like video game land, like, and move within that, and then tie all of those movements to like sensors and shit for feedback and stuff. some guy just designed like a robot with like hands that have a bunch of feelers on them, and it basically doesn't require any kind of visual system to manipulate something in its hand, like move a screwdriver around or move. It could probably do that thing with like those meditation balls, like you hold them in your hand and kind of move them around. It could probably
Really?
do that kind of stuff. Yeah. So it's like,
Wow.
yeah, and it's based on like a human hand model. So,
Right. That's cool
yeah.
as fuck.
Yeah, it's just like all these types of like learning, like because it could essentially it can do a rough scan of it, like just by holding it, like moving it around, it can kind of get the different geometries just from there, and then seeing it, I don't know, and then the fact that like you could probably strap some like Apple Glass to your head or whatever at some point and be able to like use that as a secondary.
And then you could you make it a girl's
Memory.
hand, and it could fondle your balls perfectly at that point, right? Is what you're saying? That's where it's going.
I don't know. You don't often think about like fine motor articulation for robotic hands, but where that's headed, I guess.
Oh, it's going there. It's already there.
It's just I don't see the whole convergence, what happening yet. But
Well, they want to. That's what I was going to mention. It's interesting, this conversation we've had over the years about this topic, and that it does seem like they're already doing what we predict. This makes sense to do if you're the maniacal controllers of the world. That you would invest in making this seem like it's more advanced than it actually is before it's actually there, so people can get excited about it and the funding can be there, and then also that they can blame all of their evil deeds on the AI at some point when it's just them really controlling it, but it's out of their hands. It's the perfect tool to just say, oh, I don't know how you got that ticket. Well, that ticket's the AI saying you got that ticket. You're going to go see the AI judge, and the AI judge is going to give you the ruling on your fine or whatever it is you have to pay, and then they don't have to have any emotion attached to any of these things going on.
Well,
for sure.
Yeah, but also I think like other applications are specifically good for the fact that you can like basically just feed it like a PDF and then chat to it as if it had that knowledge base,
Yep. That was it before any of this was even talked about as much as it has been back in the, I don't know, 2010. I was talking about a website that would basically be a gift you could give to like a loved one. It's usually like an older loved one that would give them like a list of questions to answer. They would write it out or say it into a recording. And, after they die, then you would basically be able to have the AI, personality of them. I mean, that's been done obviously now with movies and stuff. But I definitely had that idea on my own before I saw it in the movie. But it makes sense, right? Like people would want to buy that gift because there's all these questions you never asked your grandma that you wish you had once she died, right? Or, and you don't want to make it creepy weird where like you have like a like she's in the corner of the room all the time staring at you. But something that like, a classy way of doing a reminder of who they are with like a portrait or maybe something that you could talk to, like she's still there, right? Those kind of things are going to be done for sure. Yeah, same kind of idea. PDF. Yeah, just a load of information that it would have, But getting the personality part of it down would be interesting. Like,
you took it to a completely different place, but I just meant like from the legal perspective, like really for anything technical that might be like they basically you can load it in there and then just like ask it questions. I mean,
like ChatGPT.
It's basically running GPT and then running it with like it's like priming it with a PDF. That could be like a legal document. It can be a contract. It could be terms of service on your phone or whatever. And it's the things that you are not going to like go look through. You just ask it things.
Right.
So
yeah, save you a lot of time.
I don't know.
Yeah, good. I mean,
I
it's too
posted
bad
I
that.
posted that in the chat, right? And some Globers like, whoa, so people can't read PDFs.
Oh yeah, sure. Right.
What, like the search button isn't available anymore? And I'm like, hey,
Right.
like, you can go ahead and control F all you like, right?
Right.
But
Well, it
like
just sucks
you're
that
not
the
talking, you're
information.
not communicating to that information, right?
Right. It's
So
they always have to have something to criticize. Like I can see them saying like, "Oh, so you're gonna? Well, I'm sure you're gonna give it flat Earth information. You're gonna get all your flat Earth questions answered correctly." You know,
I
like
mean, it's great for all these like these white papers or
yeah,
technical manuals or just the dry, boring stuff. Like especially that what was that thing that 600-page document that Witsit brought up or has or I don't know whatever that
yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah. Or just like you could just feed it a YouTube channel like Alan's channel, and all of a sudden like now it's learned that the contradictions with the GPS readings are actual contradictions, and it can no longer reason that Kosho's reasoning about how he thought it worked is valid any longer. That's what we need. And if you could program it yourself, you would be like, this one's actually trying to avoid contradictions and presuppositions and all those other kind of things. So my robot actually is pretty useful. It's not just mainstream narrative driven. That'd be really cool to have.
It was like really driven and technically savvy enough. I mean, I'm sure they can build like an AI system to figure out pretty much almost anything, regarding a topic. Yeah.
Yeah, just like outline the contradictions instead of like the ones that were like with the chat GPT. It'll give you like the mainstream answer, and then you can correct it or ask why it doesn't make any sense, and it'll actually admit to it. That at least is admitting to the contradictions
It's
already.
not just that. It enables like one person to like have. Okay, so like just to have the synthesis of a bunch of different topics that are in PDFs and just pour them into one container, and then have the GPT analyze that, and then just is you can run through your questions that you might have because people often just like have like higher order questions than the basics. They want to know more higher. They don't know they're not interested in the basics a lot of times.
Right.
Do you notice that? Like they
Well, yeah.
come
Well,
like
that'd be an advantage of it. You could say like outline all the contradictions with these 5 different PDFs about the same subject, and it could probably do that, right?
and so then it's coming up with like a synthesis of all that information, which is difficult to get, and you might like think about the human power that would be necessary to make that happen.
yeah.
Even for one person to go through 5 PDFs of some length.
Right. And then have them around all the time, and then have that person around all the time, like Alan, but who are going to be like, hey, get him over at Geos because they're asking about GPS.
Alan's something.
Yeah, he's a fucking monster.
What did he say? He's just got a GED.
I don't know. I didn't even ask about that. Is that what he said?
I thought that's what he said, and I was like, oh gosh, it's just the monsters.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe that's partly what drives him, because he doesn't have a degree or whatever. People are like, "Oh, you don't have a degree, huh?" Like, look, dog, I read the information. You want me to refute
So
it or
much of
what?
it is elucidated by just basically defining something as first order measurements and second order corrections.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But just in thinking about that, that's how it is that Kosho can be correct in second order corrections, but not understand the first order measurements.
Right. If that's the case, yeah, we don't want
or understand where the
yeah.
no, I'm
Seems
just
like
saying,
this
or understand where the transition is, from one to the other, because there's obviously some sort of translation table that's being used to make all of these inconsistent system is functioning consistently.
And you can understand why somebody could get all of the information, and without the idea that there's some kind of thing being hidden, they wouldn't see anything wrong with it. Like, oh, well, yeah, they're making these corrections for these reasons. And I'm not assuming that the reasons are that they're hiding the ether wind or trying to supplement the rotation of the Earth for something that they're actually reading in the first order. If that thought's not even there, then yeah, you could just go through it and think that it all makes sense, right? Brilliant. Like even some of the people that he's referencing, like Wang, that like I said, doesn't reply to his email because he would have to admit that his data doesn't really show that it's the Earth turning, even though he has to kind of hold on to that idea to keep for whatever reason. It seems like that's what the case is. The reason that he didn't reply would most likely be that, rather than him just replying with, "Oh yeah, it's the Earth's rotation for these reasons." He would just do that, right? He wouldn't just ignore the email. You would think.
What's
Well,
a
on
list
that,
of the what's a list
huh?
of all the first what's a list of all the mathematics that they do that cannot be first order measurements? Like, can pi be a first order measurement?
I don't think it works that way. But yeah, Snack, go ahead. What would you say?
Pi is, I think pi is like an irrational, not it's not a direct measurement.
Because they do seem to have a lot of equations, especially when it involves firing rockets up into space with an orbit and a velocity and all of these factors. Um, which part of rocket science would be a first order measurement? I'd say probably you'd have to start at the rocket itself, yeah, right at the beginning before it takes off. And
Well, the
if it goes
dynamics would
out,
have to be a part of all of it. It'd have to include dynamics eventually, especially when it goes to space or any of that kind of shit. But yeah, they can't just do it with kinematics and geometry. They have to include real forces and real masses for any of it to work the way they say. But I've said that before. That's a real bummer for the globe model though. They don't even have like the dynamics as part of it. Kinematics and geometry are just mathematics. That's not physics. You can't just act like that's physics. You know what I'm talking about, Carlos? I'll repost the paper in the first column of this paper. I'll post it. It explains what I'm talking about.
sure, I'll take a look.
Yeah, I think that's what I said before as well. I think that's the whole inside joke with I'm no rocket scientist, right? Because they got these rocket scientists that are smart enough to maybe build the rocket. They're just not intelligent enough to realize it never goes to space. So rocket scientists, that's like the perfect specimen. The math heads, the people that think that math is all they need to really make things work, rather than real world experimentation and stuff.
Yeah, or maybe that term might have come up some in a movie and it just stuck, in our vocabulary. But in
Maybe, yeah.
reality, you say, "Oh, I'm not a rocket scientist," or "What are you, a rocket scientist?" It's like putting them into a different dimension altogether.
Right, class of their own, right? And not to say it's not complex, whatever it is they're doing.
Well, it's complex in a way because, like, as you burn off the fuel, you're going to change the weight of the rocket. Yeah, it changes where the balance point is. And so, how do you keep going straight up when your center of thrust, your center of mass is not, it's not lining up? So the rocket
And on
is,
top of that, how do you make it return to its to its place of launch and land it back on its ass? Do you think there's any validity to any of that going on? You think that's all just
well,
completely
you would
fake
need
as
to
fuck?
use something to displace the weight in it. No,
Yeah.
I would say that's probably in the secret sauce if it's actually a functioning possibility.
Supposedly the schematics are there for people that want to check. At least it's on paper.
Yeah, I mean it's possible. They could have like shrunk down the set of a whole bunch of different tests that failed, and then just found the right corrections to make. And then there's just like an onboard chip system that fires off like the thrusts to make that work. If that's what's going on, but
Doesn't seem like it. I mean, it's pretty subtle if that is what's going on. If they're doing that, it's pretty subtle thrusting. Pretty
Yeah, well,
amazing.
with the
but it would cost you more in thrust to do things that you could do with just shifting the center of mass if that was something that was.
You think the whole design would be different? Like they wouldn't even use the standard, balancing system that they have for just going into space, right?
We have to switch to cartoon mode now to continue the orbital simulation.
Yeah, that's what was funny about Jaren finding out that realizing that they had that double camera on the Falcon, the heavy whatever it is, heavy Falcon launch. They came back down with the two cameras instead of the one, and then they corrected to the live version. But the real thing that should have been pointed out was like, is this real at all? Anyway, are these rockets actually like synchronized swimmers now, like landing on their pads perfectly, reversing their trajectory after dealing with the supposed Coriolis of the Earth and all that? It's just it's unbelievable to the point where I don't believe it. But
Tesla
I guess
car
it's
doesn't
possible.
drive by itself, right?
Hmm?
Meanwhile, the Tesla is not like driving by itself. I mean,
Oh, wait, no, that's
they
real.
should.
You know that's real. That looks so fake. It's real for sure.
Yeah,
Well,
it's weird.
there were a couple of examples. I can't remember who did it, but analyzing the SpaceX stuff and with that rocket landing on its ass, and it's like there was some markings on the landing pad that changed in the same fucking flight from when it took off when it landed. It was different markings, and then it was on. There was like this overcast, cloudy day, and when it came down, it was a sunny day with no clouds. something like that.
Right. Yeah. That could have been one they didn't actually intend to do. I think they make a lot of mistakes on purpose, but some of those probably aren't even on purpose.
That'd be a good thing to analyze that JFK car going behind the sign and have a look at the sky and see if it was a cloudy day before the sign and a sunny day after the sign.
Yeah, maybe. I guess there's more outstanding things than that, though, to catch. I haven't really done that full analysis. I was looking at it, though, when we were talking about it the other night. Pretty well done. Seamless. Actually, there was talk of, somebody put out the theory that it was Alfred Hitchcock that might have helped with that. And then I looked into that idea, and there was some claims about predictive programming in the movie The Birds that came out the same year.
Yeah,
Was he the Stanley Kubrick?
what is it with all the predictive programming? Is it their conscience, their guilt on their shoulders, and they sort of have to leave these little Easter eggs everywhere for us to see, just so that can clear their conscience, or
Probably
is it that they really want to let you know, but they can't say it in any other way, otherwise their family's going to be killed or something?
No, I don't. I would guess that they don't use threats as much as they just use justifications for a lot of these things, like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's much easier to like Machiavellian philosophy would say, like, why force a man to, why do something with force when you can do it with persuasion or something like that. But yeah, like that. Maybe I don't think there's some kind of rule they have to follow where they have to tell you beforehand necessarily, but I think it's a matter of also showing the control that they have. Like with the 9/11 bills, like those bills came out like 10 years before 9/11, and the way you fold them, of course, seems to depict the building of the towers and then exactly where they're hit and then the explosion of them. But the 50s, then there's two different 50s, and then the second 50 has nothing there, and then the 100 has looks like a drizzle of smoke going up. But it's done so perfectly that if you didn't think that 9/11 was an inside job, you could totally think the person is showing you that is crazy, because it's not so well done that it's just undeniable. But it seems undeniable to people that seem to realize that it wasn't what they told us. But if you were in that control position, you could say, "Look how much power we have. These bills came out 10 years earlier," and show it to someone.
And what a better place to put it is on a note that you can hold in your hand, and it's there for all of history, and unless the money disappeared, got burnt, right? Everyone can hold it in their hand, and they can manipulate it and see the truth right there.
Right, it's never going to go away. Yeah, there's always going to be some archive of it. Yep. Yeah, that's perfect. It's brilliant. Bravo.
About the money.
You've seen that? The depiction of 9/11 on the money, the 5, the 10, the 50, the 20. Yeah, you've seen it, right? I thought you said, what about the money? But you said it's all about the money instead, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, how else does it get on the money? Which is like it's an inside bank job.
Right.
The bank job, see?
Yeah. Ocean's 9/11, I call it.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Have you seen the meme I made for that? I'll try to find it. Yeah, the whole thing about the gold underneath too, that was crazy. That's another thing that seemed to report as like a real thing, but then they just kind of like mentioned that they recovered all the gold. but the idea that it was like the truckloads of it, like there was 3 trucks, 2 of them got away, one of them was collapsed in on. That's kind of an interesting thing that it was actually a mainstream. I think it was in the newspapers that was part of the whole deal, and then they had to either walk it back or say that they got the money back if they or the gold back. But just the fact that it happened to be going on that day is another thing you could chalk up to coincidence that, oh, they make transfers, from those vaults all the time. It just happens to be at the same time that these terrorists decided to fly the planes into the buildings. And it happens to be that we were having a drill going on, which is the reason that they weren't intercepted, because we're dealing with this weird out of the blue scenario that someone might try to fly planes into buildings on the same day that it was happening. I love that they do that. I mean, it's just incredible for the story and the conspiracy-minded person to be baffled by. Revelation of the method. Up with that term anyway. What was that by? Something I've meant to look into further.
No, I don't believe in coincidences.
Not a coincidence theorist?
Everything happens because it happens.
Yeah, there has to be some coincidences, right? Though. I mean,
You
it
think
depends
so?
on your philosophy, but I think, well, yeah. I mean, you can't have everything.
So isn't a coincidence like a coincidence has a mathematical equation though, doesn't it?
Sure.
Like it has
depending on how you look at it.
chart of, yeah, you could like narrow it down to like what is the chance in 100 that would happen, and if it goes out of the realm of a certain factor of the equation, then it's not a coincidence anymore. And I think you could never ever claim that it's a coincidence
Yeah,
or anything that
right.
happens in society.
The unlikelihood of so many piling up, it doesn't. Yeah, it outdoes the possibility of it being so.
The random chance, right?
Right.
Well, I mean, I met a guy from New Zealand and I was in Shanghai. 17 million people at that time. It was like 20 years ago. And dude from my hometown. And we just bumped into each other. He was there doing his thing. I was doing mine. Out of 17 million people were at the same place at the same time. And it was like, what are you doing here? I don't see that as a, like, you'd have more chance of winning the lottery 7 times in one day and getting run over by a bus,
I'm sorry. Reiterate that scenario. What happened now?
I met a guy from my hometown in Shanghai from New Zealand. We both went to Shanghai at different times, didn't know each other, were there, and then we bumped into each other at the same time, right? Same spot, same time. And Shanghai's a big place.
Mm-hmm.
If he had have turned the corner just like half a minute earlier and gone a different way, we wouldn't have bumped into each other.
Right.
And that had meaning to it, right? Because like we were these lonely foreigners in the middle, an ocean of Chinese, 17 million people, and we knew each other from the same hometown. Yeah.
Interesting. And what did you end up having, like did you revive your friendship after that and kind of thing? Was it significant in that way?
Actually, we were just acquaintances. Like I vaguely knew him, but we had met before. So that was the strange thing. Yeah, it's like I had another coincidence. I had a chanting book, like a Japanese style sort of a chanting book, a Buddhist book, and I went to China and stayed in a hotel for students from all over the world, from like every country, and had like 1,500 people in the hotel. And my roommate had the same Buddhist chanting book, and so I asked all the 700 Japanese students, and none of them had it. And this Buddhism chanting is like really popular from Japan, and none of them had it. And so we just went, me and him, we asked everyone in the whole school. We were the only two that had it, and we ended up like landing there and becoming, roommates.
Right.
'Cause
Interesting.
it's like a dorm hotel.
That's cool. Did I ever tell you the story about when I came out to California, my van, and it broke down, and Kenny, Flat Earth dude, you know who he is, right? It's on 24/7.
Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, he and I, we had met once when I actually was it was what do you call it? What do you call it? There's another word for it. I'm tired now for some reason. I basically trolled them. That's not the word I want to use, but I went in and crashed crashed in on them on Hollywood Boulevard and acted like a Glober, and acted like they were convincing me that we're not on a spinning ball. But they knew me as New Perspective way before that, right? So but just in the chat, I hadn't been on camera at all before. But anyway, regardless, when I was coming out to California, I hardly knew Kenny. I just met him like briefly because he had to go as soon as I had done that. What's that Ashton Kutcher show? What was it called? What was the name of that show? Remember what I'm talking about? Where they?
No, don't know.
Anyway, that's the word I'm looking for. But anyway, so yeah, on the way out here, my one of the times I came out with a van full of stuff, about 3 in the morning, my van breaks down, and I had the serpentine belt fixed before I took off because that was one of the things that needed to be done, and they didn't screw on the thing, so it was like the serpentine belt fell off in the middle of Arizona. And punked, that's the word I'm looking for. I punked them on Hollywood Boulevard. But anyway, so yeah, I get the tow truck driver to come pick me up at AAA. Takes me to Kingsman, Arizona, and then I get there, and there was like 3 different places I could have gone to get it fixed, and I was choosing, like, he was going to take me to this other one that would have cost me a little bit more, but they might have gotten to me a little earlier. And I was like, no, for some reason I chose a certain garage for him to take me to. And as I was looking up on my phone, I ended up flat smacking him in the fucking cab the whole time because he was asking me to try to help him figure out his Bluetooth and what radio station do I listen to. And I'm like, oh, I just listen to YouTube mostly. And he's like, what on YouTube do you listen to? So it was like a perfect opening to talk about what I was listening to on YouTube, right? And he knew about Sandy Hook, so it wasn't like, I kind of tested the water before I went flat Earth with him. He had heard about the idea before, but anyway, it was like kind of convenient for somebody to flat smack somebody that may not have been open to it, but he was cool. It was kind of the first time learning about some of the more detailed parts of it. But it's kind of cruel at the same time if he didn't want to hear about it because he's trapped with me in the cab for an hour getting me back to the garage that he dropped me off at. Ended up smoking a joint with him and try to help me get a battery from my phone at a couple different convenience stores that didn't have them. So I was kind of stuck without a phone, and I had to plug into the side of the garage sitting on the bench. And it was a little bit cold, but I had no battery in my car because the serpentine belt was with it, so there was no way to to have any power, but I got on the hangout and Kenny's on the hangout. And he's like, "Oh man, you're in Kingsman, Arizona, man. I got a friend there. He'll help you, man. My friend Jamie will help you. I'll give him a call. He'll probably set you up at the place you can sleep tonight and everything. You know, Kenny, if you know Kenny, he's like really like helpful, like very generous person. And I'm like, Jamie, what do you mean? Jamie was the name of the guy who helped me tow my car. And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, well, what, you know, he gave me his number because he wanted me to like send him some of the information I was talking about. So here are the last 4 digits of his number, and it was the same guy, right? So the guy he was going to offer for me to get help from, or you know, maybe even have like a place to stay that night, had already helped me. He was the tow truck driver, right? His friend, Jamie. What are the chances, right? That he's offering. I happen to get on a hangout. Hardly know Kenny still a little bit. Like I just talked to him personally for the first time, like a year before that, or maybe like 6 months before that. Anyway, so that was just interesting, and I was like, "How'd you guys know each other?" And he's like, "Well, we used to play music together." And I happened to ask, "What was the name of your band?" And he's like, "Well, it's TNT, just like my Thursday night show that I do called TNT. We call ourselves TNT." And I'm like, "Dude, this is crazy." And I turned my camera on and I show him the sign of TNT Automotive is where I was. So I happened to be at a garage I chose randomly called TNT, and then I happened to get on a hangout with Kenny, who was in a band called TNT with the guy that towed my truck that he was offering for help to help me with out of like his just generous heart. Very synchronistic. You know, that's a bunch of coincidences that seemed a little bit more synchronistic than just writing it off as coincidence, even though it could have been. Because he's one of my best friends.
I mean,
now,
a coincidence would be you're in a high-rise building and there's a dude that gets in the lift opposite you to go down to the ground, and you get in the lift opposite, and it's a coincidence that you come out at the same time. Yeah, that's a coincidence. You know, that's just a timing issue. Yeah, it's all about timing, just purely timing.
Yeah, there's different levels, and it depends on your philosophy about it.
But this timing doesn't really involve too much of more specifics than that. There's no like other dimensions to it, like this story I was telling about the book. You know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There's way more dimensions to those synchronicities, I think. Yeah.
It's just that once you go down that road, you drive yourself crazy. You know, like you don't want to go like full self-fulfilling prophecy with your life and just think that everything that happens is somehow meant to be for you, because then you don't know if like every choice you make is, you know, it would seem to maybe stagnate you. I think if you thought about everything that way, like, wait, am I supposed to do this or this? Now I have to choose the right one, or maybe I don't have to choose. Maybe if I don't think about choosing, then I'm choosing the right one. Or maybe I'm supposed to think about choosing, then I'm choosing the right one. That'd drive you nuts, you know. You really thought everything was synchronized that way.
You kind of have to look at, there's kind of two factors really to the way that things happen in this reality. And one of them is the synchronicities and the other one is the manifestation. So you could look at it from a synchronistic side, that some occasion happened purely from a synchronistic side. But then if you got anything out of that synchronicity, for example, it led to you being able to have some type of a further interaction with that synchronicity, like you might have bumped into someone and that someone just happened to be the right person to offer you a job, and then you could, if that happened, then you would say you could maybe sort of extrapolate from that it was actually a manifestation that you'd put out into the ether somehow with your own thoughts to make that happen, and to make sure that synchronicity actually, you know, came to fruition.
Yeah, the stuff I've been talking about recently with the microzymas would make a lot more sense to me. Like the ether in general, like if every cell and everything that is permeating life organic and non-organic life, is this intelligence that's in constant communication with every, intelligence at the center of every other cell in the universe or the world that we know of. If there was that intelligence and it all is like one consciousness, then those things would make actual sense, that things would happen that way, in an intricate way that went beyond coincidence. For sure.
Well, I was watching this spiritual show. It was a channel the other day. Couple of colored guys, black guys from America. One of them's a spiritual sort of a leader. I guess he's just been voted like in some award for his for his work. And the other guy was I can't remember his name, but he did the book about the Emerald Tablets. So it was an interview between these two, and one thing that stuck out is he said, like, even though I there's parts of me that just think it's just like the base factor, like when you're talking about atoms, is just made up, but like he was saying, like, we're just atom stacking. We're just everything has consciousness, even a rock. I mean, apparently we're made of atoms. Everything's made, so we're all one. And it kind of made me think, like, the influence you can have on stuff, like the rice experiment, or just like things in general. So ever since I watched that a couple of days ago, everything I touch, I sort of put good intention into it. Like, even if it's just the door, when I'm standing in the doorway, I'm just like putting good intention into the everything that I touch. And
Right.
I've noticed quite it's I don't know what
Right, what do you have?
have you ever thought about, like, everything that you touch is basically spreading the word, or is sharing information somehow?
Yep. I think that you're right. That would make it's so crazy that we have to get out of, like, the whole idea of what we're told, and to realize that this might be on another level would make a lot more sense, even though it seems like the metaphysical being a part of your conscious reality and intentions could actually affect everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's
But it makes sense.
they're apparently having huge wildfires in Canada now.
Oh yeah, another Maui thing.
Yeah, apparently they're currently having a Maui thing right now in Kelowna.
I'm gonna bet it's in the poor areas.
Well, it's the richer areas, so they can buy land up on pennies on the dollar. There was people complaining in Maui that they had realtors calling them at the height of their stress from just losing everything, offering them, like, "Can I buy your real estate that you just lost?"
Yeah, there's like insurance companies that aren't paying out. Oh, bro, and they're evicting people that's houses didn't even go on fire. They're just evicting them from the area.
Because of the possibility that it might catch on fire.
No, the fire's over. They're just
Oh, okay.
evicting from the area, saying you can't live here anymore.
What's the justification on that?
There is no justification. They didn't put out. They just sent the notice out.
Really?
They didn't do a press release yet. So essentially, the mayor came back right after the fire was done, and essentially, like, agreed that a bunch of people get evicted. Essentially.
Wow. So, like, you're lucky enough not to lose your home, but now you're losing your home anyway.
And that, and that's at the same time that they have no housing for the people who actually had their house burned down. So they have like a double issue of housing, and people can't bring supplies to the people that are there. You can only bring the supplies to Red Cross and that other organization, and they can bring the supplies to the people. It's really weird.
I think that was a video you posted that I was getting. Was that one you were posting? Yeah, that was crazy. Like, look at all these supplies. They won't let us give these fucking supplies to these people because it's not issued by FEMA. That's nuts.
People who sailed over not sailed, but like motored, kind of like sailed slash motorboated. It's not like by boat. And then simply they were going there the first day and giving them supplies, and then they tried to go again, but they were blocking the harbor and not letting people come with supplies in. And yeah, bro. And someone said that they were directing people back into the fire, like blocking lanes off and saying you have to go down that road, and you go down that road, and that's where the fire actually is, like getting worse. And then
Wow.
abandoned cars like blocking up the streets and shit. So essentially, like you were about to get out of the town and go about your merry business and not get incinerated. And they simply there was a cop barricade, and they said, you have to go back the other way. And you go back the other way. There's a bunch of smoke, and then the road just ends in abandoned cars.
Yeah, the tracing of it, like right around like the lines that they were showing, like that doesn't make any sense. So it was like a perfect circle around the city, and the way you could see the fire was. I mean, that doesn't happen naturally like that. It wouldn't seem at all.
Is it really the land that they're after? Are they really after the land, or and to make money off it, or are they just trying to like push this global warming thing?
I'm gonna be honest. I think that those what are those fucking things with the cornfields? I'm pretty sure that was like their target practice, and they've been practicing that target. You know where you go into the field in the cornfield, and there's these like symbols just in the. I'm pretty sure they've just been fucking target practicing.
Oh, crop circles?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like that could be a fucking valid explanation, to be honest. Because if you're saying
That's some precision directed energy weapon stuff. Could be related.
That's your fault.
Interesting.
If you splash on the floor, then
Somebody's hot miking.
do it on my face.
Is that Katsura?
Like a child.
Katsura, you're hot miking, bro.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Yeah, that's an interesting thought that the practice was the crop circle stuff. But the practice definitely, or at least one of the events that obviously Paradise, California, right? Or practice. I don't know if it was practice, but it was definitely the same kind of thing.
Crop circles were a big thing, hey, but I haven't heard much about crop circles lately. I suppose I'd have to go and watch David Wilcock or someone like that, and then he'd have all the latest news about crop circles.
Yeah, right. He's not relevant very much anymore, is he?
They're doing city circles and neighborhood circles. They've moved on from crops. They have better stuff now.
Well, yeah, that was the crop circles. Yeah, it depends on which ones you're talking about. But yeah, there was a whole thing, the mythology that went along with that. It was useful for the alien psyop and all that too.
Well, the main thing about them was the way that the grass or the growth was bent in a specific way that wasn't able to be done with pushing down on boards strapped to your feet. They had to be done with some type of a energy device or something, like something that we don't understand.
That's how you could tell the real ones from the fake ones, supposedly, right?
They didn't really have any idea. They didn't really have. I've never seen any that had any suggestion of what it was that caused it. It's just unknown.
Well, there's a video that's pretty convincing looking, at least, where it just shows these little light, like, orbs circling over and making all the patterns. That could be fake.
Well, that's video evidence for sure. At least it's something.
Yeah.
Or maybe they've been developing this death ray, or maybe they've always had the death ray technology and it's just been passed from different hands to different hands. But like the modern dudes would have gotten their death ray from that Tesla guy, and then Edison and JP Morgan were his friends. So if Edison and JP Morgan are Tesla's friends and Tesla builds a death ray, they essentially would get that death ray and give it to their Rockefeller, Rothschilds, overlord, whatever, whoever their Illuminati overlords are. And now these Illuminatis would have a death ray. And essentially, since the guy fucking died in the 30s or whatever, it wasn't even in the 30s, I think it was like the 20s. They could essentially have a death ray. They could essentially start developing the death ray and probably have the death ray ready by the 50s. So they probably had this death ray technology since the 50s and just use it to create crop circles. And then when they feel like burning whole fucking places down and going live and fucking people up and just having actual death rays rain down from the heavens and kill people.
You forgot to finish that up by saying outer pounders.
Yeah, I don't really fuck with the outer ponders, to be honest. I don't think there is an outer pond. I think there's just like
I was kidding, but yeah, could be though.
Yeah, I'm just saying my personal belief is that I don't think there is like maybe more land masses, but it's like not that much more. And essentially there's just forces that hold this reality, like, or you wouldn't even become like, you couldn't even go there because you're like made of flesh.
Oh, like you mean like if you another dimension rather than another pound like this one?
Well, essentially, like if you put your hand in fire, your hand is just gonna combust and turn to fucking ashes. Now, essentially, imagine some sort of other condition that could be even more, I guess, extreme.
But
You
yeah,
think there's probably more
spontaneous,
land within this pond, though, right? Wouldn't you guess?
spontaneous combustion.
Yeah.
Not spontaneous. It's caused by if you put your hand in a fire, right?
I was talking about the people that mysteriously just turn into a pile of ash on their chair in their living room, and that's when they find out, that this person died, but the way that they died was just by combusting and just turning into a pile of ash.
Yeah, it's a weird one. That's like I don't think there's any debate about it. I think that's a real thing. It just happened, right? It's not even like just a myth or anything.
We're in like the fucking Book of Revelations because something is calling fires down from the heavens onto people.
Need to see it. Wouldn't
Straight
you
up,
need to see it to say that it can't be like argued against?
Excuse me, jerk off. I was talking. Yeah. So there's essentially a group of people raining fire down from the heavens onto people and incinerating them. Like this is like like what are we gonna do, bro? Like this is the fucking end of the world.
Well, either that or it's them trying to make us think it's the end of the world.
So, like, wouldn't you guys have to see someone spontaneously combust in order to believe that it happens?
Oh, okay. So here's the straw man guy. This guy is gonna bait. Don't take the bait, please. Nobody take the bait. Please don't do it. It's gonna be like I'm gonna straw man you, and then you're gonna have to respond to the straw man, and I'm gonna be here to know you this way. Maybe
Yeah. But there was a book.
straw man?
There was a book, and it was called Ripley's Believe It or Not, and it was published. It must be real.
Yeah, so that's the thing I'm getting at. You guys, a lot of the time, from a lot of the arguments flat earthers have given, is that you won't believe something unless you see it firsthand. But you're saying that people catch on fire, and I was wondering if you had that same sort of belief that you'd have to see it firsthand in order for it to be proven. Just seeing if you're consistent.
No, because that theory about spontaneous combustion it's not a proof. It's not something that's been validated. It's just an unknown. It's something that we can't explain. I don't think that anyone's saying that they can guarantee it's a real thing.
Well, I wouldn't have chimed in if someone said it's undeniable at this point, and that was the contention that I have.
Maybe you've got like a little rodent inside your brain that's like pulling a few triggers that are triggering you.
Yes, that's exactly what's happened. You just very badly used my analogy for flat earthers back at me. Good job.
Flat earthers don't have
Back
the
to the
burden.
topic at hand. Instead of arguing with peons, what are we gonna do as as fires are coming down from the heavens and engulfing people alive and destroying their lives. Like what how can we prepare for fire engulfing all of us and all of our homes and cars and everything just burning down? How could you stop that exactly?
Transfer to renewable energy.
I'm kind of failing to see a situation where we come out on top unless we build like stone castles that are fireproof or something.
You should transfer to renewable energy, and then there'll be less fires.
Or we just don't build our houses that are surrounded by forests.
Yeah, but like I guess if it's made of wood, they could just rain the fire down on your house, and then your wooden house would just be on complete fire, and you would just burn alive, incinerated, right there.
Who are they in this situation?
The guys with the death ray.
What guys with the death ray? Is this because there was like those wildfires in Maui in Canada?
Essentially, there's guys with death rays that are essentially just gonna kill us. So like, what are we gonna actually do as like a brass tacks defense against getting incinerated alive?
Have you ever seen these guys? No?
Yeah, that's not a solution to you burning alive with your skin melting off into your hands.
Yeah, so if it's people with death rays, then that would only work if you were out in the open, right? But most of these people, when they spontaneously combust inside, and there's no like holes in the roof. So it sort of sounds like you're just assuming that there's this thing that you've got no evidence for, and then you're scared about it, so you want us to come up with a solution for something that doesn't require a solution. Is that about right?
Yeah, I think a roof would actually help. If we had some sort of roof that could conduct the flame around the house onto the ground, it might be able to work.
Cool beans, mate.
Yeah, we all need to build some bulletproof pyramid houses.
Yeah, essentially we have to build pyramids, dude. We have to make like our ancestors and build pyramids since they're fucking raining fire on our faces. You know, I heard there was fireballs the size of baseballs just like flying around and stuff. Like it would like hit people and they would catch on fire instantly and shit. And this guy who got in a ditch, bro. Apparently, a ditch is a good place to go because smoke goes over the ditch. There's water in the ditch. It's kind of lower. Like there's nothing to burn in the ditch because it's just concrete and water. Like, so yeah, the ditch is a pretty good spot, but like you can't live there, right? So like that's the problem is once they just fucking just going on overdrive because everyone's already picked off that can make a difference. Like, I mean, they'll keep target. Like, you're gonna have to live underground or something in a pyramid structure. Yeah.
8 billion people this year.
What?
We reached 8 billion peoples on the Earth this year. Like, what are you so worried about? Obviously, there isn't some giant fire wizard spewing fireballs at everyone. We keep growing as a population.
There are. It's the death ray.
What death ray? There's no evidence of this death ray. You believe it without ever having seen it, right? Why would you do that?
There's a lot of evidence.
Like what?
Haven't you been up to date?
Yeah, of course I'm up to date, but I'm not up to date on whatever goes on in your mind specifically.
They've had the death ray for a long time now, bro.
No, someone has said there was a death ray for a long time, but no one's ever shown that that's the cause of these things that you think.
The death ray. It's a pretty simple like it kind of explains itself, really.
No, it doesn't. None of this explains itself other than you're scared of something that you can't show exists, you've never seen, and that none of us have shown, and that all evidence shows isn't a big deal in humanity.
It's essentially an array of direct energy that hits the target and causes it to combust or explode. And yeah, it's
Did
pretty simple.
anybody see the light coming down in Hawaii? It was like a flash of light. It was a picture. Everybody see that? supposed to be this quote unquote ray.
Yeah, if you ever watch how like if you weld, the energy dissipates from one material to the other and melts it. It's kind of like what happens, like a giant welder in the sky, but it's a ray. It's a death ray. It's an arcing
You
ray
guys
of death.
understand that, like, we've never
In
seen this death ray. You've never seen that death ray,
precise
right?
manner. In precise manner.
Yeah, but you understand that you've never seen that death ray. None of us have.
We've all seen it used. Come on, what are you talking about?
So you've seen it used. Can you show me it being used, or can you just show lights in the sky?
Bro, serious? You're not up to date on the news?
Buddy, I'm more up to date than news than you'll ever be because I get news outside of my head instead of just inside my head and whatever people came up with, like with a pale white horse or whatever 50 years ago.
You must have missed the death ray memo that comes out every time they use a death ray, but like, I don't know, it seems
Well,
like
that
you're
doesn't
behind
exist.
me. If you don't know about the death ray, it's like you're like 1800s behind. Like, go get your and your fucking candlesticks, buddy.
But it doesn't exist.
What, candles? Of course they do.
No, the death ray.
I mean, that's only what a foolish person will say. So.
Oh, well, I'm foolish now because I'm asking for evidence of something that has
No,
only ever been claimed to be the cause of things, whereas the more likely cause, the one that's been proven again and again and again, is just wildfires or volcanic activity or lightning.
You're foolish for other reasons, not because you're asking for. No, you're foolish because of your like. You just are foolish. That was just a statement of fact. That's all. It wasn't related to what. It was just a. It was
You're
just
just
a general.
upset because I come in and I sometimes interrupt.
No,
You guys convincing yourself of something that isn't
I'm not
actually there
upset.
and isn't real.
You're the one. You're the one who's upset, not me. Sorry.
So you're just upset that I come in and stop you guys from convincing each other about things that aren't real.
No, we were trying to come up with a plan for how we're gonna escape the death ray.
Isn't real.
We're trying. Please stop wasting our time. We're trying to like survive a death ray attack. If we keep arguing, they're just gonna incinerate us while we waste time. Like time is of the essence.
You're whipping up fear of something imagined.
I think
Right.
if we could go to their facility where they're producing the death ray, we could stop the death ray at its source. That might be that's actually a good tactic. We could go, instead of defense, we could go on the offense. And
Do you
take
ever
down
wonder
their...
why the death ray lie was given to you people? Like why it was seeded throughout your communities?
Dude, why are you... We're talking about the death ray, you're just a hater.
Yeah, so why was the death ray lie seeded throughout like conspiracy communities?
Bro, we're talking about the death ray, you're complaining about us talking about it. Like, that's kind of weird.
Did you ever wonder why the death ray was given to communities like you as a big lie? Like why that lie was spread?
Kind of weird how we're talking about something and you come and interrupt and you're just disrespectful. It's just kind of weird.
So the reason it was given to communities like yours is because climate change is happening. There's more fires. There's fires in places where
not speaking on the subject. You're just talking shit. Like it's kind of just a waste of everyone's time. But cheers, bro. Damn, he actually shut the fuck up for once. That's crazy. Oh, first time ever.
Talking the first time ever. There was an Uber driver came in to pick up some food from my restaurant, and I made him wait like a couple of minutes, then more than he should. So I asked him if he wanted a drink, and I said I'd buy him a drink. So he said it's in 1,500 Uber orders. It's the first time anyone's offered him anything for free.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's nice. Why did you make them wait more than they should, though?
Yeah,
You bad person.
but we're partners. Our restaurant and Uber are partners. Remember, have to look after each other.
I'm sensing a little bit of friction there.
There should be like, you know how some people join like barter clubs and stuff. I don't know if like LinkedIn, you could have. I wonder how it would work if you could set something up where it's like you had a network of people that all had an agreement. And if your sister had a flat tire on the motorway and you couldn't make it because of whatever reason, you could just call anyone on your list and they would like drop everything to go and to do a favor. And I wonder what that. Yeah, it's like what do you think the possibility is of this type of a club actually being able to work?
I don't know. It sounds like a good idea.
It'd be pretty cool to just like, oh yeah, I know somebody. It's like you're a dealer or something. I know somebody, and you get the job done. It's like, and they're like, wow, and the story would live on. Like he actually at 3 o'clock in the morning was able to call someone that got out of bed and came and fixed my flat tire.
It's like a pay it forward club.
Pay it forward. Is there such a thing?
Yeah, you've heard about that, right?
I thought there was just a sort of a colloquial sort of a friendship, like not an actual on paper thing.
Well, to a pay it forward club, an actual pay it forward club.
Yeah, well, I mean, not like an Italian handshake, like in Italy, when you buy a piece of land or whatever, you do a handshake, and that handshake is stronger than any fucking contract, Not like that. Like an actual club, like you have a card and there's a website, but it's
Yeah, go with it, man. Do you know
the
why you always go
favors
the
done.
extra mile?
Yeah, no money involved at all. It's just passing on the favor within your group.
Sounds good.
That actually works out the same as what they do in Taiwan. They have like a little group of friends and they have a notebook and they put 10 grand on the table, and then one person gets to use that 10 grand, and then you take turns and you go through the list and everyone gets to borrow or use that 10 grand and then put it back in.
Huh.
It's very popular in Taiwan. It's,
Oh yeah, bro.
this friendship groups, everyone's got one.
I said to somebody this morning, do you know why you always go the extra mile? You know why? And he goes, why? I said, because you see more.
Oh, let's go.
If there's any credence whatsoever to the rice experiment, I mean, couldn't you imagine, like, if you made a habit of everything you touch, the door handle, a table, anything that you touch, and just every time you touch it, like especially on the front door of your house, you put good intentions, yeah, and that's what you're actually thinking is good intentions, and you're kind of repeating this mantra to yourself, like subconsciously, and every time that you do this, do you think that there might be some form of sort of a witchery in that it could actually have a way of like driving like your manifestation processes?
It takes a lot of effort, right, though, to have that peaceful mindset, to have that generous, loving thoughts all the time. It's like exhausting. It's like it takes
But that's
a
like
lot of
stepping
patience
stone,
and
though.
training, right? You
Don't you
notice,
think
like
that's kind of like a
some
stepping stone,
people,
though?
some people are very just loving and generous and nice, like sweet, and that's their demeanor. So I think they give good vibes, and people are attracted to that, right? And the people that are
Yes.
nasty and mean, you wanna
Yeah.
you're like repulsed by them.
But would this be like a method of being able to train yourself to be one of those people that you aspire to be? Like those people that are always just putting off such a good vibe and everyone wants to be around them, and they're just so positive. Like if you trained yourself, if you don't feel like you're one of those people but you do want to be, a good stepping stone in your process would be to just put good intentions into everything and then see where it led from that. I mean, one thing
Yeah,
after another, if you
it's
put
like
enough
personal
effort
development.
into.
It's personal development. You're changing your psychology. You're changing your conscious mind, and also directing your subconscious mind to be, let's say, generous and loving and caring, more positive and more optimistic, and like kind of like releasing all the fear, letting go of that fear, letting go of that hate, that jealousy, and that anger, and kind of like changing your whole persona. I mean,
Well, that's the difference between Geo's channel and the other channel, is that people here are putting up like the percentage in general of good vibes is way higher than over there. Over there, it's kind of really low energy, and if you fill your brain with that low energy, it's only going to accumulate, right?
you're talking about 24/7.
No,
Where's the other one place?
gems.
Gemsies?
It's just low energy in general.
Glober's channel?
Yeah, it is, right?
Well, look. This is what I kind of, I kind of, Discord in general is toxic because people like yelling and screaming and arguing and being negative and attacking each other. And most places are very toxic in general because you're just kind of like getting all your crap out, and you're threatening each other and talking shit. And it's kind of like,
Well, it's like a
and yeah,
competition of
Theos
being who's the
is a
wittiest.
different attitude, right?
It's a competition of who's the wittiest and who's the most arrogant and who can be the most spiteful and who can be like more sarcastic than you. It's like all of those attributes that they're trying to achieve in their conversation. You can spot them.
And
You
who
can
can
listen
put you
to them.
down, right? Who can win the argument, putting the other person down the best.
And they have tall poppy syndrome as well. It's like if they see someone doing something that's positive and better, they'll find some way to put them down. Oh yeah, that's really good that you were able to run the mile in, you've achieved your goal, but then they try and find something that they can say, oh, well, yeah, well, even though you're so short, you still were able to do it. It's like
that
they
happens.
have.
Okay, wait. So what do you do when you're discussing somebody with somebody on a platform, and you have different views, right? Let's say one is conservative and one is liberal, right? And let's say liberals trans their kids, right, in school, for example. This is a big one, right? And so, how do you deal with that without, I don't want to say being negative, but without attacking them? Do you hear what I said?
I just say something positive again. I don't pay no fucking never mind to those kind of people.
I didn't hear that. What?
If you're being positive,
Go ahead.
if you're being like you say, training yourself to be, I don't know. It's my internet might be fucking up a little bit here.
You're too low for me. But go ahead.
Too low. Okay, no, I'll fix it. You guys carry on. I'll fix it.
You say be positive, but they're like their views are kind of like conflicting.
Well, I just ignore it. Or I say something else, or I say something funny, or I say something positive. I just ignore it. It means nothing. If somebody tries to be negative about your positive personality, I don't allow that to even scrape the fucking surface of my personality. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, but let's say it's something like basic, like atheist versus God debate, right? So now, what do you do now? Can you do that debate in a positive way?
Well, I don't know. No, I'm talking about life in general stuff, just like
Anything, anything that have a
people trying to
conflicting
put
view.
a spanner in the works of. Okay, I don't know.
I suppose you can be generous and you can be very, I don't know, patient, kind, and make your discussion, make your debate, and not attack the person, and just make your points and then get off.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, people have the eyes to see and the ears to hear. So when they watch a debate like Witsit and there was a review on I can't remember, it was Nathan
Yeah.
Oakley's or something, like, you've got eyes to see and ears to hear, so it's like it's up to your own discernment. I mean, at the end of the debate it might have been clear cut by the host or whoever, saying who won, but like if you're the one that is being able to have your own thought, you can come to your own analysis and you can just ignore like all of that like hype and rhetoric and lie,
Things only annoy you if you allow them to. By the way, did the Jeranism Oakley debate go down yet, or is that still upcoming?
I don't know. I saw someone talking about it. It was it might have been Flatsoid or someone like that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, no, I'm a firm believer in if somebody says something negative or somebody does something negative, it only annoys you if you allow it to. It's up to you to decide whether you're going to let that annoy you, affect you, or whatever, or you can just fucking let it water off a duck's back type of thing, if you know what I mean.
Well, it's the same as like I go up my driveway and there's a few cracks in the concrete and they've sunken down in these like pit holes. It's like if I sit in my seat comfortably and go down my drive in my car and I've got a sore back, that really pisses me off. But if I just if I sit up really firm and straight and I don't sit like relaxed in my seat and I go a little bit faster, the bumps just like they're not there. They just go, I don't even feel them. And it's kind of like sometimes if something's pissing you off, you've got to think of something that can take your attention away or make you see the positive side to it. It's like I won. I bet them. I conquered those fucking holes in my driveway, and you get to the end of the driveway and you're not like cursing and swearing, but you're like, yeah.
I did the rice experiment, and
Yeah, boy, you're getting
the good rice turned moldy green like within 2 weeks, and the other rice it did spoil eventually, but it was all white. It wasn't black or green.
So did you have a confirmation there?
Oh yeah, it was kind of creepy actually. Nothing happened to the neutral rice. The neutral rice is almost the same as the good rice, but the bad rice. See, I use like a lot of bad words though. Like really, sometimes I would never tell a human being. But Jared made a good point with the rice experiment. He said, "Listen, if your words have
Well,
an impact on the physical world, you better stop yelling at your dog and yelling at your spouse.
well, they just only
Up in anger."
it's a good example, right? But I mean, why does it have to be limited to rice? You just have to ask that question.
Well, obviously, it's not limited to rice. I mean, you can just look at your own life, and you're a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Of your predominant belief patterns and predominant actions, right? Which are your free will.
Yeah, it's the premise of the experiment. It applies to everything in life.
Yeah, I heard they put like classical music to tomatoes growing in hothouses, and they grow way bigger. In China, they've managed to get like 40 ton of beans off one bean. Like they have this hothouse with these beans that grow like super fast and super big, and they can get 40 tons off one bean plant. Sorry, 4 tons off each bean plant.
Well,
Yeah.
music isn't music different though, because that's a sound vibration, right? We can't hum Mozart, right? To vegetables, you need music to do that, right? So it's different than your intentions and your rice experiment.
But you're creating an atmosphere, intentionally creating an ambiance, for those living, those specimens that are living, and you just decided that they're food, but they didn't say, "Hey, I'm food, grow me." They just these living specimens,
Yeah, but when you're playing Mozart, right? That's not the same as you telling rice that like I love you. You're the best rice in the world. Not the same thing. Not the same thing as
Do you think
and playing heavy metal. Is that cursing the tomato? Will it make it shrink and wither?
Do you think that, like with the Glober's explanation of evolution, do you think the corn plant knows that it's food? Do you think that it's specifically tailored itself to make sure that it's going to provide enough nutrients to, cattle or humans, and it's purposely like made that way? Or the honey that's inside flowers, and the hummingbird comes along and sucks it out, and it's all about cross pollination, and it's a very dynamic system. It's like, is it just our decision that we put names to things and use them in specific ways, or were they intended to be like that?
Well, how do you see it? Like, do you see the honey from the bees? Do you see that for humans? Do you see that for people and animals? Or do
They're
you see it
tailor
just like
made.
a random fucking waste of honey? Like the bees don't know what they're doing.
It's all tailor made. It has to be. It's not like. Do you think that the bees are hunters and they figured out over time that that's the best place to go, or was it there as abundance and it was a gift to the bee? It was a gift.
Well, like the bees are interesting because they make way too much honey, so they leave a whole lot of honey behind for whoever comes along and wants to eat it. In this
Well,
case,
why do bees make honey?
I know they use. So I don't know about this story, but I know they use some of it. I just know that they make a lot of extra honey and they don't use it, and this is good. I think for humans and for animals, like for like bears or whatever, whoever wants to eat that shit comes along and just eats it, and the bees
So do
don't
you
really
think
mind
that
them.
bees make honey for the bears?
You can argue design, argue that they're there as workers for whoever likes honey. Here it is, mounds of honey.
Well, how about the Chinese panda only eats bamboo leaves? Was the bamboo like just like, I'm going to only eat bamboo leaves, or I'm going to choose to eat something else, or they can only eat bamboo leaves and they were there provided to them?
Well, isn't that different because the bear's not providing, right? The bear's eating.
But what if there
The
wasn't
bear,
any
what is the bear?
bamboo?
The bear's not providing anything, right? Are you talking about what? Are you talking about what's the bamboo? The bamboo is providing for the bear. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because what if there was no bamboo? Would there be a panda? Because that's all they eat.
I saw a panda eating like fucking heaps of sugar cane. A panda bear. eat like three logs of sugar cane like within under 3 minutes. And I heard that they can eat bamboo, but they can also eat a lot of other stuff. It just happens that they're accustomed to eating bamboo for whatever reason. So maybe that means something. But they can also eat loads of other stuff too, not just bamboo. I mean, let's look at the opposite, right? Polar bears, dude. They're avaricious, vicious predators. They'll eat people and everything. Just like deadly bears. What do you do now? You're on an iceberg, and a polar bear's gonna come. Now, what do you do now? You're gonna give him some positive vibes. You're gonna pray over him. What are you gonna do? Here, boy, good boy.
What?
I mean, it'd be a miracle if the bear didn't eat you. In other words,
I mean, even the petrol in your car is tailor-made and provided for the car to be able to do the job. If you didn't put in the right ingredients and the right thing, it wouldn't work. Well, it's the same. It's the same with everything else, down to a blade of grass. I mean, you have to think, what purpose does a blade of grass serve in the whole scheme of things? Everything has its purpose.
Speaking of petrol, how about the lie that I was told in school? I don't know if you were told in school, but I was told that oil came from dinosaurs, and it's only a limited amount in the ground. That's why they charge so much for it. But I find out that oil is like abundant, and that there isn't any limit to it in the earth. What do you think?
Yeah, because all of those reserves, those big oil fields, they deplete them down to a certain percent. Like they can't get any more, and if they leave them like for a number of years, they replenish themselves and they're full again. Full, ready to go. And if you look at the size of the Earth, at least measured by the land masses that we can configure, this place is pretty big, right? And the dimensions of the underground, we don't know how far it goes. But like if it's able to replenish itself, we think we're using a lot, like millions and billions of barrels of oil. But in the scheme of things, we're just really just taking one drop out of the ocean. It could be like that, right? There could be. That's another thing to explore, right? Like what is under us and how the fuck's like if it's not a molten core in the middle of a spinning ball Earth, then what is it? And it's like
It might be oil down there. Matter of fact, I was surprised when BP. I do stocks, right? So I was in BP stock when they hit that oil reserve in the Gulf of Mexico, and they couldn't contain it, so it just kind of like they dug so deep, very very deep, and they hit this oil well, and it just poured out into the Gulf of Mexico, just basically killed everything. All the fish were dead. Oil's everywhere. And they ended up topping it off. They covered it up. They're not even using it right now. They covered they topped it off. So it's like more oil than they can even use. It's that much.
they want to make this plan like to let everyone think there's scarcity of everything.
There's a scarcity, yeah. There's a scarcity, but that's not true, bro. It's not true. Anyways, if there was a limited supply, if it was like a limited thing, then those oil wells in Iraq, they would go dry eventually. I don't know of any oil wells going dry. I don't know of any limit on the oil being pumped. They have to slow the pumping down. They have to slow the pumping down to control the price. That's how, like if they keep pumping it, the price goes too cheap, and then they want to slow down the pumping of it to keep the price up so they can make more money. There's no limit to the amount of oil done.
Well, in Chinese, if you go to study Chinese medicine in a Chinese medicine university, a part of what they teach you is that this place we're living on is a living organism, like not just the things that you think are living, like insects and plants, but like the whole place is like one living organism, like the earth we stand on. It's like it has its organs just like any other creature, depending on how it's developed, but it's conscious, you know. The place, if you took away all the things that we see as living, this place is still just abundant with consciousness, you know. From the rivers to the mountains to the oceans, everything has its consciousness, don't you think?
Well, it would have to have a brain, wouldn't it?
It doesn't have to have a brain like a human brain. You know, there's an article done about how the oceans are pumping. The oceans are pumping, or the Earth is somehow pumping water up and down through these holes in the ground, and that actually is what makes the tides go up and down. Forget what you call it, but there's holes throughout the world of salt water being pumped in and out, like the circulatory system. I wanted to say that's what the article is about anyway. A circulatory system of the oceans, of the waters of the ocean's water on the world.
And
Wow.
it seems that they're directly related somehow to the moon, yeah?
I don't know how it's related to the moon. The moon may have
Like
some
So
kind
we
of
could
trigger
be
and may make it happen.
we could be inside some kind of body.
God's eyeball.
The moon doesn't pull on it though. Like if the moon had gravity, right? You think it would pull the water up when it was overhead by 12 o'clock or midnight, whatever. Like when the moon's out. But instead, it somehow presses down, it presses down on the water because the water's higher tide at night, not lower tide. Lower tide would indicate the water's being sucked up towards this gravity pulling moon vector. But instead, it's the tide's higher, which means it's being pushed out at night. So the tide's definitely higher at night. I can tell you that, and it's lower during the
Well,
day when the sun's out.
I would think that the weight of all the oceans put together, the mass of all the oceans, would be bigger than the moon. And if that is the case, then why isn't it sucking the moon towards us closer and closer?
Well, now you're assuming gravity.
Yeah,
but
I
it's
was
a good it's a good assumption. Yeah, you postulate that. I never thought of that. That's pretty good. How is something smaller? How is a body smaller than the body that is next to it, attracting due to this gravity thing?
Well,
Shouldn't it be the other way around?
I never believed in what's it called? Mechanics, orbital mechanics, they call it, because they'll tell you that mass attracts mass, but I've never seen mass attract mass anywhere.
Yeah, but like everything is scalable in this whole world. Everything is scalable. And if you look at the scale size of the distance between the Earth and the Sun, right? And I've said this before, and people really need to take note. And you look at the size of the little marble and the pea at the distance that they are in real life. Like if you had a meter yardstick and you could scale it down, you would think like if it's mass attracts mass at that distance and that scale, it's like, how could they have any relationship at all? If you think you get a yardstick and you get the size of the sun, which would be like I don't know, like a quail's egg, and then you get like the earth is like a celery seed, you know, and at the end of a meter yardstick, how could mass be attracting mass? You know, they're so far apart in the scale of it. People don't think about the scale, man. It's just like, oh, you see the sun in the sky, they say it's 93, but they never really think 93 million fucking miles away. The sun is just a little speck, you know, in reality. Have they been able to prove this in the lab? You know, do an experiment with these scale objects like in a vacuum chamber, mass attracting mass to prove orbital mechanics?
I think that's where the model fails. I mean, if you do if you do the sun to scale and the Earth to scale and the moon to scale, it would look ridiculous. The distance would be too far apart, I believe.
You'd have to do it on a football field with things that you could, the size of the balls that you could actually manage. You know, it would have to be to the outskirts of a football field, you know.
I forget how big they say the sun is, but I did the math one time and I figured out that there's 108 Earth diameters in the sun from the bottom to the top. Like you could fit 108 just going straight up and down. If you lined up marbles the size of the Earth, line them up, you get 108. That's how big the sun's sphere is, and that means that there's like you put like I don't know like 10,000 of those marbles in there. But that's how big it is. You know, the difference between the Earth and the sun, and so it was like if the Earth is 1 foot sphere, the sun would be 108 feet sphere, and if you put that on the football field, it'd be like a little marble compared to something like a big ass beach ball, and the distance
Yeah,
it's
because
just
like
that big, and the distance would be probably the whole football field. So no, there'd
you
be no
scale it
attraction.
down, you scale it down onto your office desk, right? You put these two marbles at the distance that they say, and you
Yeah,
scale it just, and you can imagine, like, you know, if you've ever played with magnets, the distance that you have to get with magnetism to have any sort of movement with the opposite magnet at all, you know, uh, how can this gravity you know, overcome and be more powerful than those magnets at such a distance? So this gravity now they're saying is stronger than magnetism.
Check my math on the Earth size to the sun size.
Isn't it 400 times bigger than the Earth?
It's more. The 400 times is the sun to the moon, right?
I thought it's also 400,000 kilometers, isn't it? 250,000 miles.
It goes like something like this. The sun and the moon look relatively the same size from Earth. Now, is it likely that? But science says that the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times farther away. That's what that's where the story goes. So is it more likely that it's 400 times bigger and farther away, or the roughly the same size and it's the same distance? That was a comparison.
And if the moon was any smaller, you would never be able to get a solar eclipse, a full solar eclipse, you know, if the moon was a different size. What is that, a coincidence?
Can you explain the solar eclipse? Are you saying It has to be a certain size.
If the moon was half the size, at the same distance and everything, it's like you wouldn't be able to have a full solar eclipse like you do now if it was a different size, right? So what's the coincidence that they match up perfectly? Like perfectly. Another really great thing, I'm looking forward to summer. It's like it's not even spring yet, but like in the summer I like to go camping and just have a fire and lay on my back and look at the stars. And it's like, because like you don't often get that privilege to just observe the stars, and they don't look like they're moving at all. They're just sitting there, but they are moving, right? But it's not noticeable until time goes by and you go, oh, okay, it's moved, but you don't actually see it moving, not physically. I mean, not in your conception. It's not actually moving. It's only moving because some time passed and you realize, okay, it's not in that spot, now it's in this spot, but you didn't actually see it moving.
Speaking of stars, I have a question for you. I'm not a star expert, but if you have a model, which is a globe, and you're on this globe, right? And then consider these stars are outside, supposedly outside the globe. Let's say they're static, meaning that they don't move very much. And if you spun this globe around, let's say you're on the equator, and let's say that the globe is reported to be 1,100 miles spinning at the equator, but it's spinning very slowly at the poles. And let's say it's spinning 550 miles, let's say, in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere, but again, 1,100, which is double that speed at the equator. If you looked up at these stars, which are basically, like I said, pretty stagnant, they don't move so much. The movement is this supposed spinning globe, right? Wouldn't the stars appear to move much faster at the equator from the equator than they would in the northern